Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day one of our BRSCC Summer Race Weekend here at the wonderful Croft circuit in North Yorkshire. Behind me, you can see the cars for our first race of the weekend, and that's the first of our two Fun Cup Endurance Championship races. The first race will be a 1 hour sprint race, and the second race later on this afternoon will be a 3 hour endurance race. Grid was randomly drawn, and we've got UVO on pole position. So let's go and have a quick word with Farkini as he's just getting himself all strapped in the car. Hello.
Hi, Jamie.
It was nice of Mr. Thompson to put you on pole, wasn't it?
It's just perfect. The power of cash. So yeah, smooth position to be in. It's unusual for us, really. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's quite a quick bunch at the front of this pack. It'd be interesting if everyone kind of cooperates. We might actually be able to get a little bit of a run on. It'd be cool. But it's going to be fast and furious with 1 hour.
You've elected to run with the windows. We've all been given the option to have the windows taken off because there was a bit of concern regarding engine temps and things. How was the car in qualifying this morning?
Look, you know we're the coolest team on the grid, so don't worry about it.
Always.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, mate. That's Farkini. Right, second place is FF Corsa, who's just being lined up now. Let me have a word with. That's okay. We'll have a quick word with Miguel. If I speak with Miguel, if possible. Sorry, Asher. P2, nice to be at the pointy end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's see what we can do from there. But a good starting position from us. But yeah.
Sorry?
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah. Of course, this is your first race in the Fun Cup car. You've done a lot of GT racing in the past. How confident are you feeling?
Well, I couldn't hear because race control was speaking to me now.
First race in one of these. How are you feeling?
No, I'm very happy. The car seems very fun to drive. They have a lot of movement, and race seems incredible. Very competitive as well for the top 6. So we'll see what we can do from there. But very excited.
All right, thank you, Miguel. That's Miguel Feisker, who's in the 257 FF Corsa car. What we're going to do, we're going to go to Olympian GRD, who have been our dominant force this year, winning all 4 races so far. And Chris Devell, can you do it in the sprint?
We're certainly going to try. We always will try, but with Uvier out on pole and us at the very back, I think it's going to be a tall order. It's about managing the race and doing what we can, keeping it clean as we try and always do, and bringing it home as close to the podium as possible. If we can get that top step, we'll go for it.
How's the back?
It's painful, but it's better than it was at Anglesey, so it's all good. No excuses.
All right, good luck. Thank you. That's Chris Devell from Olympian GRD. I think I've got time to speak to one more. So let's go and have a chat with Team Disruptive. Now, they have got, for this weekend, GT stars Darren Burke and Matt Topham, who are gunning for the £10,000 prize. And Daz, you would like some cash, wouldn't you?
Always helpful, isn't it, for the bank balance? Yeah, we're mainly here for the fun, but it's always cherry on the cake if there's some cash up for grabs. Not in this race though, it's the next race, but we'll have a little warm up in this one. Our first time in it. Great little cars, having a great time, beautiful weather, even beer on tap in the awning. Fantastic.
I mean, you come from the world of caterhams and other stuff, so you're used to close one-mate racing. How have you found driving these so far?
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, it's quite difficult to see out the back of the car, and the mirrors are quite small. So, just getting your bearings and a bit of spatial awareness is key, definitely. But you can travel really close. The slipstreaming is fantastic in the car, similar to caterhams. So, I'm expecting the race to be frantic and nose to tail for the whole hour.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. That's Darren Burke, who's starting the Team Disruptive car. He's got Matt Topham with him at the moment. Let's see who we can find. We've got Chris Weatherall here in Axiometric. Slightly different driver lineup for this weekend. You've borrowed a Tom Greensall.
Yeah, that's right. John decided his dad was going to get married. I don't know whether he decided or his dad did. So yeah, so he's stepped out, which is absolutely fair enough. And Tom Greensall has kindly stepped in. So yeah, quite excited.
but you slightly forgot to tell him you're not running power steering.
That's a minor detail, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're man enough to race these cars, then, you know, power steering or no power steering, we're definitely the men's team here. So yeah.
In all seriousness, you've had a fabulous start to the year. You just want to keep that momentum going, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, Tom coming in is a change to what we're doing, and, you know, routine is so much of this stuff, but he's fitted straight in. But yeah, just keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, I've got my grandson here, and he keeps saying to me, you know, are you going to try and be first by the end of it? And I'm trying to say, I'm going to be where I'm going to be. You know, you can't force, you know, yourself into first position. I'll be where I end up at the end of the stint. So nothing more we can do.
Heat management is going to be key. You've elected to keep the windows in. I'm guessing everything was all okay during qualifying?
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously we're keeping our eyes on the temperatures and everything else at this moment in time. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. But we haven't had a problem, and I think, you know, some of these cars are good, some aren't. We used to run these at Spa, and it was hotter than this, and we always had the side windows in. So look, we'll see what happens. I mean, we can take the side windows out quite quickly. The rear ones bolted in might take a bit longer, so we won't do that in a pit stop. But we'll just see what happens. Running in traffic, it might get a bit warmer.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Chris. Right, let's see who I can find. Right. Let's go and have a word with Riley Phillips, because you're not meant to be driving this, but there has been a slight change in the driver lineup. Poor Darren Brown's had to leave. We wish him all the best. You've been drafted in to join Gareth Summers to start this race. What's your mission?
The mission is to keep the car in one piece, and anything that happens after that is a bonus, basically. So, yeah, obviously we're starting up the front P6, while the car which I'm meant to drive is at the back. So, I'll have a bit of fun, enjoy myself, and make sure I keep it in one piece for Gary. So, yeah, that's the game.
Okay, fantastic. Right, what we'll do is we'll let all the drivers get themselves all ready down here in the assembly area. I will hand over to your commentary team, which will be Richard, John Neal and John Ratcliffe. But first, let's throw to an ad break.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to our coverage of the Fun Cup weekend here at Croft. We are going to say welcome to everybody on the banks as well. I'm not sure whether Jamie did that on the intro from down there in the holding area, but thank you very much for joining us at Croft Circuit. We are, if you are joining us on the stream, doubling up as circuit commentators as well for the course of the weekend. But from Jamie, John Ratcliffe and myself, Richard, John Neal, very warm welcome. It is very warm welcome, isn't it, John?
Well, lucky for us, we've got a nice air conditioning unit here in the commentary box, so we're chilling in here. So sorry to everyone who can hear us over the tannoy. I know you're all roasting in the sunshine here today at Croft, which is surprising in and of itself that it's this warm, this north in the country, but everywhere's going to be the sunshine this weekend.
Are you dissing the north? Are you making friends
I would
here?
never. I would never diss the north. It's a lovely place. It's just usually a lot more cloudy and a lot wetter up here. But basking in the sunshine today, and I think for the drivers out there on track with all of their race gear on, they're going to be pretty sweaty.
I'm wondering about, what kind of welcome you get here normally weather-wise. There's an old phrase which us Oldens get, which is the sun shines on the righteous. Most times I'm up here, mate. It's been touring cars last year, burning hot and sunny. I'm not sure what they're saying about ratters.
Maybe. I can't actually remember what it was like last year, whether it was rainy or not. I don't remember. I think it was a bit interchangeable throughout the weekend, but it certainly wasn't this hot last year. Oh my goodness.
No, I can't remember either. I remember doing some podium interviews, which is going to be your bag for this weekend. But we are delighted to be with the Alpha Live crew, who are going to give us some great coverage for you if you're watching. Of course, if you are at the track, you can tune in via your phones to see what's going on the parts of the circuits that we cannot reach, which is a good thing to be able to do. We've got a fantastic couple of days racing ahead. So first of all, big thank you for joining us today. I hope you're going to stick around for tomorrow as well. Today, very much the focus is the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. As Jamie's already mentioned, we've got an hour race to kick things off. First hour-long race of the year, which is going to be interesting, and we'll get into that. And then we've got a 3-hour race a little bit later on. We've also got the first race of the BRSCC formula for the weekend coming up after this one. That's the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. I never quite get why they call it Cup Championship. It's either a championship or a cup.
I'm not the right person to bring that up to, I'm afraid,
it's
Richard.
semantics, but is it a cup or is it a champ? Anyway. And we've got modified Fords, which are going to be on track. So if you're not here tomorrow, you're going to get at least a chance to enjoy seeing some wonderful modified Ford cars on track, doing their qualifying as well, which will be good to see, and that will break up the or sort of add to the break between the two Fun Cup races, which we look forward to. And then tomorrow we've got more Audi TT races, the modified Fords, and the PBS Brakes Super Sport Endurance Cup, which we're looking forward to as well, which is a 2-hour race to complete our weekend. But our focus very much, John, on Fun Cup, and you're here for a number of reasons. One, you're a great voice. Two, you convey the excitement in the championship. And three, you know it because you've been in it.
Exactly. Well, you're very kind. We'll see whether the viewers think the same after this next 1-hour race. But yeah, 2 races today, like you mentioned, a 1-hour and a 3-hour. Now, of course, last time out for the Fun Cup crew, we were off at Anglesey. There was 2 3-hour races, and that really, really makes it tough, not only on the cars, but on the drivers as well. It was relatively warm out at Anglesey for that one as well. But this, slightly different, even warmer. We'll see how the drivers get on with it, how the cars get on with it. But like you say, I will try my best to give a bit more information, considering I have raced these cars for the last couple of years. But then again, they're all constantly changing. For this year, they've got the new Hankook tyres on, which makes them apparently handle quite a bit differently. So I'll be able to give you a few bits here and there, but let's just enjoy the racing. 1 hour of action to come.
Yeah, looking forward to that. If I ask you a stupid question, I may know the answer to it, but it might be for new first-time viewers or people that we got at the track who maybe don't know about the cars. So forgive me if we ask what seems like a stupid question.
I've driven them, and I'll probably be asking some stupid questions as well, Richard, so let's not worry about that.
We won't worry about that. But so we've got a fine grid of these cars. And for me, this is double bubble this weekend. So excited to come into this weekend with the 1-hour race and the 3. So it's the best of both worlds, really. The sprint race and a little bit more. We could call an hour a sprint.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to bring up. We always called it a sprint because you have 2 1-hour races across the year. Comparatively to Fun Cup races, they are a sprint. They are super, super quick. You don't need to put any fuel in during the race, and that is a key aspect to this one.
Is that the last round at Alton Park?
I think so, yes, I think so. That'll be a 1 and a 3 as well, if I'm not mistaken. 1 and a 3 late on this year, 25th of October for that one. So yeah, we've still got, after this one, Silverstone National, Donington Park National, Alton Park International to go to. But Croft for 2 races. This was always a really challenging circuit as well. I feel like it's one of those ones where you can get onto the pace relatively quickly, but to find that little bit extra to get yourself right to the front is really, really challenging. And there's some seriously committed corners out there. One of them you're watching at the moment, those S's heading down towards Sunny Bend. That one, you are absolutely on the ragged edge. And you will see some moves, some overtakes down there as well, which always makes it a little bit spicy as well. So we'll see who's able to make it to the 4 by the end of this 1-hour race. It was great to hear from some of the Olympian guys, the Olympian GRD team out there. Of course, they've won every race so far this year. The first 1 hour, though, let's see if they can do it from the back of the grid.
I think Simon Rudd was being fairly circumspect about what they can do in terms of, can they continue that run? It's been difficult for them because, just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen that are watching either here or on the stream, that when you win a race, you start the next one at the back. So they've won all their races this year as defending champions off the back of the grid. It's a bigger ask in a 1 hour race. And Simon, the rest of the team being a little bit circumspect, a little bit humble about are they going to keep it. We know they'll give it a great shot, but that's going to be the key thing. And for those of you that are at the track, we've got the Olympian GRD car just coming around into the complex now, heading up, the very last car. So that's one to keep your eye on in terms of progress over the course of the race. But equally, we've got two of the big characters of Fun Cup. The Uvio Hoffmann's motorsport car on pole, pole position was drawn for them this morning. So we kind of got literally a great spread of talent right the way through the grid here.
The talent on show in the Fun Cup grid is ridiculous, and it only considerably gets better year on year and year as well. So this race is going to be exciting. But like you mentioned, the drivers have done a qualifying session this morning, but it is effectively just a third practice because the times don't actually matter. It's then all just drawn out of a hat. So the grid, totally random, particularly for a 1 hour as well. That makes it rather exciting. There's a lot less time, a lot fewer opportunities to find your way from the back to the front. So you've really got to put pedal to the metal. And maybe a move where in the 3 or 4 hour races you might think better of it. In the 1 hour you might decide to lick the stamp and send it. And we'll see. Potentially might cause some few more incidents as well. We were chatting to Simon Rudd earlier, one of the drivers for the Team Olympian GRD, and he was saying about how if there's no safety cars, it's going to be a real struggle to find their way back to the front. But like you mentioned, they're always humble. They always try and play it down a little bit. So we'll see whether they speed through to the fore.
He's going to be looking ahead at him because he's got the 246 car ahead of him down the back of the grid. That's the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car, which has got Ted Bradbury and Vlad Vasiliev. They are fourth in the championship. Uvio Hoffmann's on the pole position, third in the championship. Axiometrics are the second place. I was trying to pick up where Axia are. They're mid-grid in the 103. So we've got championship front runners basically for this hour race. Front of the grid, mid-grid, Axia maybe just behind mid-grid to be honest, John, and then Vape Club EDF and Team Olympian GRD right at the back. So we've spoken about the grid, probably time to run through who is where, just to let you know if you're a regular viewer. We'll talk about names to go with the numbers a little bit later on, but it's the Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport car on position 1, FF Corsa line up second, then it's Sherrodise UK, they are quick, as are PLR Racing lining up in P4. Team Greenheath are fifth, a gap where the sixth place car will be. We'll come to that at the end of the grid. Seventh, Demon Tweaks 2, 22 GT Racing wrapping up our top 8. Ninth is Red River Sport from GCI Racing. I'll always call that CGI over the course of the commentaries you've probably heard before.
Yes.
Apologies to them. Demon Tweaks next up from Burt. Renom Racing, Axiometrics 14th, we've spoken about them. Race Logic in 210 15th from Rare Vinyl TLR. Let's move a little bit further down. 17th is Team FFS. Team Disruptive, lot to talk about with them. Indeed, Jamie did that on the build-up in the holding area. Not in this race, but later on going for the 10 grand bounty, which we'll talk about more. Seed Data in 214, line up 19th from Signature RV. Then it's 246, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, XL EDF Motorsport 22nd, and Team Olympian GRD, our reigning champions, championship leaders, and obviously race winners last time out on Anglesey, unbeaten this year, starting at the back of the grid. But John, there are so many stories coming into this weekend. I know I've been told never start a presentation with an apology. Sorry, I don't have one of those for you today, other than to say Andy McEwen sends his regards. He's away. So those of you that are Andy McEwen's fan club, apologies. It's me and John today. It was John
There's
and
an
Andy.
Andy McEwen fan club. What?
Probably. There is. Andy's a very popular commentator.
No, he is.
Big boots to fill to stand in for Andy. And
I've got size 11, so that should be all right.
Are you 11?
Yeah,
I'm only a 9, so you've got
like
bigger. You know what they say, don't you? Big feet.
Big
Big
socks.
shoes, yeah, big socks. There we go.
Right then, let's stop talking about our feet size. The drivers heading through the last couple of corners. Of course, you might have noticed as well a number of the drivers missing the windows on the side and the back of the car. That's going to try and help with the cooling of the car throughout this race, and they'll be hoping that the car will continue on into the 3 hour later on today as well. That'll be a main key part of this one. But drivers 2x2 then, we're about to get 1 hour underway, sir. Let's go.
Here we go then. So it's the Uvio Hoffmann's motorsport car on pole. Are we going to see an early lead for Farkini Diot? We have to be very careful how we say
Yes.
that. I love the fact that these guys get into the Fun Cup element with the pseudonyms, and it is Farkini. Well, doesn't get the run into the first corner. This is the worrying moment for me, always at Croft when they go into Clervaux, but I think everybody's realised it's an hour race. They all need to survive turn 1. Somebody said to me last week, yeah, if it's turn 1 that's the problem and they're okay, then turn 2. But the Fun Cup driving standards, John, very good for starters.
Oh, fantastic. Not any sort of contact. There was a little nibble from the 97 heading to the first couple of corners, but all making it through just fine. Big slam on the brakes there for PLR as they tried to dive to that inside line, but couldn't quite grab the position away from the squabbling drivers. The 92 there getting hung out wide, another driver slipping up and under. Vape Club moving through the field as well, but you'll notice Team Olympian GRD haven't made any moves just yet. They're still there at the back of the order. Like we say, they'll be looking to get as far up as possible, but I think another win to continue on the streak is going to be a challenging one, to say the least. Now, super committed down here. That's Riley Phillips, straight down the inside there. Of course, racing for Team Summers in the first part of this race, but he gets the move done. I think he's up to 4th or 5th after that one. Gets through on the Red River Sport car as they go through into the final couple of corners. It looks as though Uvio have been relinquished of the lead, though.
Yeah, they were beaten off the line by Sherrodice, who have been very, very quick. They've been knocking on the door of a win right the way through the course of the season so far. Very quick team. The pairing of Teddy Wilson, who is in the first stint. Peter Belshaw will take over after the stops. I've got to say, probably fairly unusual from my point of view as the cars. I should have shut up as we let them go past, because it's nice to get the engine noise of these cars going past. The 1.8 litre? I think so, yeah. Cars as they go.
I just drove it as fast as
You
I
only
could,
drive
mate, I
them. You only drive them as they go past the pit wall. And sorry for those of you who wanted to enjoy that rather than me rabbiting on, but I'm quite surprised to see Farkini relinquish the lead spot to the Sherrodice car in these early stages. I thought Farkini would have maybe wanted to get in the lead and just try and get away and build a little bit. But he's under pressure for P2 here.
He is trying down the inside there. Look to grab that apex at FF Corsa. Whether they've got it or not, we'll wait and see when they come through to corner exit. Not quite. Uvio have held that outside line and held on to the place. Again, though, that's a re-attempt at the overtake here from Red River Sport, going side by side into the S's section. I think they've just about sorted themselves out, though. It's a difficult place to go side by side. They hadn't, and they make contact on the exit. Riley Phillips has to slot back in behind then. I mean, I don't think Gary Summers will be too happy if he hands his car over to Riley for the first stint and Riley causes heaps of damage. But we haven't seen it there, and I don't think we will. Of course, Riley, a very accomplished racer, and not only in the Fun Cup, across plenty of disciplines, but Fun Cup, he is particularly sharp, and he's showing it here on the first few laps. Great to see the Team Summers car right up the order as trying to put the pressure back on there to the number 200. As there, all over the back of PLR into the final corner, late down the inside from Red River Sport. That's going to be really late on the brakes. Gets that inside line, I think a bit of rubbing to the exit, and forcibly makes their way up into P4.
That was Johnny Molam at the wheel of the Red River Sport car. We were a couple of people talking about Johnny Molam earlier on, wasn't there? And saying what a forceful driver he can be. That one didn't cause any paint trading or chips, I don't think.
Oh! That was aggressive, wasn't it? PLR looking to hold that inside line on GCI. I don't think GCI were expecting that one.
I don't know whether GCI had GCI on the side that big. Maybe they did it because I was calling them CGI.
Yeah, it's new for this season, that one. New for this season. So bit of bodywork lost.
Yeah, there is bodywork lost.
Who was it? Was it GCI or was it the defending driver there, the 200 of Red River Sport? We'll wait and see as they carry on. Often you can lose a bit of bodywork here and there and it doesn't make too much difference, but once that front splitter goes particularly, the car becomes really difficult to drive, especially at this sort of circuit where you've got high-speed sections where you're really having to hang the car on the ragged edge. That aero really does make a difference. No matter how much it looks like it wouldn't, it really does.
Farkini now down in third, but looking a little bit racy in terms of maybe just realised where he is. Third place, doesn't want to be there, wants P2 back over the FF Corsa car. So as they completed lap 2, it was the FF Corsa car that made it through into P2. And that is Miguel Faisca, I think, at the wheel. Hopefully he got the pronunciation correct. I was taught the end of one of Jamie's interviews with Miguel, but he's had a very good start indeed. Fourth position is Greenheath at the moment with Red River Sport in fifth place. Fastest flying lap on lap 2 was, unsurprisingly, perhaps Ted Bradbury. And that's in the traffic. Yeah. Now, you might have thought, I might have thought Sherrodice might have got the first flying lap. There is I can't even say it, Ted Bradbury making his way through past GCI, who are getting to be victims of a little bit of physicality.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Craig Butterworth behind the wheel at the moment there of the GTI. He is getting shoved around a little bit out there, isn't he? Finds his way back through there as they continue to go side by side. He's actually losing more places. Sorry, Demon Teak slipping through and then getting muscled out again there. Down at the first couple of corners.
Jamie Day.
Was that, of course, we saw a bit of bodywork loss on one of the cars, potentially that making that car a little bit more challenging to drive there for Craig. But either way, he slipped a bit down the order. He won't be happy with that one. Of course, they have won the championship in previous years, has that GCI car. So we shall wait and see whether they can side their way back through again. Under a lot of pressure there, down towards the right-hander. Best overtaking move opportunity on the circuit there, that right-hander, and a couple of drivers, one going up the inside and one going around the outside.
Chris Novell made up one place on the 2 laps. They might be a little bit disappointed with that. I was wondering whether the championship leaders would just take their time to bed in, suss out what's going on around them, and then start to make some moves. Now, we'll know that Andy McEwen always says that Chris is not necessarily the quickest driver of the 3. So to some extent, and this applies with any team, there is going to be a slower driver out of the 3. It's going to be a slower driver out of the 2. Where do you fit in, by the way, in the Ratters racing? Are you the quick? Normally the youngsters are the quicker ones.
No, I was the slowest. Certainly to begin with. I mean, I'd never raced a car in my life. So I very much started as the slowest. I think I was just starting to nibble on the heels of my dad at the end of proceedings. We were pretty much bob on bob, depending on the circuit, depending on the conditions, but it was definitely my brother that was always the fastest in the Ratters racing crew. But we'd love to get back out there ASAP. We'll wait and see whether next year comes or not. But it's great to be up here in the comms box anyway, still enjoying the racing action from the sidelines.
It's great to have you. We'd really ideally love to have both. We'd like to have you on track and doing your...
You don't want to put a microphone in my helmet during the race.
No, well, we appreciate that. And you've already warned me about the fact that we need a bleep button if something goes untoward. I'm looking at the battle for the lead, which is coming down the straight in towards the Tower Bend at the moment. That's me looking out the window rather than looking at what's going on screen. And very quickly, Luke from Alpha picks up on it as the 4th place car comes into view. That group headed by the Red River Sport Car with Johnny Molam at the wheel, but Miguel Feisker, I think, is starting to put a bit of pressure on the lead car, the Sherrodise car driven by Teddy Wilson. Now he's dealt with the Uvio Hoffman's car, and here they are. He's definitely close, and this is sort of notice of intent for the lead here, John.
Yeah, he's all over the back of me, isn't he? A little bit wide there through the first couple of corners for Sherrodise. But they hang on. They've got a different livery compared to what they had out at Anglesey. They were all black, was the Sherrodise car. It was definitely still the 251. So
did they have contact there by any chance, which necessitated a change?
They did have a few issues. So potentially...
What does that mean, a few issues? Is that media speak, or is that...
That's, yeah, that's partially, I don't want to go into too much detail, and partially I don't really remember at this current stage. So we'll press on. I just remember they were having difficulties. They had a really good pace from the start of this one. They've remained firm at the front of the field, but now piling the pressure on there in the battle for the lead are FF Corsa, and any sort of manoeuvres here, Uvio Hoffmans are going to be straight back onto the back of this battle. We're only about 10 minutes in now. We could be a 3-way battle for the lead, but we continue to watch in behind. There's another hit check there, this time on the number 14 of Greenheath. They were running well up in 4th place only a couple of laps ago,
well, look,
now they've been shuffled back.
Sorry to cut across you. Look who is in 5th place.
Indeed. No, Ted Bradbury's been doing an unbelievable job with Bait Club, just siding through.
And Olympian GRD was saying, oh, he might not come through from the back, but there's a car starting 1 row in front of them. Simon Rudd, you were wrong.
Move for the lead, down the inside goes 257. FF Corsa into Tower Bend, get the move done. Trying to get back alongside on the exit there are Sherrodise. They're still trying their best to, but it will unlikely work here as they head down into the flat-out S's down towards Sunny Bend. Now, Sunny will be their first possible re-overtaking opportunity here, and I think with the difference in pace that we've seen, it might be a good idea to go for it if they want a shot at the lead later on in this race. They can't quite get the speed, they can't get enough alongside, and that is place gained, lead taken for Sherrodise UK.
So who's the novice cross for on that? Is that for... on the 257 car?
Don't ask me these questions. Well, I'd hope it's Ian Morris, given the pace of Miguel Feisker. If he's got the novice cross on, my goodness.
It's not too good, is it, for someone with pace to be passed, and the first thing you see is the yellow square and the black cross. It's like sticking the proverbial finger up at you when you've gone past, isn't it? But yeah, I think you're probably right. Top 3 still together and coming down the main straight. We have a quick flick back and look at the action coming through the hairpin.
There was a huge move into the hairpin from the 104, an absolute dive bomb into the final corner, but it's worked out. They just moved up 4 places on the last lap of XLEDF on the 104. They are flying, and it was a send up the inside of Red River Sport of the number 200 to steal the place away there at the final turn, but it's worked.
Vape Club EDF up into 4th position now, and we are barely 12 minutes into this race. That is from the back of the grid for Ted Bradbury. You talk to Ted, he's just such an unassuming youngster, and I get the impression we've got a car coming into the pits, which we'll pick up for.
This is the 92. The 92 are into the pits then, so that's 22 GT Racing. Is that not? No, I'm getting them confused. Yeah, 22 GT Racing. I think they were called Starline last year, I want to say. They had all stars over the side, but they've changed this year. Different team name, maybe different drivers as well. But sadly, race 1 looked already to be over as they pulled it straight into the garage.
Andy McEwen would know that, and he'd say, well, they've had 50 visits to the pits in the last 10 years, spread over 3 different events. And
where does that man get his stats?
Did he leave you his stat?
No, of course he didn't. Of course he didn't. You think he's going to give me his secret potion? No, of course he's not. We're battling for the lead, though, once again, into the final couple of corners. We'll see if we can pick it up on the cameras for you. We were side by side there as Sherrodice tried to hang it around the outside. Greenheath around! Greenheath around outside the window! GCI just avoid them. That was a big off there for Greenheath. Now, were they helped into that one, or did they spin it all on their own? I didn't quite tell, but they've come to a halt outside our commentary box window. They've got it back going again. Greenheath rejoined the action right at the back of the pack. What a great start it was for the 14. Now, who's behind the wheel of that one? It is Gary Bate who's behind the wheel of the 14. Let's see if they come into the pit, or was it simply just a bit of a racing incident there between the couple of cars? It was. They carry on. So a huge amount of time and a huge amount of positions lost there for Gary Bate and the number 14 of Greenheath. That is gutting for them, because I was taking the mick a little bit in Angle C. They were having such a good race number 2, and it did come through for them. They had a fantastic finishing result, but sadly, the first time of asking here, we're only 13 minutes into racing action, and the 14 finds himself facing in the wrong direction.
Still time to come back, though, if you've got someone like Ted Bradbury at the wheel who's come through, and I'll go back to the point I was making about Ted. Very unassuming young man, but very clearly a youngster who is a data sponge. He's picking up knowledge from everyone he talks to. Every time he goes in the car and learning, and how quick is he going to get on the back of this top 3? Watch Bradbury, nearly there already. Very nearly, John. Got that 4-car battle for the lead, which is, we kind of don't want the mandatory pit stops now, but we'll take them. Fair enough. We'll see how they pan out. But I just think this is amazing, and this is what Fun Cup is all about. Drivers still come to me and say, I saw you did the Odd Fun Cup event. I was thinking about having a go at that. Get yourselves in. The latest one of that, it is 4 for the lead now. It's a quartet for lead position. I'll come back to my point about, remind me later on in the 3 hour.
He's gone through.
He's gone through. Up into 3rd goes Ted Bradbury, past Farkini Diot, which I'm saying as carefully as I can so you can avoid finding out why he calls himself that.
Yeah, we won't go to that one on the live stream, I think. Great move, another committed move into the final corner. It looks like an easy one to make, but it really isn't. You've got to wait to get that throttle on the exit there at the final corner, but beautifully done by Ted Bradbury. We would expect nothing less. There's more battles down into the first couple of corners. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump there over the inside apex curb as Team Disruptive moved their way through into 7th past Team Summers. Now, I'm just going to highlight as well, you mentioned about the pit stops. Of course, 2 mandatory pit stops throughout this 1-hour endurance race, but crucially, in this one, the drivers won't need to refuel. So this is going to be a straight fight between who can get out of the car and get in the car the fastest and get back out there on the black stuff, because you can lose a bit of time, gain a bit of time on track, you can lose heaps from one small mistake in the pits, just as we see another place gained for Vape Club.
They're doing well, and that is, to be fair, that 4th place car, if you're watching it thinking, they've not done very well, started on pole, dropped back to 4th, but still with the lead group, and they are absolute masters at the pit stops.
He might go for it here into Sun. He thinks about it there, does Ted Bradbury. You saw how wobbly he was through the S's, and again, the back end sliding out for the Vape Club car. Ted is on the edge here, and he is super, super quick.
He told me earlier on, Ted Bradbury, that he was going to temper his driving, take it carefully, make sure the car was going to last for the full, and he's already into the lead. As I say that, he's gone through, But that's Ted Bradbury looking after his car, John, by the way.
Oh yeah, he's keeping it super relaxed out there, isn't he?
But that's effectively penultimate place on the grid to the lead.
It's ridiculous.
Within 15 minutes. Incredible stuff from Ted Bradbury and entertaining for everybody here. We said that was one of the cars to watch, didn't we, at the start of the race? So I hope everybody on the banking has enjoyed watching Ted Bradbury go through. And our third different leader. So Andy McEwen, there's a stat for you, 3 different leaders in 15 minutes.
Yeah, there you go. Hope you listen, Andy. But yeah, wow, that's got to be one of the drives of the season so far there for Ted Bradbury to make it through the grid in that sort of time. That is simply ridiculous. Now we'll see whether he's got the outright pace to go it alone here and just drive off on the drivers behind. Obviously, we've already seen how critical the slipstream is. We saw how quickly Sherrodai's got chased down, then overtaken by FF Course. I thought that would be it, given the pace we saw from FF Course. But they didn't drive away. They then stayed in the slipstream. They were still battling there over the lead. Now that Vape Club have come through, can they break that toe and scamper off into the sunset? We'll wait and see. So plenty of time for things to happen here.
There are, when we get into pit stops, a lot of considerations have to be made into pit stops, whether it's refueling or otherwise. As John mentioned, not in this one, but it's a very narrow pit lane here. So it can get crowded on the way out. So timing could be absolutely key for that. More on track action going on here with some side-by-sides.
Whoa! That's a bit of bodywork, I think, Robbie. I thought we were seeing them exiting the circuit there.
Yeah,
a bit of bodywork rubbing, and a lot of bodywork rubbing there for GCI. So they're going to have to come into the pits. That's going to rub that tyre down until it pops there if they continue on as they are going. But the drivers should be able to see the smoke there coming off the front left. They should see they need to do something about
They'll
it.
feel it, nothing else.
The bodywork's just come off there. So hopefully that will be a rubbing done and dusted. And I can see them coming through the final couple of corners out of our window. And it looks to be sorted. So thankfully for GCI, they managed to chuck that bodywork off of the car. And they should be fine here to carry on through to the first pit stop. So that was a bit touch and go for them there, but it seems to all be sorted.
Miguel Feisker not being dropped at the moment by Ted Bradbury for the race lead. So Ted is away.
Pit window's open. Pit window is open. We've got 2 drivers already into the pits then. That is Team Disruptive from 5th place. And Bert from 13th. They just popped in. Who did we have as well? PLR, the 146 from 10th place as well. All those 3 coming in at the first time of asking. Same for the 14th of Greenheath as well.
Hopefully Jamie will grab some chats with some of the drivers getting out just to get a feel on how hot it is. The championship leader comes in, Chris Devell. Actually got up to 17th place, Chris Devell, so not a bad opening stint for the championship leaders. To be fair, I don't think they really see the run of wins as a monkey on their backs. It's a lovely thing to be able to continue if they're able to do it. But the key thing for them is going to be the championship lead and to maintain that. So Chris Devell will hand over to Simon Rudd, or Simon Rudd, if we were in Andy mode this week. Or is that not fair?
I'm not going to be doing an impression of him anytime soon.
It's not an impression, I'm just saying, because Andy is northern. Actually, it's probably appropriate for here at Croft.
Everyone listen out on the tannoy. They might prefer
two
that.
southerners doing the commentary, which they could probably do without, to be perfectly honest. But
hey ho, unlucky. You've got what you've got, so I hope you do enjoy. Right then, first few drivers into the pits then, so not too much of a big pit window. I think it's still 10 minutes, the pit window here, but obviously they come thick and fast in this one because we have only got 1 hour. The UVO straight into the pits as well for their first scheduled stop of the day. Now I did notice as well, of course, like we would have assumed, Olympian were coming straight into the pits to get Chris out of the car. Next driver in, like you say, will be Simon Rudd, who takes the wheel. Let's see how they can do through the order once Simon is behind the wheel of that car. But again, no refueling for UVO.
look at that.
Super quick.
They are. I said they were the masters of the pit stop. That was so quick. Fabulous Randacci going in, and you'll see that his team wear, including crash helmet, is based on James Hunt from 76. If you're youngsters, I guess you've watched the Rush film.
Of course.
And do you know what? That film, Ron Howard and his team on that film did such a great job bringing that era alive for so many youngsters. I mean, I was lucky enough to grow up with that, but to see the film, it inspired a lot of youngsters. We get a lot of drivers now, junior Formula F4 coming up, and I was really pleased to say 2 of the F4 cohort for this year said their driving heroes were James Hunt and Nicky Lauda, because they'd seen that film and saw what they went through. Yeah, there was a little bit of poetic license in the film, but you know what? Those guys were heroes back in the day.
Yeah, no, they were. Unbelievable to see. Of course, there's so much tech now in London Motorsports, so much safety regulations. Back then, there was a lot less, and you really were taking your life into your hands. Now, I think we can safely say drivers mostly out there to enjoy themselves and have fun. If you do have a big crash, particularly in a Fun Cup car like these, you will likely be absolutely fine, and I can speak from experience, taking to the skies at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch last year, but we'll speak less about that. Let's watch the drivers who are actually out there driving very well. Still, the Vape Club car in the lead as they just went past the pit lane, but I will say, two drivers still very, very close in behind of FF Corsa and Seradai, so despite that pace, to scythe through and get into the lead, 246 still hasn't been able to break the toe and scamper off. Now this is the crucial element here to the first round of pit stops. Now will we see those drivers working together, using each other's slipstream, create a nice gap? Or will we see those other drivers who have decided to pit early, Uvio being one of them, maybe they'll find a bit of pace out there on their own and be able to get ahead of all three? Let's wait and see when the pit lane window closes. But we are watching one of the cars in there, not having the best of times, wherever I know TLR, clearly with some issues.
Bit of a story here, with obviously the fact that we've got some issues going on, which is a little bit of a pity for the rare vinyl TLR car, which was driven by Rob Croydon from the opening stint. The second stint is going to be Joe Wiggin. It's on the list as Wiggins, but it's actually Wiggin as in singular, in case you're marking your programs or marking it. And Joe Wiggin is, of course, a hopefully a very well-known driver. Raced with us in the Mazda Super Cup, and is very much a winning, quick driver. Maybe he'll get a longer stint. He'll get maybe more stints in terms of the third race, but Joe will be waiting. He'll be known as, I was talking to Simon Rudd about him yesterday. He said, oh, we've got Bosch racing with us this weekend. And he said, who? Bosch. And he didn't have a clue what I was talking about. But Joe Wiggin, if you look at his overalls, he's got Bosch written on his, as his nickname, written on across the belt on his overalls. And he's a very quick peddler, lovely bloke, and really delighted to see him joining us in Fun Cup this week.
3 leaders are in the pits, 3 leaders into the pits. This is going to be a straight fight in the pit lane. Who can do their pit stops the quickest and the slickest, and who can get out back on circuit in the lead of the race? We look down to Ted Bradbury, who hops out. No, sorry, that's the other car. That's the Team Destructor car, isn't it? The 257. Sorry, not Team Destructive. It'll be FF Corsa, my apologies, on the 257. As Axiometrics head into the pits as well then. Let's see if this works for the drivers who pitted early, or will Uvio jump in front? They're coming down the start-finish straight now. They are going to get ahead. Uvio jumped from 4th to 1st in the first round of pit stops.
You sound surprised, but I think I said something about how quick they were before, and
it's true.
That does not surprise me. I mean, that team as well, 2 very quick drivers. They know Fun Cup, they know the drill, and when people come to me and talk about the 10 grand bounty, so what am I talking about first of all? Let's put that in context. The Rose family have put up a 10 grand prize if you win your first race in Fun Cup. It has to be more than an hour, it's not this one, but if you're in a 3 hour or above race and you win it in your debut, then you can win a £10,000 bounty. And that stop that we saw from the Uvio Hoffman's team was the reason why it's very difficult to beat, because they've got 2 very quick drivers and they are incredibly well drilled at doing their stops. We had Jake Hill join us famously last year. Was that the round you had your incident at, Jake Hill?
No, that was the final round. That was down at Alter Park. So no, we had a good race in that one, no crashes.
And did you beat Jake Hill?
No, of course we didn't. I would see he would come through to come and lap me, and I just go past me, just crack on. There's no point in me even getting close to you there.
But the people, and we've got a couple of drivers obviously in this weekend that are going for the £10,000 prize in race 2, which is Matt Topham and Darren Burke. Jamie spoke to Darren in the pits coming into this race, the Mr. Caterham, pretty much known as a very noted Caterham coach. More cars coming into pit lane for their driver swaps. And glad to see you're doing the Andy McEwen bit and ticking them off, which is great. And in race 2, British GT man Matt Topham and Darren Burke will be going for the 10 grand bounty. But it's not just about having 2 quick drivers, it's about having the drill and the strategy right as well.
It is indeed. There's so many things that come into it to get a good result here in the Fun Cup. You could be the fastest racing drivers in the world, but if you haven't got those pit stops down, you haven't got the strategy down, then it's not going to happen for you. It just isn't. And that takes years of experience and years of soaking up the data between all the different drivers who have raced in this championship for so long. But yeah, like you say, we'll see how they get on in the next race of the day. Now, that isn't usual. The first time I've heard of this, a bit of a dispensation to not have to battle for the 10 grand on the first race of the day in the 1 hour. They've been allowed to sort of act like this didn't happen. And they'll move that over to the 3 hour later on today.
A bit of cheeky practice for them,
exactly,
isn't it?
exactly. A bit of practice in race conditions. And I will say as well, of course, they are going for that race win, as of course you are, for £10,000. If they finish in second place, though, they will bag themselves £2,000. If they finish in third, they'll bag themselves £1,000. So even if the win doesn't quite happen, a podium would still be a great finish, and also get them a bit of cash in the pocket as well.
So, John, imagine these two British GT drivers coming in and thinking, yeah, do you know what? We'll sandbag a little bit in race number 1 so we don't end up winning it and end at the back of the grid for the start of race 2 to give ourselves the maximum chance of taking the win. Are the Rose family going to sort the draw out so they're at the back anyway?
They'll be hoping to, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Fingers crossed right there in the Rose camp just to make sure that car is off the back of the grid for race 2.
Yeah, no, but I'm sure, I don't think that's even going to need to be a possibility in this one for them, but I think that's one of the cases if you just deal with it if and when it happens, but I think they should be all okay to see this one out where they are. We look back to that sharp end of the order then, so we have got the UV Hoffman's Motorsport in the lead, and already Vape Club and EDF Motorsports chasing them down. Now, I'm pretty sure, when I checked earlier, it was a double stint for Ted Bradbury. Yes, it is. So he's in for stint 1 and stint 2. It'll be Vlad Vasiliev out for stint 3. So I think Ted's goal here is to chase down and pass the UVO car, try and put as much of a gap between the two of them as possible. And then Vlad has really got to make that car as wide as possible for the third and final stint of the race.
So for the double stint on your pit stop, what would Ted have done? Would he have sat in the car for a set time, or does he have to get out and get back in?
So I think this has changed for this year. I think it used to be you had to get out of the car, run round and get in the other door. I think that's changed this year now. I think you only have to get out and get back in the same door now, because of course when you've got two drivers, one's getting out one door, one's getting in the other, it's almost seamless transition between the two. It's not really fair to make the driver run around. They are going to lose time doing that, so I think it's changed this year to make it a bit fairer. So you would have seen Ted have to unbuckle all the belts, hop out, hop straight back in, get them all back on again and head back out the pit lane.
Ted Bradbury then double stinting this one. Do you know, I hadn't picked up on that, so I'm glad that you did mention that for us. And Vlad
he's passed him. He's got past him already.
He has, yeah, he's got back into the lead. But again, we've got another stop to go yet, so we'll see whether Uvio, Hoffman's Motorsport, can hold on. So Fabulous Randaccio will hand back to Farkini Diot. And for the closing session, let's have a quick look now. Team Olympian GRD with Simon Rudd at the wheel, up into 14th, so we're already starting to see the Simon Rudd effect.
We are indeed, yeah, we should see him chop his way through the order over this second stint of the race. That's one of the highlights.
Chop his way, he's a chopper.
Yeah.
Chopper Rudd, have we got a new nickname going on for him?
That's going to be it now, I'll have to use it for a whole day now, just to annoy him. Luckily he can't hear us at the moment, so that's probably for the best.
He watches these back religiously.
I know he does. I know he does. Hello, Simon. I was just looking at the pace as well. Second to last lap, new fastest lap of the race, courtesy of Vape Club, a 36.5. Even with making that overtake on Uvio on the last lap, they did a 36.6. Uvio on that same last lap did a 38.5. Vape Club were nearly 2 seconds faster on the last lap alone. I think we're going to see this leading gap continue to extend through the rest of this second stint if the pace stays similar to that. Battles continuing on in the middle of the pack though. This is the 257, the FF Corsa car that we saw battling for the lead earlier on, now starting to slip down the order. They've lost the place to Team Destructive and PLR on the first part of this lap, or a Team Destructive still behind them. I think they might be actually, so I think it might be 2 places gained for PLR Racing. They've nipped on by, and Axiometrics right there with them as well. So still plenty of feisty cars getting amongst battles here to try and gain some places in this first race of the day. We're nearly already halfway through, Mr. Rich John Neal.
It's gone very quickly, hasn't it? As ever, Fun Cup racing does. You know, even the 4-hour races, which a lot of people go, how do you do that, 4 hours of Fun Cup? I said, well, if you watch it, you'll see, because you enjoy it. And
there's always so much to talk about.
There's always something going on track, isn't there? And yeah, I think this is the first hour race that I've been involved with, actually. As we look at that 200 car, the Red River Sport, this is Bonamy Grimes, who wasn't down to race this weekend, but I noticed him on the amendments to programme, who has come back in. Bonamy, it was going to be Gareth Williams, I think, this weekend, but Bonamy coming back in for whatever reason. We're glad he's here. Again, 2 quick drivers in that car.
257 was under a bit of pressure there from Rare Vinyl TLR. Rare Vinyl looking to the inside line, not able to grab it, so it just seems as though in the FF Corsa car, Second driver just not quite on the same pace as the first driver, but of course it's understandable. Everyone's learning the car, learning the conditions, learning this circuit at their own pace. And we'll see if the 257 can hold on and stay in the top 10 before handing it back over. So yeah, Ian Morris in for the second stint. I think we can assume now the reason for the novice cross is Ian in the car. I mean, like I said, if it was Miguel, it would have been ridiculous. He's doing a great job. He's keeping it on circuit. He's not making contact with anyone, and he's keeping good pace. It is so difficult. I remember from when I was first starting, when you get dropped in the car in a really good position and you just feel yourself slipping further and further back. It's so disheartening. But he needs to just focus on himself, keep on good pace, keep hitting his markers, and keep improving. And being comfortable being around cars going at 100, 120 miles an hour was a difficult learning curve, but really, really exciting.
We're going to take a look back at some of the key moments of the opening part. For those of you on the stream anyway, not here at the circuit, you'll have to bear with us, but let's have a look and see how things got away off the start of the race. Uwe Hoffmann's on pole position, but Miguel Feisker in the FF Corsa 257 managed to grab the lead as they went down into Clervaux for the first time. I've got to say, everybody very well behaved indeed as they sorted themselves out. Other championships, please note, John. Here they come then through Hawthorns and up into the chicane the first time. It was the first of a couple of places to be lost by the Uwe Hoffmann's car from P2, but kept themselves in the right place for when we got into the pit stops. Slow progress from the back of the grid for the championship leaders as the second position changed early on with Team Sherrodice coming up into P2 initially. Demon Tweak's car there going side by side with GCI. A little bit of panel bashing in the early stages, which caused a little bit of damage here and there, as it ever is the case in Fun Cup racing, but everybody surviving. And despite the heat, the drivers still finding it in themselves to make some places. That one there being made up by Johnny Molan, popping up the inside in the 200 Red River Sport car. FF Corsa continued to lead, and the car displaying the rookie insignia for our second driver, Ian Morris, who was to take over at the first pit stops going well, but there was great progress going through the field for the 246 car there, the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, driven by Ted Bradbury from the penultimate row of the grid, who very quickly got up into the top positions. You can see him here rounding the Team Summers car, started instead of Darren Brown by Riley Phillips. FF Corsa on the pace, great battle for the lead, three cars all pretty much involved in the mix as we entered the probably around about 15-minute stage of the race. Great action continued elsewhere as the other runners tried to sort themselves out down the order. Some drivers picking up problems over the course of the race. That was the 22 GT racing car. Chris Brown, the opening driver of that, one of our Masters category. A lot of Masters in the championship. If you're of that age, you can certainly come and enjoy your Fun Cup racing with us. Age is certainly no barrier to this. And no car proved to be a barrier too for our race leader by the time we got to the first pit stop. That was Ted Bradbury, fastest lap, and grabbed the lead just before the pit stops. The car leaving the pits there gained the lead in the pit stops. That was Uwe Hoffmann's motorsport car, with Marchini handing over to Fabulous Randaccio. And that leads us now into heading towards where we are, which is looking forward to our second bunch of stops. Uwe Hoffmann's in second place. Ted Bradbury, who's got to hand over to that master. I'm guessing Ted will stay in as long as possible. I'm saying that he wants to shortchange Vlad, but it's a team sport. You've got to play to your strengths and keep the fastest driver out there as long as possible.
Exactly that. Of course, Ted racing for a completely different team last year, and Vlad has drafted him into the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports team to look to start to properly crack on and win some races. Have a really good team between the two of them. Vlad's been going from strength to strength over the last few years as well, and he's really up now to leader's pace. It's like you say, I think the plan will be keep Ted up for as long as possible, continue to build that lead gap, and then hopefully once he hands it over, Vlad can hang on to it all the way through to the end of the race and be the first team that's not called Olympian GRD to win a race in 2025 in the Fun Cup. Speaking of Team Olympian GRD though, they've just made The move on Axiometrics on the last lap. Up to 8th place goes Simon Rudd, and he is really hauling that car up the order to try and gain a few more points towards the championship charge. I just want to quickly mention as well, we've been singing the praises of the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports team, but I want to highlight XL EDF Motorsport as well, have been doing a stellar job. They were on the same row, just ahead of Olympian at the start of this one, and they're up to 4th place as well. First stint was done by Jamie Day, now it's Paul Hardy in the car, but that team from the UAE doing an unbelievable job up into P4 already. But after that first round of pit stops, we've sort of got a couple of seconds now between all of our leading drivers, so hopefully we'll see where that second round brings them all back together again.
XL Motorsports, of course, known through your world of karting, and now the last couple of seasons making their way up in British F4, which I've been delighted to be a part of. And Simon Rudd is about to make the move now. Rudd goes past Bonamy Grimes. It's going to be Johnny Molam and that 2-car team taking the 3rd stint for the 200. Also having a nibble there in the rear vinyl car was Joe Wiggin getting stuck. Joe Wiggin showing the pace that we knew he was capable of, but Simon Rudd doing exactly what he needs to do here. Getting up now into 6th place. Going to be interesting to see when he closes up with Team Disruptive, actually, our 2 GT drivers going for the bounty, and how quickly Simon can deal with them, because Simon's got much more time in the car than those guys, but they are quick as well.
Of course. We'll see which one wins out there, but we can see to watch Simon fly his way up the order. Now, this is a difficult one for the man you just mentioned of Joe Wiggin behind the wheel of the rear vinyl. Of course, they've had those issues in the first pit stop. They had to have the bonnet up. They were fixing all bits and bobs. It looked like maybe a power steering. I know they were fiddling with the front of the car, and often it is that, particularly in this heat, if they have the power steering on, it can quite easily go wrong when it overheats. But they've lost that couple of laps. They're now right down at the back of the order, 22nd place for them, 3 laps off the leader. But they're on that leading pace, so they're battling in with the drivers around them who are battling for sort of bottom end of the top 10. So it's a bit of a challenging one. There's no real blue flags, don't have to let drivers through, but the drivers around them who are on the same pace will be thinking, get out of the way, you're not in this race, mate.
No, but they'll use it as a testing exercise and want to know what capability they have for this event, the rest of this event, and of course future ones, if we can tempt Joe Wiggin.
FF Corsa, I think, around outside our comms box, I've just spotted.
A little bit more on the way, that's on the way into the complex for our directors if they want to check up on that as we again follow Simon Rudd.
Yeah, there they are. We go. 257, trying to get it back on circuit.
And again, rookie cross on the back of the car. That tells you all you need to know about this guy being a newcomer into motor racing. Very, very easy to point a finger. And it puts Ian under a lot of pressure, doesn't it? Miguel was very quick in that first stint. And for me, if I was a rookie, I would think, goodness me, that has put me under so much pressure to go out and try and equal what my pro driver, if we want to call him that, has done.
You can't be thinking like that. You can't be comparing if you know you're not at the same level as that other driver you're with. You've just got to think as if you're running completely separate races. They'll all come together to one final result, but you're doing your stint. You've got to do it to the best of your ability and then hand it back over to your fellow drivers. So we'll see how he can continue. He was in 11th place there when he went for the spin. He rejoins in 17th now as they head onto a new lap of this race. 22 laps so far completed, and I think we will soon be heading in to that second pit window. I'm trying to see if we can spot the board.
It's open. I was hearing a little bit of gossip in my lug holes to tell me that I think the window is about to be open. We've got a sea of orange on
I
the
can
pit
see
wall.
it. I can see the pit window just below the lights. We've got the pit window board out now. So yes, it is open. Second round of pit stops about to be completed, and again, will we see the order reshuffle yet again?
I think what we should have is a full day of Fun Cup. Actually, you can't have a full day, can you? But a 1 hour race for every round would be great, and then a full endurance race in the afternoon. So maybe get the hour race in the morning, and double stinting it on a single day would be good. Your Angleseys are great. The double headers with the 3 hour races, absolutely superb. I had a mega time on Anglesey last year. Is that your first trip to Anglesey?
Apart from racing in it, yeah, that's my first time commentating. Yeah, I've raced Anglesey.
What a great place.
Well, unbelievable.
Mega place.
Unbelievable. I remember I was doing the final stint last time we were racing at Anglesey, and the sunset was just the most beautiful thing. I was having to actually be like, right, John, you need to drive this car fast. Like, stop looking at the scenery. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely mega circuit. So pit window open, and we're going to get in around about 10 minutes time, get a flavour of who is where after all the stops are done. At the moment though, just to recap, we've got Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Ted Bradbury at the wheel. He's the fastest driver on track as well. Best lap, 1:36.563. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, well, they were 4th coming into the first set of stops, but now P2, great driving from Randaccio as the 246 car comes in. It's an early start, John, for the race leader. Vlad Vasiliev is in on the inside car. Ted Bradbury gets out on the outside. Ted doesn't get a chance to brief his teammate. No fuel required on this one. Different dynamic going on for the 3-hour race. The 246 car not as swift, I've got to say. Ted looking a little bit frustrated with that stop. I think maybe Jamie will get his feedback, but on the whole, a pretty good stop from the 246 car.
It's interesting that it was the opposite of what we thought it was going to be. Really early.
Yeah, I'm giving Vlad his money's worth. He's got to do his bit, hasn't he? He's got to earn his crust here, Vlad Vasiliev.
There you go. We'll see if he can. He heads back out of the pits straight into 20 minutes of racing action. I spotted on the last lap, and we had an issue down at Tower for the 200 of Red River Sport. They were in 8th place. But they've now been overtaken by Axiometrics and Burt. Down to 10th they go. But I saw them quite slow off the exit of the bend. Didn't see how it happened, whether they were assisted into issues or whether it was an issue for themselves. Either way, they're back into racing speed and running out there on circuit again. But some issues for the 200 as more drivers file their way into pit lane.
Not coming in. We have 19 minutes left on the clock, so I guess to do a decent stint, that would be the case. FF Course coming in. So Ian Morris's stint. I think Ian's acquitted himself pretty well, to be honest. He's had a shortish stint, Ian Morris, but comes in, had a gyration, managed to recover from that in the 257 car. Down in 16th place at the moment, just behind Greenheath. So still plenty for them to race for over the remainder of this. But Vape Club EDF still the race leaders, and Vlad Vasiliev has really got, I think, huge pressure to be able to put up. He's just coming into we're looking at the pit lane shot, but Vlad is just coming into the complex now, making his way around the hairpin. Followed incidentally by Simon Rudd, who will hand over to Riley Phillips, another of the very quick drivers. That effectively means, now Simon Rudd's going to try, he's going down the main straight as we continue to look at the XL EDF Motorsport car. Simon Rudd ideally would like to get ahead of the 246 car.
Now we'll see whether they decide to call it early here, and if they think they're being held up by Vape Club, then they certainly will do that. Like you say, he'll be looking for an immediate overtake here to continue to press on, because of course it's Riley Phillips jumping in the car next. Now he's already been out in this race, just not for the number one. He's been out in the Team Summers car.
Well,
so
he's had a warm-up anyway.
He has indeed. I mean, very much a warm-up. As there you go, straight down the inside goes Team Olympian. We said that's exactly what they need to do here to keep someone in the car, and that's what they've done.
They are a pit stop behind, aren't they now? Because they've still got to go in and pit. Uvio Hoffman's now resume the race lead with one stop. Team Disruptive, I tell you what, they're looking good. They've had two. Did they have a diagnostic stop earlier on, or have they actually done two stops?
Which team was that?
Team Disruptive.
Team Disruptive. We'll see if my notes are correct. So yes, they have had a second stop. So they are all done and dusted for their pit stops
now.
So
they're the leaders in the clubhouse.
Yeah, they are very much
golfing analogy.
Exactly. Yeah, no, they are out and on their final stint now of this race. But yeah, we'll see. I'm interested to see what the pace difference is as well between our effective race leaders, the 246, once they've done their stop, and the rest of the drivers. Now, of course, they've only done one lap out of the pits, which won't really count. They'll come across the final corner now to set another one as Team Olympian straight into the pits then. I thought they'd be hanging out a bit later, but nope, the number one comes straight in for their second stop of the day. Riley Phillips will be hopping in there for your championship leader. Now, what is the pace of the 246? A 39.3 for the first lap round there for Vlad Vasiliev. Of course, he was overtaken. First lap out in the car in this race, so we've got to cut him a bit of slack. That one was just less than 3 seconds off of their fastest lap of this race. Hopefully he'll find about a second and a half or so. If he can do that, they should continue on and being good in this race.
All grand stuff. So Uvio Hoffman's out front at the moment. Team Olympian GRD now with their 2 stops done. Let's see what Riley Phillips can do in the closing stages. Still 15 minutes to go, which is a sprint race in anyone's terms, isn't it, really, to be perfectly honest, in terms of club racing. And we'll just get to look at the cars. We talk about a back straight, or I very often talk about a back straight here at Croft, but it is a little bit of a curve as they head up towards Tower Corner. Haven't seen too many Tower heroics over the course of the day so far. Still Vape Club actually down in third now with the 2 stops, so they do find themselves down behind Team Olympian. GRD, the number 1, another very quickly effected stop, as you would expect from the front runners. It was interesting to hear from Simon Rudd about how Chris Devell's has got a bad back, and that can affect, as we mentioned earlier on, the driver stops, and you might want to therefore get someone like Chris if you've got a back issue. I'm someone that's had a lot of back issues over the years, and the way that the drivers get pulled in and out of the cars ain't going to help that particularly.
Oh no, for sure. If you've got a bad back, you don't want to be limbering it up and to get in and out of a Fun Cup car. They're difficult at the best of times to fold yourself in and out of. So I do feel for Chris. He was experiencing that issue at Anglesey. Doesn't seem to have improved too much, so still struggling, but Chris still doing a fantastic job as usual. So we've got 2 more drivers into the pits then. The Burt team, Demon Tweaks 2, we've got the 2 under Red River Sports, Seed Data and PLR all filing their way in.
Very nearly complete in terms of our stops, so that will give us, I reckon by the time they're done, around about 12 minutes of straight racing at the end. So UVO Hoffman still to do theirs, and we know that they are very rapid in terms of their stops. 31 seconds clear at the moment of Vape Club with EDS. We're just hearing might be a track limits issue for Riley Phillips, cut the chicane.
Surprising that he's straight line.
Is there going to be checkbooks out for that one? Is it? Or
I think he should be all right.
Here comes the UVO replay.
Here you go. It was down the inside of Team Summers, but Riley clearly thought that's a bit too aggressive. That one, I think he might turn on at me and just straight lined it. So whether the stewards would do anything about that, I think probably not. He was trying to avoid an incident, and he did that. He didn't gain too much time. I think that one will be left there for Riley. But yeah, just trying to make sure he keeps out of action, because of course that was him overtaking the car that he was driving earlier in this race.
Farchini taking over from Fabulous Randaccio. He is off and away. It didn't look as quick as their first stop. It's going to be interesting to see. They had a 33-second lead, probably spent 8 to 10 seconds doing the driver changeover, and they are on their way down to Clairvaux now. The potential race lead, still showing as race leader on the timing screen, had their 2 stops. It's going to be interesting to see where Vlad is. Sheridai's back up into 3rd place ahead of Burt. Red River Sport are in 5th. Team Olympian, you've got to say, even with Riley Phillips at the wheel, probably going to be losing their 100% record, and that's going to take a little bit of pressure off them going into race 3.
Well, I mean, they don't start from the back, so that'll be nice. They'll have to start from the back of the grid for the first time this year, so they'll be enjoying that.
What chance they're going to draw a pole?
Oh, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? That would be amazing. Well, you have to stick around for later on in this live stream, and we'll tell you all about it as to whether they do manage to steal pole position on that random grid draw. Now, I just wanted to point out as well, I said earlier there's no blue flags. There are blue flags, you just saw them on the screen there, but it's not like Formula 1. It's not like, right, there's a blue flag within this many corners, you must let him through. It's just a case of there is a faster driver behind you, just so you know. It's just so you know he's there. Yeah. Exactly that. So you don't start defending on him. You know he's a driver who's chasing down, but equally there's no need to just move over and let him go through. You still carry on doing your race and making sure you're staying as safe as possible. There is the number 1. Riley Phillips continues to pressing on now after those first rounds of pit stops. We're still waiting for that timing to update those to see where UVO have made it out as the 92's off. We saw them in the garage earlier on, but they've had an issue down outside our commentary box yet again. We've seen 2 drivers end up facing the wrong direction there in this race, haven't we?
Had a what?
Had a what? What did I say?
Oh, never mind. It's all right.
You got me scared there.
I was leading into a gag which didn't work, but hey ho.
Sorry, mate.
That's all right. Yeah, they are still going, so that's the good news. Now, I'm puzzled here, Ted, because we've got UVO Hoffman's. I'm guessing they've completed the lap after their pit stop. They were, oh no, it's worked out now, 33 seconds clear, and it was showing us 38 seconds clear, but now the laps have sorted themselves out. Fake Club with EDF 5.6 seconds behind, so now we have got the right picture, and my misunderstanding is all clear. So UVO Hoffman's in old money, the JPS livery, the black and gold, all very retro F1 with the James Hunt references and the JPS livery, which I still love. It still looks mega on any race car, that livery. They are out front. Are we going to see a first win for UVO Hoffman? I don't know when they last run. There was something in the press release about when they last run. And I can hear Andy McEwen shouting at me as to when the last one was. But are we going to see a UVA Hoffman's win here? Sheridai's 18 seconds back. That's a huge ask for 10 minutes.
It is, yeah. I think it's just consolidating your gaps there, holding on to a top 3 finish for Sheridai. Still a really good performance here from the first race of the day for them. I will say I missed some communication from Jamie about 15 or so minutes ago. The 146 had a stop-go penalty for avoidable contact earlier on this one, so that's why the 146 PLR, well, they're still there in 10th place, even after having a stop-go penalty, so they're still doing a cracking job out there, but maybe they'll be thinking what could have been in this one with their pace that they're showing.
No, your race leader was at the back of the shot that we were looking at, just coming down the main straight as we pick up on the 257 car. So the race leader going into Clairvaux at the moment as we pick up on the Race Logic 210. Julian Thomas out for his second stint. Across the line in second, 5.4 seconds the gap from UVA Hoffmans to Vlad Vasiliev in the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports 246 running in P2. Sheridai's UK again on great podium pace running in third. GCI Racing next up. Now GCI and Olympian fairly close together, so Olympian looking to try and get into P4.
You've just seen them go down to the first couple of corners now. They should be reappearing on your screens in a few moments' time. But like you say, Riley Phillips continuing to chomp away at that gap that GCR hold at the moment, and the pressure really going to start mounting on here as you head through to the last few minutes of this race. It'll be now or never really in these last couple of opportunities over the last few laps of this race for Olympian to try and get up into the top 4. Not quite the top 3, not quite the P1, but like we said, I think they were expecting that here, starting all the way down at the back of the grid. But let's watch and see whether they can make the move on GCI.
I'm sure he will do. If you cast your minds back to Alton Park last year and just how physical it got in the later stages, Riley Phillips knows he wants to get up and he will make a move and go for it regardless how close we are. And he's starting to looks at the outside. He's going to maybe go for the switch back on the inside, but the GCI Racing car still there. With their trials and tribulations, this is a great result for them so far, P4. But look how close Riley Phillips gets now. So we've got the black and orange GCI car, if you're watching from the banks here, the blue, white and black Team Olympian GRD car putting him under pressure. Manages to grab the inside run here as they come into the complex. Is he going to be able to hang on to that and dive up the inside for the hairpin element? He can't, therefore goes to the outside and tries to gain what will be exit momentum out of the corner and maybe get a better run down to Clairvaux. But great racing from the pair of them, and let's see what Riley Phillips can do now. He's going to come out on the slipstream and have a go on the outside run into Clairvaux, or sell him a dummy and maybe go down the inside. Sticking with the outside run at the moment. Is he far enough back to carry that momentum down into Hawthorn? Can't quite do it, but you can see the thinking there. Through Hawthorn's now, Riley Phillips. This is really good stuff from the 111 car with Craig Butterworth at the controls, putting up a good fight.
97 of Renan Racing's just coming to the pits. I think that might be race over, sadly for them. Well, actually, no, I think it was a penalty. I think they've just stopped in the middle of the pitch. Yes, it was. So a penalty for the 97 then as they come in and serve that. What great racing between these two, like you were saying, into the final corner, trying to hold that inside defensive line there with GCI. Had a little lock-up on the front left tyre, sent them a bit wide, but they did really well to carry the speed through and hold the place in the first couple of corners of this lap. But still right there is Riley Phillips in the Olympian GRD outfit. And he knows he's got a little bit of time left to try and think about a move, and how he wrestles that car around the circuit is honestly a pleasure to watch for the number one as they continue to try and side their way through. Is that a bit slow off the exit for the 104 there? It looks like it is, yes. The 104 with issues. That is the XL EDF Motorsport car, so that's first commentary curse of the day from me there as I was singing their praises only a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, you can send complaints on a postcard to PO Box BRSCC, Wheatley, Oxfordshire.
That's very far away from me, so I'm absolutely fine with that. But yeah, a few issues. It looks like they might be back up to speed now.
I thought Riley Phillips was trying to. Riley Phillips has just got across the line. Here he is now. I thought he was dropping back to try and give himself room to gain that momentum through a corner and get a cutback. He isn't, because he's been seen off at the moment.
No, I'm impressed with the pace from the 111. They are very much holding firm there in fourth place. I mean, like I said, they are previous championship winners, are the GCR Racing team, so not exactly surprising that they've got great pace underneath them, but Riley always seems to pull something out of the bag here and there and bag a few extra places, but at the moment, it looks as though GCI just about keeping them at arm's distance at the moment. Well then, We're into the last few minutes of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you're enjoying the Fun Cup action, don't worry, they'll be back out again later on today for 3 hours. So a slightly lengthier one, both for the cars, for the drivers in the car, and for us here in the nice air-conditioned comms box. But it's going to be an exciting one nonetheless. So make sure you stick around for that, and plenty of racing to come in the meantime also.
Championship lead for Olympian GRD, not at threat. They'll drop 8 points to somebody in this race by finishing at the moment where they are in 5th position, but will carry the championship lead into the next race. And remember, it's the race winner for this one that ends up starting. 92 have had all sorts of shenanigans over the course of the race, haven't they? It's Martin Davis this time who is going to rejoin at the safest opportunity. That's up at Tower.
Yeah, they're just struggling to get it turned back around now. They do find the opportunity to do so.
That was actually a nice recovery for me. You see so many race drivers, particularly inexperienced ones, who rejoin in an urgent way, and you've got to wait for the safe moment to do it. So he read that very well indeed. We are side by. What was it? Right off Riley at your peril, because he's now back to the outside run. And very nearly, is he going to be able to squeeze his way around the outside? You can see him locking up on the brakes. Is it going to be the cut back here? This is what I was talking about earlier on. Couldn't quite do it. It might have been about momentum moving up so that the car is in the right place to go for the cutback. And I think it probably was there, but the space wasn't there. Craig Butterworth is reading this real well in terms of defensive racing. And that's what I love about Fun Cup. You get the cut and thrust of sprint racing, but with the brains that you need to do the endurance part of it as well.
That was fantastic from the GCI squad. They basically just waited for Riley to brake, and they were like, I'm not braking until you brake there into the first corner. Kept it down the inside and kept the place for now. We keep a little watching eye here on the 557, looking to gain a few places back, because where are they? This is the battle for 15th place. It's for 16th, because FF Corsa have got through. Here is the battle we want to watch, though. Down into Sunny go our drivers in their squabble for 4th position, trying the up and under as he got the inside line. That's so close between our two drivers, and somehow they don't make any contact. Olympian officially through into 4th place. Olympian GRWay jumped their way past, but it didn't look like much from that angle. But I can tell you that it's a bold place to go side by side with another driver. You saw Riley up and over that inside apex curve, trying to keep as much space away from GCI as possible. They managed to not make contact, and places change.
I love the up and under. I've not heard that since the 70s, since well before you were born, when the late great Eddie Waring, who was one of our great rugby commentators, used to use it. You won't know Eddie Waring, will you?
No, not
He was
not
an older commentator. He's going, there we go, it's up and under. Older people will maybe appreciate that, a few maybe, but there we go. But I've just introduced you to the world of Eddie Waring.
Thank you.
Mike Yarwood and Graham Gardner did very good impersonations of him, but he was a great commentator in the world of rugby.
Okay, cool.
But up and under, thank you for bringing that back into
No
my
problem
life.
at all. More than happy. More than happy. We got another driver trying it here, the 97, and then the Team Summers 158 cars going side by side there into the last couple of corners. So Summers getting shuffled out wide and losing a few more on-track positions anyway as they slip down the order. The 207, though, I think they're on the same lap. Yes, they are. So the 207, Demon Tweaks 2, that's now right behind them and trying to find a way through on the exit, is for position. That batters. You see them coming into your camera shot now and down onto another lap of this race. Then just over 2 minutes left to go in the first Fun Cup race of the day here from Croft. What a race it's been. It's been nip and tuck between loads of drivers throughout this one as to who would take the spoils in the first 1 hour race of 2025. At the moment, it looks as though UVO Hoppans have at least one hand on that trophy, and it'll be their first win of the year in impressive style. We thought it must be Vape Club with EDF Motorsports with the pace we saw from Ted Bradbury, but that pit stop, so slick, so perfect from UVO, and that's what's won them races in the past. It looks like they're going to win another one because of that.
And quite rightly flicking away from what is a great battle for 4th place between Craig Butterworth in GCI Racing and the Team Olympian GRD car driven by Riley Phillips. But here is your race leader, and all right, started on pole. We can't just say, yeah, but he started on pole, because he's fought off the drivers that have come through from the back of the field, and that proves that it actually doesn't matter. We know it doesn't matter where you start in Fun Cup racing, because we've seen over the course of the season Team Olympian GRD win every race up to now from the back of the grid. So for sure, it took a little bit of early pressure off of UVO Hoffmans, but what a drive from both of these two. Farkini Diop doing the honours here in the last stint. He opened up as well. Fabulous Randaccio doing his as well, but the team helping them with their stops. So well drilled. 47 seconds on the clock and an 8.8 second lead. It's going to be a very popular victory as well. I'm not taking anything away from Olympian GRD. Nobody would have minded if they'd continued their run. But it's going to, I think everybody in the championship to a certain extent, stats-wise or otherwise, sigh of relief that that run is over. We don't have to worry about going for the season-long winning streak now as UVO make their way through into or out of now the hairpin. Very neat lines as well from the UVO Hoffman's car. And Farkini goes across the line. This will be on to the last lap.
It is indeed, yeah, last lap of the race, and here for a 1 hour quote-unquote sprint race here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. There's the 246 across the line. We've just seen outside the comms box now, nearly 10 seconds, that gap between the 225 and the 246. Great pace on this final stint from UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. It's all been relatively close in amongst the top 10. And still some drivers putting in their personal best of the race. Red River Sports on the 200 just done that, up there in 9th place. So clearly still some time to find out there, and the drivers continuing to learn as they head through into the slightly longer race later on this afternoon. I'm impressed that 200 have made that fastest lap, because they're still making moves out our commentary box window through the final corner. It all continues to chop and change as we see. That's the axiometrics across the line, so that is a battle for position then, those two line to tail in their squabble for what is now 7th place, as they both cleared the British Endurance Racing team. But here is UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. Of course, two very experienced drivers, two very quick drivers. They'll be gutted up to this point. They haven't got a race win. It looks as though Croft is their enjoyable stomping ground here on a nice hot summer's day.
Yeah, absolutely mega fun. I thoroughly enjoy watching the body language of that car as Farkini pedals the car through into the complex for the last time. He's got pretty much clear circuit in front of him. The 225 car, he's still going to take the racing line. He's going to come out wide, grab the apex of the hairpin, not drift too wide on the exit, because he knows the reward for that nice tidy driving is going to be the checkered flag as he comes down the main straight here to the applause of the team and takes the first win of the season. Congratulations to the team. There is his teammate, Fabulous Randaccio. Absolutely very well earned and very well deserved. It doesn't matter whether it's a 3-hour race or a 1-hour race. They have won in the Fun Cup for the first time this year. Second position will go to Vape Club EDF. Actually, I think, is that going to be Vlad Vasiliev's best ever result? Certainly it's the best this year. I don't have the results. I do have last year's going back. We can have a quick look actually at last year's results. Have a quick look back at 246. Simon Coles last year had a P2 last year, actually, the pair of them, I think at Donington Park. So apologies if I've got that wrong, but just having a quick look at last year's. Andy McEwen would be very proud of me going back and looking at last year's stats.
Super proud of you. What a race it was as well. I mean, yeah, they've had a P3 already this year, Vape Club, back at Anglesey in round number 3. But P2, one better. Let me see if they can go one better again later on for the 3-hour. See if they can take their first win of the season. Oh dear. Out of the final corner. Is that the British Endurance Racing team? It might just be the Burt squad.
I think it is the Burt livery,
just before they get to the checkered flag line. And the car says, I don't fancy going any further, thank you very much. Yes, it is the 98 there. That is absolutely gutting for them. It was only a few more metres and race would be done, and it would have been a good, decent points. I think they were just near the bottom of the top 10. We've just seen them be overtaken by Axiometrics and Red River Sport on the penultimate lap. But maybe that was due to car issues, and there you can see, still pretty warm out there in those carts as Farkini looks to get a bit of airflow there into the cockpit.
He does really great drive, and it sets us up nice. It's lovely having a 1-hour race because it gives us as a little appetizer,
yeah, a little taster
for the 3-hour race. And for those of you that are on the bank, it's the end of the day, so you're more than welcome to sit as things hopefully cool down a little bit. There is a little bit of breeze here around Croft, which is very often the case at airfield circuits. You can see the BRSCC and Fun Cup banners flapping in the wind. I think we're getting a little bit up here in the box as well. But rightly, all of our marshals and race fans on the banks acknowledging our race winner. Thank you for doing that. Everyone on the banks, while we're on thank yous, I need to thank all our marshals for doing great work as well. Much appreciated. Our marshals, great work, particularly in this weather, in those overalls. Any weather they do it, don't they, with all the layers on. Absolutely cracking stuff from our Fun Cup drivers.
There we go then. First race of the day, first race of the weekend, done and dusted, and what an exciting one. for you all to enjoy, either over the banking or on the live stream at home. Thank you very much for joining us for that one. But like we say then, it's one better for UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. It was a P2 at Brands, a P3 at Alton, a P4 and a P17 at Anglesey. Well, it's P1 here today in race 1 for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Mate Club with EDF Motorsport come across the line in second place, with Sherrodise UK rounding out the podium. Now, Team Olympian GRD, for the first time this year, miss out on a race victory and miss out on the podium. But of course, they do have a Masters driver of Christabel, so they'll be winning the Masters classification in that race, one there in 4th place. GCI Racing, no, they aren't second because Sherrodise are on the podium, the main podium. So it means Olympian GRD will get the win in the class, but won't get winning points. It all gets very confusing. Anyway, GCI Racing in 5th, with Team Disruptor 6th, Axiometrics, Red River Sport, XL EDF Motorsport, and PLR Racing in top 10. They were followed by Greenheath, Team FFS, Seed Data and Demon Tweaks, then FF Course, Signature RV, Race Logic, Burt, then Renham Racing, Demon Tweaks 2, Team Summers, Rare Vinyl TLR, and 22 GT Racing. Your 23 runners making it to the end of the race. There are a few of them, sadly, giving up the ghost. I was going to say at the end for the British Endurance Racing team. It was throughout the race for a couple of teams as well. But they've got a bit of time now before race number 2 to try and get things sorted and ready for green flag action yet again. Well, there we go then. Lots of excitement from that first race today in Fun Cup. I've always loved racing in it, but commentating is a close second. What excitement we've had. Well, let's hear from some of the drivers who were racing in that one. We'll hand it down to you, Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Fabulous now. 2 years ago, you last won a race and you've finally broken the Olympian domination.
I know, it's like I want to thank my manager and my mum and my dad. It's so cool. There's life in the old dogs yet. Yeah, come on.
That was a great race, but absolutely flew by, didn't it?
Yeah, no, well, it didn't actually. Like the last 10 minutes, I'm just going, what's going to go wrong? What's going to go? It always goes wrong. What's going to go wrong now? But no, we got it. We did it. Yes.
And thoughts for race 2? Obviously, everyone's still mindful of the temperatures and everything. How was the car?
The car was great. It was stable, but I think the mushy bit behind the wheel is going to be the problem in race 2. Because even just like my middle stint there, I came out roasting. So I was really going around the car thinking, "Cool, next race we've got stint after stint of this." So it's going to be attrition, I think.
All right, go and celebrate with him. Well done.
Jamie. Cheers for your support, mate.
Thank you, mate. That was our winners from round 5 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Croft Circuit. It was UVO Hoffman's Motorsport with Fabulous, Randaccio and Farkini. And from down in the pit lane, I'll be disappearing for an hour and I'll be passing the baton to, I believe, Richard John Neal. But for now, let's throw to an ad break.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
And it's time to say howdy to the Audis, the BRSCC Audi TT 2025 Championship. Very much looking forward to this. Have I seen them this year? I did at Silverstone. I was a paying punter at Silverstone and watched them and enjoyed some great racing for them at our, was it spring meeting? I can't remember what we called it, but on the GP circuit back then, which saw wins for the man who starts on pole position, 2 wins for Matt Luff. He got 2 wins and a third that day. Bradley Burns took the other win. Bradley not with us anymore, but this is sponsored by Demon Twigs. Big thank you to Demon Twigs for getting involved. This is the Audi's single race of the day. They are back for 2 races for us tomorrow, but it's the championship leader Matt Luff who is on pole position for this one. I've just realised that I've filed the paper that I shouldn't have filed, which is the Audi grid.
Oh dear, well, we'll give you a couple of seconds to find that one back there, mate. Yeah, we'll see whether then your championship leader, the 72 of Matt Luff, he'll be hoping a relatively relaxed and simple race there. Lights to flag victory, he'll be hoping for that one, but I can't imagine that it'll be that simple out there with these fast and exciting Audi TTs. Let's see 8 rows on the grid, 16 drivers in total in this one. And we'll see how it all plays out over what to us after that Fun Cup race will feel like a pretty short one, but still a decently long race in these type of cars, in this type of weather. It's still not going to be an easy one to battle your way through a good 20 minutes here in Audi TT. So let's see how it cracks on then. The drivers all getting themselves into the correct grid positions, courtesy of our fantastic Orange Army here at Croft Circuit. And of course, we'll see them head on round, get themselves nice and warmed up, and then we'll be lights out and away we go for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, very excited to be looking forward to this one. It's the 3rd season of Audi Racing, first year, as is the case with any MS UK sanctioned formula that joins us on the tracks in the UK, doesn't have championship status the first year. I did a real sad thing at the end of the first year though, and worked out what the points would have been. And Ross Macker was the man who worked out as top point scorer. He's 5th on the grid for this one in the 73. And he's also a driver that's really coming to form in this championship this year. He's got up to 3rd in the standings, has had 3 podia already, 3 third places. I mentioned that Matt Luff, who starts on pole position, is the driver who leads the championship on 512 points. Jordan Stilp, who lines up alongside him on 492. So there's a little bit of a gap developing, but it is only the 20 points at the moment between those 2. We're going to have a look at how they line up, because we've got 16 cars, which at this stage of this is the last time, by the way, if you're watching on the live stream, that you will see the cars unless we arrange some other coverage for you later in the year. It's the last time we'll see the cars on their live stream for this year. I'm not saying it will definitely be the case, but hopefully we might sort of do it later on in the year and see the championship live. Here is the grid then, how they line up. Matt Luff on pole position, Jordan Stilp alongside Charlie Budd on 3rd on the grid, and Andrew Rogerson, double winner last time out. Next up from Ross Mackar, there's Ryan Edgecombe and Sam Liga. Paul Luthi back in the championship. He rejoins the championship with P8 in qualifying. 9th is David Robb, another long traveller from Aberdeen. I think Jonathan Williams, the top master. That's for the older drivers in this one. Patrick Booth giving him a run as well. And welcome back to the reigning Masters champion, Sean Smith, who's deputising for his daughter Ruby this weekend. Ruby feeling a little bit poorly. If you're watching on the stream, Ruby, wishing you well. Look forward to seeing you on track soon. Luke Jennings 13th for me and Downer. James Blake and Paul Savage 15th and 16th, and completing our grid.
Indeed. Let's see how this one goes then. I mean, carrying the positive momentum into this one, 2nd row of the grid for Andrew Rogerson. It was a great outing for him last time at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. A win in race number 1, a win and the fastest lap in race number 2, and then a 2nd place in race 3. So it can't go much better than that. Of course, 3 wins would be the ideal, but a 2nd place to add to it, not too shabby at all for Andrew. Let's see what he can do here from just outside of that top 3 to start off their first race of the weekend.
A couple of other formulas notable in coming into Audi TTs, one of which I mentioned is in the past is one dear to my heart, which is Legends Cars Racing. They fed a couple of drivers in via Sean Smith, who raced Legends. Ruby didn't, but I think it's got an oval Legends car, Sean was saying this morning. And the other formula that's fed into this particularly well too is the MG Championship as well, which Andrew Rogerson came from. Charlie Budd came out of Legends as well. Paul Luty raced in the MG Trophy as well, and Patrick Booth. So those two championships have provided a fair old slice of the grid, and two completely different disciplines you could not get, to be perfectly honest. Patrick Booth raced in the MG Trophy as well. He's ready to go. Lights on though, so it's Matt Luff on pole position, who is looking to extend his championship lead and add a 6th win of the championship. Everybody away well. This in sprint racing, probably like Fun Cup, is going to be the worrying moment when they come down into Clervaux. But Matt Luff makes a decent enough start. RBR listed on the front. Oh no, it's Jordan Stilp, isn't it? It's got through with Rob Boston Racing on the front of his car from Matt Luff. So Jordan Stilp, who I last saw racing here in Clio Cup when he had the snake on the side of the car, if you remember that livery. Great to have Jordan back racing with us full time. Charlie Budd made a good start. There is the number 5 of Sam Meager, who's got away fairly well too. One of the cars towards the back of the grid having a bouncy moment over on the grass, possibly Jonathan Williams. It was a single-digit number, the lead master on the grid, and that is Sean Smith that's managed to go past him. Sean will be very happy to have picked, was the number 9 car, Jonathan Williams. So Sean Smith, who is looking to do what he did last year and grab a Masters win, had quite a few of those last year, did Sean. He was so far ahead of the Masters, he didn't turn up for the last round because he'd already secured it. And it was me looking around at Silverstone in the paddock for him on the GP circuit, and he wasn't there because he'd already got it. But this year, his daughter Ruby enjoying most of the racing, but as we said, poorly, so not here this weekend. So Jordan Still looking for a 2nd win in the championship, leading it, and that kind of is not a bad thing for this, because we're going to have a run-off between Still and Luff by the look of it at the moment. Luff managed by ex-Formula Ford star, actually pleased to say friend now as well, Rick Shortall. Who's that having a problem?
She's off the final corner for the 73, that is. So a little bit wide there for Ross
McCarr. Yeah.
Some issues down the front straight. It looks like he's picked up speed again, but we'll see when he does go up to full race pace. He is continuing to drop down the order, so less than ideal from him at the end of lap number 1. We did see a couple of drivers there. Of course, in the first couple of corners, it was Jonathan Williams off wide. Then we saw Ian Dowler there in his bright red machine heading off of the circuit as well. So a couple of drivers with the lawnmower spec of the Audi TTs here on lap 1 here at Croft, but all just about managing to work themselves out, as I did get it wrong before the race. Apologies. All of these ones 15 minutes in length, all 3 of their races across this weekend. There's more drivers looking to get a bit feisty there down at Tower. And interesting to see how slightly different the racing is in these cars compared to the Fun Cup as well. How they attack those corners slightly differently, and where maybe a move might be slightly easier in a Fun Cup car, it might be a bit more challenging in these, and vice versa as well. So not a huge amount of time to get overtakes done though. The drivers have really got to get things done thick and fast, and that's why those first couple of corners were so crucial for your overall race result. But the biggest change then, clearly, between our top 2 is still through on Luff. But how long will it take for Luff to re-attack? Let's wait and see.
We've also got Andrew Rogerson in the mix in 3rd place. Jonathan Williams, really good recovery from his moment out of the first couple of corners, and has got back in front in terms of the Masters. All of the Masters down towards the back end of the field. Masters, the older drivers. So it's Williams from Smith and Booth in there as we look at Jordan Still, let's say ex-Clio Cup driver. Had a little bit of a breather. He's not got a breather from Matt Luff chasing after him at the moment. As they go past their camera, Luff goes to the wide line here. Could this be about a cutback as they exit Clervaux on the squiggly run down through into Hawthorne Corner? He can't quite do it, but mouth-watering prospect for this race. As Luff, he said, only with a 20-point lead in the championship. Drop scores to come into play as well. Ross Maccar, as we said, 3rd in the championship. Andrew Rogerson 4th. Andrew 2 seconds behind now on lap 2. So Andrew with a little bit of work to do, but lovely to see him get his first couple of race wins in this championship. Joined us at the last round last year at Silverstone on the international circuit, and bedded himself in well. So after moving over from Legends, it's interesting talking to drivers about how budgets compare, and I was asking how the Legends guys, how it fared with budgets, and would you believe that, you know, this sort of bigger real estate of a car compared with the Legends is around about, can be about the same sort of cost to run. Legends is not necessarily a cheap option for a small car. So the amount of sponsor space that you get on these cars, this can actually deliver better value for money for sponsors in terms of what you can see.
Impressive, yeah. It's great to see all the liveries out there. They're very striking. But yeah, loads of them with loads of brands over as well. So that always helps with going racing, doesn't it? There's so much pressure being applied here by Matt Luff. Of course, he lost that lead right at the start of this race, which is a slightly better getaway from the line on the standing start from Jordan Stilp. Of course, these two in their battle for the championship now, battling out there on circuit as well. Coming into today's action, 20 points separating the two of them. Now you get 50 for a race win. So that gap's not going to close hugely between Stilp and Luff if they stay like this. Really, Stilp's going to be hoping for some more issues for Luff throughout the rest of, maybe not this race, but there's 2 more to come tomorrow as well. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. And let's see if your championship leader of Matt Luff can somehow find a way through here over the next 10 minutes of racing action. And whether Jordan Stilp will crack under the pressure of being right ahead of his championship rival. Now they're both there at the sharp end of the championship. So you'd like to think they're both pretty good pedallers. And you'd hope that Jordan can keep his head on and continue to hold on to that race lead. But I know that Matt Luff will be thinking the exact opposite of that.
Jordan Stilp came to the top step of the podium, the second event of the year. That was at Alton Park, so we had 3 different winners in the first 4 races of the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup for 2025, and he's been so consistent on the podium as Jordan Stilp. He's had 6 second places, so that's why he's not that far behind in the points as we watch Ross Macker trying to get stuck back in and recover a little bit of ground, comes up with his teammate with the Martini livery on it. 55 is Ian Dowler, another of the Masters drivers in red, and I'll tell you what, Macker's car not looking particularly happy at the moment, loses out.
He's got something wrong, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
seriously
not very happy about that.
That's going for him. Of course, he's been doing great in the championship as well. 3rd place overall at the moment. We didn't see how the issue happened at the final corner a few laps ago. We just saw the end of it, didn't we? But either way, they're not very happy with something. Is the 73. Just seems to be slow on the straight, doesn't he? So clearly a bit of a mechanical issue then, unable to do anything about it, just trying to limp home to the end. But you can see there, those 3 that just got past him have already cleared off into the distance. So the poor 73, it's so frustrating when it's out of your hands like that. You're just trying to do your best to drag it to the finish. But it's just a frustrating 8 minutes. It certainly will be for the driver dropping out the order of a car.
55, the red or orange car, depending on your take on it, dicing for 3rd place, dicing for that Masters podium. We will get a shout with the Masters winner, which at the moment is looking likely to be Jonathan Williams, to add another Masters win to his category. But the top 2 well clear at the moment, Stilp and Luff over Andrew Rogerson. Charlie Budd around about 3 seconds back, as well as Sean Smith tries to get stuck into Luke Jennings. Luke not in the Masters, and Luke kind of stopping him from getting that little bit further ahead, trying to close down on his teammate. So this is Patrick Booth busy chasing the 55 now. So Patrick Booth has dropped a place down behind Ian Dowler. So the Martini liveries not having the best of luck in this race so far. Still Jordan Stilp out front. Stilp with the fastest lap of the race as well. Set on his last lap, lap 4, 1 minute 32.146. Former Clio Cup runners, so we've got some real quality in this field. Looking forward to seeing who might move into the championship. Had a couple of drivers move up from the BRSCC Mazdas, who are today racing up at Alton Park. Those of you following the action, I can tell you Ali Bray, I think, won the first race again to maintain his unbeaten record in BRSCC Mazdas, which is so he's outdone Team Olympian GRD in terms of what they've achieved in Fun Cup. We'll check up on Mazdas a little bit later on. There is a little Mazda Fun Cup link that will come out for in the 3-hour race a little bit later on as we look at Ryan Edgecombe now. We're getting a good look here. Different drivers in different points in the field. Sam Meager, the driver being chased. Paul Luty's down behind them as well. Paul Luty looking for his first finish in the season as well. Luty in the finish line, white and blue livery, just coming into shot, should be in a minute. Behind those guys, Luty running in 7th place, had an engine failure after qualifying for the round at Snetterton round 3, event 3 of the year. Paul Luty qualified 22nd, was a little bit down. Paul, a little bit of a star back in the day, another MG Trophy runner actually, Paul, who joined us from there. Stilp and Luff still out front. There is Sam Meager in the number 5, fifth position at the moment, and trying to hunt down Charlie Budd, who's in front of him. Charlie with the white car, but again, good racing going on with Ian Dowler now trying to get on terms with Sean Smith. I was chatting to Sean Smith there. Scott R. Smith on the side of the car. As mentioned, Ruby sitting this one out, but Sean, a driver that I've been aware of for a while, started on the short ovals racing in the open wheel super stocks, which I was trying to think of a famous driver that you won't know. John Mickle, Multi-Legends Championship, did super stocks, and Derek Warwick, you'll have heard of Derek Warwick, World Super Stocks Champion back in 1973. So that's where Sean Smith cut his teeth, and a very good formula. Then raced in Legends. Sean's been passed now, so Luke Jennings gets that position done on him, and Sean coming under pressure from Ian Dowler. Jonathan Williams still there. Sean second in the Masters at the moment. Jonathan Williams has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wins in the Masters so far, so I'm sure he's had plenty of podium interviews. Should give a good interview is what I'm saying. Let's not put the pressure on him.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Yeah, we'll check now on that, like we say, and we'll go and chatting with the drivers in a few minutes' time. I want to highlight just between the two leaders that we've been keeping an eye on, but great to see loads of battles up and down the order. Stilp and Luff. You said Stilp has the fastest lap of the race. It's only by 0.03 of a second over Luff's time. And over the last few laps, they've been nip and tuck. A half a tenth in it between the two of them. I just don't think that Luff has the overall speed to get alongside here, to make a move work. He's right there on pace, he's able to follow right in the toe, but he hasn't quite got the overspeed to make a move. And for Stilp as well, fair play to him, he's not made a mistake, he's not given the opportunity to Luff here as they head into the final few minutes. I think it's going to be exactly that. He'll need a mistake from Stilp to think about the re-overtake for the lead here as we head into the last couple of minutes.
Where you've got evenly matched drivers and cars, John, that's exactly the point that you make. The drivers will have to, it comes down to a mistake or just an outfox, something like that, to be able to get past. And going back to my Clio Cup days when we used to commentate on that, a lot of people say, goodness me, the race was boring. But when you're watching top guys racing at the very best level of their racing and matching each other lap on lap, as these guys are doing out front, far from boring really when you're watching guys do that. It's when things go wrong, they tend to go wrong big time, and then you say, oh, they didn't do so well. But good battle between these two. So Matt Luff the chaser at the moment. I wonder if Mr. Shortle is watching on the stream. I hope Rick is, and we'll see him later on in the season, maybe at the one of my other gigs for the year, the Formula Ford Festival, which I'm sure we will see Rick and his other driver, I think Ben Powney, racing in the Super Classic Formula Fords today. But a little mistake there from the 72 right behind Jordan Stilp, just out of shot as I was looking out of the commentary box window. Matt Luff ran very wide indeed and onto the grass on the entry into the complex, and you'll see now that the gap has widened between the race leader Jordan Stilp. It goes across the line with 2 minutes 23 remaining on the clock. Matt Luff in P2. Andrew Rogerson is still there in third place, and if there's another mistake like that, Andrew could very well find himself within biting distance of P2, but at the moment that's not the case. They're fairly equidistant, the race leaders, but Jordan Stilp, he won't have been pleased to see that, but it does relieve the pressure on him. There is Matt Luff in the 72, as we said, won the took pole position as well. He's had 3 pole positions from the 4 events so far this year. As Matt Luff, he has had 5 fastest laps as well, and Jordan Stilp has had 1 fastest lap thus far, so he's going to add a second to his collection, assuming that he holds on to it, and at the moment it looks as if he will in our first race of the weekend. 2 more races for the Audis tomorrow, a little bit more sprint focused tomorrow. We have got an endurance race with the PBS Brakes Endurance Cup as well, 2-hour race which we're very much looking forward to. An endurance aspect today, of course, courtesy of the Fun Cup, as we watch the race leader very much clear now, comes into the complex again. It's Jordan Stilp, 1 minute 14 on the clock, so this will be the completion of the penultimate lap, the last lap board being readied by our start line marshals, and Jordan Stilp has got around about 1 minute 30 to go in order to hang on to his second win of the season. There is Paul Luty we were talking about, and Paul coming under a little bit of pressure from countryman David Robb, who has a look up the inside. Paul Luty, by the way, was telling me he wrapped the car himself. He might remember last year ran with the Tunnocks livery on, and he was very, very grateful for the support he had from Tunnocks last year, as were we, with the amount of chocolate biscuits that were supplied. And we have the figure to prove it, or I have the figure to prove it anyway. But great to see Paul out again, and Finish Line helping him this year with the car. Tunnocks not involved with the team anymore, as we go back to Jordan Stilp exiting Tower and making his way through the Jim Clark S's and down towards Sunny in and Sunny out on this wonderful circuit here in North Yorkshire, Croft. It is a wonderful venue. It looks like issues there for Ross Macker. Hopefully it can get sorted out overnight. Try and find out what those issues are for you if you're back with us tomorrow on stream, and we'll be going live again, I think, around about 1 o'clock with a little bit of testing and qualifying going on before as well. But Jordan Stilp showing the rest of them a clean pair of heels here. Didn't get pole position, but has done what it counted in the race to go through, take the lead off the start, and manage that superbly over the course of 15 minutes of BRSCC Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup action. There is the checker for our race winner. It's going to be Matt Luff, who just drops the 3 points there in terms of the championship with second position. Third will go to Andrew Rogerson in the number 13 car. So Andrew takes it. Is Paul Savage. I think Paul was a class winner in the Masters actually last year. Was that Silverstone as well? He managed to grab a chat with him, but not quite having the pace for us today. But tomorrow is another day, as we always say in racing, as our race winner Matt Luff, I beg your pardon, Jordan Stilp. I was looking at the timing sheet from the race over, and Jordan Stilp takes the win, and will acknowledge the marshals and fans around the track here, as ever our race winners do. They very much appreciate the support of the marshals. And drawing level is Matt Luff, who will congratulate Jordan on a fine win. Jordan, I seem to remember as well, coming through the karting ranks very much back in the day of Formula Kart Stars, and Kart Masters is still going, Formula Kart Stars isn't, as those guys round the hairpin on their in-lap, and will be greeted for their silverware by John Ratcliffe, as we look forward to the next event this afternoon. Is the Modified Ford Series qualifying, which we're not going to cover for you, but we will have full coverage of the Modified Ford Series races tomorrow. But we're going to enjoy some Fun Cup content in the meantime. But it does give us plenty of time to get into our interviews, which is a nice luxury to have actually on a sunny afternoon, that we can talk to our 3 winners. And hopefully Andrew Payne, who's helping out with the championship coordinating this weekend, will have sorted out Jonathan Williams, our Masters winner, as well, for a chat with John Ratcliffe down there in pit lane 2. I'll get the result for you as soon as we have it. Other events, if you're on the banks here at Croft, our next big event is the British Touring Car Championship here at Croft on the 2nd and 3rd of August, when we'll have the won't have F4 for you this time, but we will have the Legends cars in addition to the Minis, Porsche racing action, and the British Touring Car Championship as well. So that one, we've laid on the good weather for that one as well. He says fingers crossed, and we'll talk more about some of the other events coming up later on. So here's the result of our second race of today. Jordan Stilp takes the win from Matt Luff. Jordan getting fastest lap as well. Andrew Rogerson in 3rd from Charlie Budd. Sam Meager in 5th from Ryan Edgecombe. And Paul Luthi in 7th place. The graphics disappeared, so I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes and hand you over to Andrew Ratcliffe, who is down in the pit lane with our top 3 and our Masters winner, John Ratcliffe. We'll come down to John in a moment. They're just busy making sure that we've got our winners ready on the podium for their chat. I think I called him Andy, but apologies, John Ratcliffe. Not sure where I got the Andrew from there. I was thinking of Andrew Payne, the championship coordinator, who sorts out the winners and gets them out of their cars and ready for the silverware. Andrew Schofield also is actually the championship coordinator. Andrew Payne helping him out this weekend, so plenty of Andrews to think about. next meeting following BTCC here at Croft is the Darlington and District Motor Club on the 23rd and 24th of August. So we hope we can come back for that one as well. The BRSCC delighted to be back on the couple of weeks after that, 6th and 7th of September, where we have technically, I suppose you could call it the other half of our racing roster, which is the BMWs, the City Car Cup, 3 Mazda Championships, and also we're going to be joined by the Ginetta Junior Championship on the 6th and 7th of September. So a couple of really key dates coming up, including BTCC. Obviously the Ginetta Junior is no longer with BTCC, but they will be back with us in at Croft in September. At the moment, no plans to live stream that one, so make sure you get your tickets to come along and watch the Stars of Tomorrow. There are some serious youngsters in Ginetta Junior going on at the moment. So just waiting for our podium interviews to give us the thumbs up. See John down there just doing maybe a little bit of a sight and sound check to our camera, and I can hear noise down there, and I think we are now ready to go. So okay, podium interviews. Let's go down to John Rack.
Right then, what a race that was. Curse you, Richard John Neal. You're up in that nice cool commentary box, I should say. It's rather warm down here, and I think the drivers are feeling that one. A few sweaty boys down here. Let's see if we can chat to a couple of them. Right then, Jordan. What a great race that was. I mean, you had a pretty great start there, got yourself into the lead, and then you two were sort of level pegging in terms of pace, but you kept in front, so well done.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been quite hard. It's been a hard weekend so far as it is what it is. I think I've got a cold, so that's fantastic. All I want to do is it to end, but it's hard. It's just time management out there. I've been trying it really, really hard to, replicate my second win, as they've been saying on the championship. So there's another one. Thank God for that. I was getting like the king of second at some point. You know what I mean? Getting a bad name. So no, really good, really happy. Team done well. Everybody's done, a good job.
Yeah, really good job. A cold in the height of summer, that is cruel. That is really cruel.
Do you know what? It creeped in on me this morning, and then I've literally, just before I went out, I checked my temperature, it was like 39. And I was like, all right, I'm going to have to take a few tablets before we go out. And then I'm there like, please, end. I drove with the window down in the end. I was like, I can't do this. I can't. I'm too old now.
Well done, mate. Slightly shortening the gap in terms of the championship, and I'm sure you'll be looking to do more of that tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the plan. I'm going to get a good night's sleep, and hopefully be a better tomorrow.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you out tomorrow. Cheers, mate. Well done. Jordan's still there, your winner in the first race of the day. We should have Mr. Matt Luff, championship leader. You guys were in a great battle there. Super close on pace, like I mentioned, but you just couldn't find a way through.
Yeah, I think I was sticking with him for a few laps, trying to see where he was weak. And by the time I worked it out, the car got too hot. So every time I went to go for something, it was just, I had no grip, no brakes. I think I went straight on at a couple of corners here and there. Just the thing was getting so hot. And then after I dropped back, I think 2 or 3 laps before the end, it was quite a big sort of difference between me and Jordan. I was like, I'm not catching him here, so I just settled down, tried to finish the race cleanly, and that was that, yeah.
I'd left the commentary box by that point, but I did hear Richard on the tannoy screaming and shouting about you going slightly wide. Was that it, just everything overheating in this weather?
Yeah, literally way too hot, just straight on, no brakes at all. Thank God it didn't happen at a faster corner. But yeah, so it's nice to come away with second place. It would have been even nicer to win. But yeah, we've still got 2 races. Hope we get some good results.
Exactly that, yeah. 2 more to come tomorrow, so stick around, watch the stream tomorrow, and hopefully, well, you'll be hoping top of the podium for tomorrow.
I will, yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you.
We'll see. Well done, mate. Cheers. Second place then in the first race of the day. And we got 3rd place on the podium. Well, last time out, you were going a bit crazy out there. A couple of wins in a couple of seconds. This one, you've started off the weekend with a P3. I think still pretty positive after that one.
Definitely positive. I think I let myself down a little bit in quali. We had the pace of Matt and George, but I don't know what's fallen off because we're way through sector 1. We're just way off the pace. Everywhere else we're fine. Had a little ding dong with Ross Macker at the start, and that obviously let them get away. And then by that point, I was just managing really, just staying there. Points make prizes at the end of the day, don't they?
Exactly that, yeah. You managed to get really nicely, held on to P3, so well done.
Exactly. Save some tyres, ready for race 2.
Yeah. Lovely stuff, there you go. There's the Strat then, as we wait for their next races later on this weekend. It looks as though the Modified Ford Series already out for their qualifying session though, so I'll hand it back over to whoever I'm handing it back over.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back everybody to Croft Circuit, and we're just preparing for our second instalment of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it will be our 3-hour endurance race. We've got a qualifying session just out for one of our support races at the moment, but as you see in the garage, we're just by the Olympian GRD garage here. The guys have had less than an hour to turn these cars around, and it is really important to make sure all the drivers and team are all happy with how things are going. We've got James here, who's the number one for the Olympian car, who's just making sure that everything is okay. We've also got Team Summers here. Now, Riley Phillips is going to be stepping into that car to start the race, but at the moment their driver order is uncertain, because unfortunately Darren Brown has had to leave, and of course we do wish him all the best. We've got some other teams down here. We've got Ian Morris that's just stood here now, so we're just going to have a quick word with Ian, if that's okay, who was in the FF Corsa car. Now, welcome back. Nice to have you. Miguel did an amazing first stint and then put a lot of pressure on you.
Yes, and I'm not going to take that pressure. He was really good, but really enjoyable day. Really hard work in this heat and conditions, but super fun. Really good fun.
And how have you found driving these?
Really, obviously very different to the Ferrari, but such good fun. Really accessible, really exciting racing, and really cutthroat sort of moves from everybody out there. It's really good fun.
And plans to do some more?
Oh yeah, we're going to actually buy a car and make our team. So yeah, there's about 4 of us from Ferrari are going to do it, and we'll all be racing probably next year.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. That's Ian Morris from FF Corsa. Now, I wanted to have a chat with Bonamy Grimes. Now, he is around somewhere. He's just here now. In fact, let me just see if I can grab Bon, if that's all right, because we'll let Johnny get ready, because he'll be jumping in the car. Sorry for stepping across you there. Lovely to see you back. It's been going all right this year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's cracking. Yeah, really fun to drive. Great circuit. First time at Croft. Really getting to grips with it, and yeah, it should be fun.
It's a unique circuit, Croft. It's one of those sort of hidden gems, isn't it? That, as we said, it's really technical. You've got some lovely, fast-flowing bits out the back. It's got everything you need, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And out the back's great, but the time is to be made up in the technical bits, I think. So especially in these cars. Yeah. So, but no, it's good.
And obviously with the Hankook tyres now, the cars are moving around a lot more. Are you sort of implementing maybe some of the characteristics you would use in the historics?
Yeah, it doesn't move around as much as my old Lotus does, thank God. Yeah, that moves around too much. But yeah, they're fun to drive. You know, you can't move them around too much. If you do, you start scrubbing off speed. So you've got to get that balance right, and that's tricky to find, especially if you're under pressure or you're trying to find that ultimate last tenth or whatever.
And as we've seen as well, what we'll do is we'll just step to the side just so the car comes out ready. We've seen how competitive this year has been. It sort of steps up another notch from it. But from a Red River Sport point of view, for somebody wanting to start racing like we saw with Gareth a couple of years ago, Fun Cup's the fantastic place to be, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, some people think the cars aren't very fast and therefore it's not very competitive, but my goodness, they are so closely matched that the racing is so competitive, and the standard of the driving is just phenomenal. So yeah, no, it's really good entry.
And what can you do in race 2?
I don't know. We were a bit unlucky with race 1. I think we'll just try and keep our heads down, keep it clean, and do as best we can.
Fantastic. Good luck. That's Bonamy Grimes from Red River Sports. We've got Team Olympian here just getting ready. Right, let's have a wander up here. The cars are slowly making their way into the assembly area. The qualifying session that's just out on circuit now will be finishing shortly. In fact, let's pop up to the other end because we haven't been up there yet. So let's do that now, as we've got the Sherrodise car being pushed down the pit lane, sporting a nice striking new livery, a bit more orange on the car for this weekend. Of course, Pete Belcher and Teddy Wilson on the podium in race 1. So we'll just pop our way up to the top end of the pit lane now. So as we've got the 22 GT racing car just being pulled out. We've got Race Logic, of course. They'll be starting on pole position. Of course, they had a car change at Anglesey, switched to the 210 car from their faithful 252, and immediately enjoying the car. And also, as you see on some of the front of the cars, they've got squared off front ends. That's just to aid a bit more cooling in the radiators. Of course, for this weekend, we are running the option of the removing of the rear windows because it is so hot here at Croft Circuit. Temperatures nudging just below 30 degrees. Track temperature will be nearly 50 degrees. We've got Angus Goff here. Well, no, he doesn't want to talk. He wants to get ready. Right, let's see who we can find. We've got Team FFS with the birthday boy, Barry Thompson, just in the car. He's celebrating his birthday today. He was responsible for the first grid draw. Car being run by Sean Cooper's Track Focus concern. They thumbs up from Barry. And then we've got Vape Club by EDF Motorsport, who were on the podium in race 1. They're just getting themselves ready. Yeah, so we are being called to assembly now. So there is a little bit of consternation down here as we got Paul Hardy down here, who's flown all the way from Dubai to do this. It's a bit chilly for you, this, isn't it?
I mean, it's all right. We're yeah, it's a little bit more what we're used to. It's still pretty warm in the car, to be honest. But yeah, no, it was good. Decent first race there. We had a little electrical fault halfway through. Yeah, so we had 2 laps where we lost about 30 seconds. So yeah, we were on for a P5, I think, but unfortunately ended up P9. But still fairly decent. So we're fairly happy with that.
All right, well, good luck for race 2. Enjoy it. So that's just a couple of our drivers here at Croft Circuit as we get more cars just making their way to the assembly area. But for now, what we'll do is we'll throw to an ad break and then we will hand you over to our commentary box, which will be Richard John Neal and John Ratcliffe.
Thanks very much to Jamie for doing the honours for us down there and getting a little bit more colour. And let's have a look at what happened in race number 1, the hour-long sprint race. And, well, the main story, of course, was the end of the winning run in 2025 for Team Olympian GRD. It was a superb start, but not for the pole team, it's got to be said. Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport had pole position via the balloted draw at the start of the day, but didn't get the rub of the green off the start, or so we thought. Things tend to pan out a little bit differently as we went through. Apologies for the little breakdown in communications there, but we are back with you with a little resume of the opening race of the weekend for the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We talk about endurance. Race number 1 was more of a sprint, though, with the hour, and we'd already seen the pole position car of Uvia Hoffman's passed in the very early stages of the race, and their strategy was to come clear a little bit later on in the race. Fascinating race. So it was, with the 2 mandatory stops to become absolutely key in the course of the events. Uvio here, you can see, relegated down to P3. All eyes were on the championship leaders, Team Olympian, and also the 246 Vape Club with EDF car driven by Ted Bradbury, double stinting, doing the sessions in the both sessions 1 and 2. This one here getting a little bit physical with the GCI 111 car. They had a fantastic run, particularly later on in the race, as Ted Bradbury fought his way through the field from the penultimate row of the grid and up towards podium positions, ultimately making it a lead quartet battling it out. But the early stages also saw the 257 FF course car getting involved, that with Miguel Faiska in the early stages setting some blistering pace as he did the opening and closing stints in the race. 104 car, the XL EDF, very welcome to rejoining us in the championship. Paul Hardy, Jamie Day and Todd Fawcett. Jamie Day doing a couple of very good sessions indeed, as Ted Bradbury by this time had made his way through into well inside the lead group and about to take the lead, which he did hit with a very tight move on the run down in towards the hairpin complex. You'll notice at this point the rear of the quartet, the Uvia Hoffman's Lotus car, still in touch with the leaders, and they regained the lead after their stops. Issues, though, very sadly for Joe Wiggin, who was about to take over the car from Rob Croydon in the rare vinyl TLR car, number 169. That did get back out on track, and Joe Wiggin put in some blistering laps, including this pass on the Red River Sport car being driven at that point by Bonamy Grimes. There were issues for the 257 car of Ian Morris, the rookie, acquitted himself real well, but had one issue which put the 257 car a little bit further down than he would like to have been over the course of it. So issues for him over the course of the race, but still bringing home the car in good position as the rest of the field continued to battle over the course of the hour, which I've got to say passed quickly. A little bit of a moment there as a straight lining the chicane for Riley Phillips, who was in for the third and final stint for Team Olympian GRD. Riley battling at that point for fourth position, which he ultimately managed to annex after a great battle here with the GCI car. The 111 car put up a great battle. Craig Butterworth may have ceded the position there, but managed to fight back as we got closer towards the end of the race. And as that race approached, it became clear that nobody was going to get in front of the UVO Hoffman's car, which came home for its first win of the year. I think 2 years following their last victory, which coincidentally came here at Croft. Fabulous Randaccio was equally chuffed, as was the man who took the checkered flag, Farkini Diot. What a great 1 hour long race we have. I'm pleased to have by the side of me over the course of the weekend. And will be joining us later in the year, of course, for, I think, Fun Cup finale at Alton Park. We were chatting about John Ratcliffe.
Indeed, I will. Yeah, looking forward to that. But, of course, we've still got lots of racing action to come.
I think I called you Andrew today when I teed you up on the... I don't know why. We had 2 Andrews. I was thinking about Andrew Payne. Apologies for that. But could I call you Andrew for the rest of the day?
Yeah, go for it. I don't care. I don't care what you call me. As long as it's stream friendly, I'm not bothered, mate. That's absolutely fine. But, yeah, like we say, well, comparatively to Fun Cup, a short and sharp race earlier on of 1 hour. And finally, we got a race winner that wasn't the number one of Olympian GRD. Now, of course, like we mentioned, we've not quite got the grid yet on TSL yet, but I will just drop a little hint here. So we, of course, said, well, they've finally got a race that they haven't won, so they won't be starting from the back, but they haven't been blessed in the grid draw. I think they're only 17th, so only a few places higher than if they had won the race. So still a lot of work to do then for our championship leaders at the moment. But it looks as though on the random grid draw it will be Race Logic, the 210 who take to pole position. They were a little bit quiet in the first race today. We didn't really see them too much on the live stream, but we'll see what they can do from pole position. And that grid draw, of course, again, another random grid draw, was done by our very own Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis. So he was lucky enough to draw the numbers out of the hat for that one. Sadly, though, we're not going to hear from him pre-race here in this one, so we won't be able to hear any of the murmurings from the drivers. But I think, again, it's going to be carrying on the strategies from the race 1 to race 3. But this time, very different in terms of those pit stops. There is going to be refueling. Now, with a few safety cars and whatnot, you might be able to do this one on 2 churns if you really manage it well. But if there's no safety cars, you're pressing on through the whole race with the heat as well, there might be potential for 3 churns needed here. So we'll have to try and keep our beady eyes on that pit lane to work out the strategies of each of the teams.
I'll leave that to you and Jamie.
Great.
Specifically Jamie.
Okay, cool.
Because
fine.
he can see, you can't see, we can't see from here what people are putting in the cars. So no pressure on Jamie. I've got to say, Mr. Peters-Ennis had a quiet race 1. I think he was in an air-conditioned booth with his feet up and a cocktail or something like that.
So nothing like us, is what you're saying there?
Nothing like us at all. You know, we were very hard at trying to read the race and everything else. But to be fair, Jamie didn't have to do a great deal really on that one. But if he'd done an interview, we would have wiped out half the race, wouldn't it? with the hour-long sprint race. But it was. Where did our boys who were going for the 10 grand wind up in the draw?
They are 2nd place on the grid. Sir.
I was going to. Okay, so. Is the money here? Is it a cash prize? Is it a bank transfer? We'll do bank transfer now. Or do we have the old photo opportunity with the briefcase with the money in it? How do we know how Fun Cup? Do they carry the money around with them, or is it a bank transfer? Is it that impersonal?
I think you might see Paul Rose just swiftly leaving the site with 15 minutes to go. That's on the cards. But I don't actually know, because obviously we've never seen, or at least since I've been involved in the championship, we've never seen someone take the 10 grand. I don't think that anyone's ever got it.
So do you think anyone ever will?
It's so difficult. They've got the best start for this one on the front row with some relatively quick drivers around them, but a lot of the front runners shuffled all around the order. So they've got a really good opportunity here, especially given the fact they've already had a full race and to bed themselves in. They should know what they're doing. 1, in terms of Fun Cups, 2, in terms of racing in general. That's a given. They're very accomplished racing drivers. But learning the idiosyncrasies of Fun Cup, the specifics that you've got to make sure you get right, specifically in terms of working together, doing those pit stops exactly correctly, getting the strategy right,
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot that could potentially go wrong. So they'll be looking for a bit of luck and a prevailing wind here to grab that 10 grand. But like I mentioned earlier, of course, 10 grand for the win, and then we've still got a couple of grand for second and third as well. So if they could get on the podium, they bag themselves a bit of cash. But 3 hours to wait and see whether that happens.
I hope it goes today because McEwen will be kicking himself.
Unlucky, mate. Should have come back and joined the Fun Cup. This is where the racing's at, boy. Anyway, the drivers carry on then on their warm-up lap here for their second race of the day. Of course, their last race of the weekend. And then we're sort of moving into the second half of the season now for Fun Cup now as the championship points begin to sort themselves out. But I think really it's safe to say, unless the number one of Olympian GRD have an absolutely awful race, they're looking good for the championship.
It's going to happen at some point. If you look at the law of averages, and I always have this explanation going to young drivers, and you know, lucky enough or otherwise to work with youngsters in F4, youngsters over the years in Ginetta Junior, Fiesta Junior now, and they move on, and to see young drivers' heads drop when they have a bad meeting or a bad run, and what they don't realise is by the time they get to my age, or even in the Masters category at 40, I said, you're going to look back and this is just a blip. Because you're not going to be champion every year. You're going to have one really mega season, and the rest of them are going to be average, and a few of them are going to be really bad. But I can't tell you that because when you're a youngster, you're probably getting to realise that racing is such a mixed bag over the years. But youngsters don't get that. But there will be. The point I'm coming back to is they will have a bad race. The law of averages says they will have a bad race over the course of the season.
That is true.
I don't know why I'm pointing at the number one car because nobody on the stream or on the banks can see what I'm pointing at. That is one of my annoying habits. As well
at
as
least
talking.
I know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
mate.
you
So
do,
that's the best thing. Anyway, but yeah, you say the law of averages, but equally in racing, you create your own luck. So if the drivers can just keep it on the straight and narrow and press on, they should be good to make another result. Now, of course, things you can't control, mechanical issues, someone else diving into the side of you in a bit of an over-exaggerated move or an overconfident move, but we'll wait and see. It's never a nice place to be, down in the sort of middle part of the pack. That's when it can all get a bit scruffy and a bit scrappy out there, but I know that they've all got cool and considered heads on top of those shoulders driving for the number one. They've all done this plenty of times before. They know how to pick through a Fun Cup grid, and we'll be keeping our eyes on them. Now, I've spotted as well on the TSL, at least to my knowledge, we still don't have an official grid, which would lead me to believe that the guys for Alpha Live also don't have the official grid to bring up on the screen. So I have got the grid, courtesy of Jamie Peters-Ennis. We'll see if we can bring it up on the screen for you. If not, though, we'll just have to try and talk you through it as best as I can. Oh, we do have it. Wow, okay, well, you're doing better down in the producing band than I am. So hopefully we can get it on screen then for your second race of the day here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Of course, we've already had 1 hour of racing. That one, very nip and tuck. Just got to get it done and dusted. No refueling and whatnot. Just press on to the end of the race and try and scrap up near where you started. This one a lot more in terms of strategy, pit stops, where you plan those through the windows. We'll wait and see who's able to scythe through to the fourth. Right then, let's have a look at your grid then for this race. Race Logic are on pole position with Team Destructive alongside them on the front row. Then it's the British Endurance Racing Team and Red River Sports on row number 2. Redham Racing and Sherrodice UK there on row number 3. And they'll be followed on row 4 by Axiometrics and FF Corsa. Now, I imagine it will be the rather speedy peddler for the 257 in for the first stint. We'll check that in a second. Vape Club and EDF Motorsports alongside 22 GT Racing. That rounds out your top 10 there on row 5. They'll be followed by Team Summers and Greenheath on row 6. Seed Data and Rare Vinyl TLR. They're on row number 7 with PLR Racing and Demon Tweaks 2 on row number 8. Then row 9 has your championship leaders, Team Olympian GRD, along with them a Signature RV. Then it's XL EDF Motorsport, Demon Tweaks number 1. Then the Team FFS, GCI Racing, Uvio Hoffman Motorsport, your race winners in the 1 hour race earlier on there, starting right at the back of the grid on 23rd place. Well then, if this morning's action is anything to go by, I think this one's going to be rather exciting for us, Mr. Richard John Neal. But let's see, of course, very different strategies, like I mentioned, between those two differing sizes of race. It worked out for Uvio in the short one. Let's see if they can do it again from the back of the grid here in the slightly longer one. Or will another driver, another team, get through to the sharp end?
It's been a while, but they're very well used to doing this particular task. And of course, what they'll have coming into this race is a little bit of psychological momentum, if not mechanical momentum. It was interesting to hear from Fabulous at the end of the first race about, we know that the 3-hour race is going to be a different prospect, but they know all about that. They've raced in heat before, they've raced here before, they've won before, they know about coming from the back, and it's not all over in the first stint. If that was the case, then Ted Bradbury would have come home with the win in his one with Vlad Vasiliev. But the pace car, safety car is back into pit lane, and we are ready to go with the 210 car out front. Race Logic, David Denyer starting on pole position with Darren Burke starting on the outside. It is, well, we're going 3x3, 4x4 as they come down, and this looks like it could possibly end in tears, but it's Team Disruptive that get the best of the start from Clervaux. I can hear some gravel in my ears. Somebody's gone through the gravel, but anybody off? Doesn't look like it at the moment.
No, it did. I think that might have been the FF course car. The FF Corsa on the 257 potentially kicking up a bit of the kitty litter there through the first couple of corners. It was a good start from the Burt team, British Endurance Racing team there, diving to the inside line and grabbing, I do believe, third place as they head down into Tower for the first time. But already, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports nipping at their heels, looking to jump up into the top three as we head down to the far section of the circuit. Wide and off has gone Demon Tweaks. That's their main car there, finding the green stuff on the outside of the circuit. And look at that, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports making the move through the S's. Committed stuff, up to third place they go. And of course, that's Ted Bradbury behind the wheel.
Yeah, we can expect Ted to put in blistering pace whenever he is in the car, and I'll talk more about his strategy a little bit later on. But Uvio Hoffman's already made up 5 places as they were going into Tower. It might be more than that already because they're closing up on GCI now, looking to put pressure on. But this is the point where we can, I guess, just let the race breathe a little bit as we watch Darren Burke. All well and good being up at the front at the start of this, but it's where he's going to count at the end. But of course, he's doing what he needs to do. Be out front, make the gap, make the most of the clear traffic as they go through. But he's going to be watchful of Ted Bradbury. I don't know Vlad's times in comparison with, say, Matt Topham. I haven't managed to look and compare those two. One would guess that Vlad's got a few more laps in. Matt's going to be not quite as used to the car. But I'm guessing with the GT heritage and success that he's had, that he's going to be quicker than Vlad Vasiliev. So they're going to have that upper hand of maybe having 2 slightly higher graded drivers if we were looking at how high they've raced before. And I don't mean any disrespect to Vlad Vasiliev there.
Of course, we've got plenty of time to compare to, haven't we, here, over 3 hours, so we'll keep our watchful eyes on those two. There's Uvio already pressing through the pack. Look how far up the order Uvio already through. They're into 16th place. At least when they came across the line, they were there in 16th. They might have made a couple up through the first sector there. Once again, I was also keeping my watchful eye on the Team Summers car. That is them in the middle of that 3-way scrap as we're already going side by side there through the S's. Greenheath getting shuffled out wide there and losing at least a place or two as they head down into Sunny Inn. You can see that Team Summers car hopping and skipping over the inside curves, and yet again it is Riley Phillips from the Olympian GRD team jumping in to fill the vacant seat at the first part of this race. And when Jamie handed me the running orders for this race, he was like, well, we know Riley's going to start again, but after that I have no idea. So we're going to have to be on helmet watch for this race, try and see who is behind the wheel of that Team Summers car as they head through this race. But an unfortunate first lap or so from your pole sitters of Race Logic, dropping down into 5th place for now anyway. They've got good pace at the moment. They're actually looking to re-establish themselves in 5th place as Team Summers have gone through into 4th, and they're side by side with Burt down to the first couple of corners.
All good stuff. Up into 2nd position goes Johnny Molam now, so Johnny will be very capable of grabbing some race leading laps, and this is all about positioning themselves for that first stop, which is going to
already in. Seed Data with an issue then really early in this race. They've not gone straight into the pit, into the actually into the pits itself. They've just stopped in the box outside of it, so clearly not feeling like it's a totally race-ending issue. There's something going awry already for Seed Data. That is gutting for them.
So is it every 40 minutes in this one?
Yeah, it will be about that. I'm hoping Jamie will send me through the exact timings once he's got those all sorted. But yeah, he will. We'll see. As immediately, there you go. Back out goes Seed Data. Was that just an issue there with the front splitter? We saw at the front and the back he's lost a little bit there, but either way, straight back out. They've not lost a lap, and that's the crucial thing in Fun Cup. You want to keep yourself on the leading lap with a safety car. You get brought right back into the mix yet again.
Go on then, when's the first safety car going to happen?
Well, the 104 is going a bit slowly, so could this be it? That's down through Sunny. Is it down the bottom section of the circuit? And they've come to a halt. You might have just called it there, sir. The 104 has come to a halt. I already commentary cursed them in race number 1, sadly, for our team from the UAE, XL EDF Motorsport. They were running there in 8th place. The 104 yet again putting in some quality lap times out there. But it's all come to a halt for them down the back of the circuit. We'll wait and see whether they do make it back round or whether we need to come and save them.
Ted Bradbury just got into the lead, so Ted Bradbury takes over at the front. How quickly has he done that? And again, this is all about, you want to get to build a big lead. You may or may not get a safety car. And for Ted Bradbury, if a safety car comes now, it's not a problem because he hasn't built a lead to be extinguished by the safety car break. Ted was telling me earlier on, I'll come to this point that we were talking about sim driving and esports. We've got a few esports series upcoming which I work on, and a few guys coming in to co-commentate with us on that one. I think we're going to get Ted Bradbury to do some co-coms with us, which will be great. And we were talking about Olivier Algieri. We've got flashing lights over there. Is that a safety car? No, it isn't. That's just a yellow flag zone, I think, down there heading towards Sunny.
No, it is, yeah.
And we were talking about, Olivier Algieri, who he knows very well from his karting days. And Olivier running in the Virtue Motors Mini Trophy this year and grabbed a hat-trick last time out. And I was saying, well, Olivier, of course, is one of these drivers. And I spoke to him at Thruxton, and I was talking about sims because we've got a Mini E series. And I said, Olivier told me that he hasn't got a sim. And he said, no, he hasn't got a sim, but he did come and practice on mine for that Thruxton meeting. So there we go, which isn't something I knew, but something I know now for the next commentary. Interestingly here, the battle on for the lead, Ted Bradbury not getting away and in fact loses lead position.
Indeed, yeah, little dive bomb in the final corner. What a beautiful up and under there from Ted Bradbury. Read that beautifully. But I was going to say, it's not taking him long to get to the sharp end, has it? He's already up into the lead, but again, struggling to pull away. That slipstream is really key here round Croft, and they're already defending there into the first couple of corners. Sends Team Disruptor to that outside line. They won't be able to make anything of it, but crucially, that's brought Red River Sport back into the battle as well. So if they continue to squabble like this, they continue to hold each other up, we'll see more drivers going like, yeah, I'll join in with this battle for the lead. Yes, thank you. I'd love to be involved. Cheers for the invite, lads. But they continue on then. Still, looks like we've got those yellow flags down at the back of the side of the circuit. I did see, there you finally see on your screen. Fantastic, thank you to the Alpha Live crew there. It's getting pushed out of the way by the marshals under yellow flags, so maybe we won't just yet get our first safety car today.
That was a frustrating end to the first stint for Jamie Day. Hopefully they can get back in it and get some test laps. But coming back to your point about slipstream, I was talking to Paul Luty about Fun Cup earlier on, and Paul, who we just saw in the Audi TT race, did Fun Cup quite a few seasons ago. And he was saying that it's all important, the slipstream here. He said you can close in on someone, have a great race. And he said, there was me thinking I was so much quicker than the car in front. Got past, he said, then I couldn't shake them because of the slipstream. He said, suddenly I realised that, yeah, I'm quick enough, but the slipstream does help. I'm guessing you've had a good experience of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely experienced that, how key the toe is round here. You drop out of slipstreaming range, particularly if you've got drivers like this all slipstreaming each other, they can quickly start to pull away. You've really got to find some extra pace over the drivers around you to close that gap and get back in slipstreaming range, which is very much easier said than done. Like we mentioned, Red River Sport are into the toe of the rest of the top three. A little gap then back to Riley Phillips there in Team Summers, and then again a little gap back to the FF Corsa car. Yet again in for sim number 1 is Miguel Faiska. Again, an impressive start from Miguel up to the top 5 already. That's a big bit of wing damage there for the 169. That, of course, is Rare Vinyl TLR there with a bit of front right damage. Clearly not affecting them too much. Still on good pace, and it's just about hanging on by a thread.
If they can get through to the stops, then obviously the team will have seen it and they'll be able to do some remedial action on the car and get it sorted out. But they've got a little bit of a wait because at the moment we are only, barely 10 minutes into the race, and we're looking around about another half an hour before the pit window will open as Team Burke gets stuck in there. Greenheath being passed by Uvio Hoffmans, who I said that having that maybe mechanical and also psychological momentum, and from the back of the field up into 9th place. And this is Bradbury-esque, isn't it? Progress that they're making.
Super impressive already from Uvio. They're trying to make up a few more places. Yeah, gutting for Greenheath from such a positive angle C. Which hasn't been going their way so far here at Croft. They slip down the order now at the bottom end of the top 10. Race Logic and Uvio there nose to tail with Burt just in front. So Burt through into P6 then. Race Logic there in P7. Uvio now in P8. Really starting to apply the pressure. So of course it's a 3-hour race. It'll be every 30 minutes the pit windows around about. So we'll try and keep you up to date with when those do happen. But we'll see how quickly the order does change. Now, a few things from Mr. Jamie Peterson as we see a rare vinyl diving up the inside there at the final corner. They're up into the top 10 through on Sheradise. He's got a nice picture there of a very smiley man enjoying the racing from the pit wall. Jamie, though, has told us 104 stopped with electrical problems. That's why he came to a halt there down at Sunny. And I think to note as well, Olympian GRD have had a water pump change in between the two races. So clearly feeling like they weren't trusting that part too much and they wanted to change that out, and they'll be hoping that means no mechanical issues through to the end of the race as they look to re-establish themselves back at the front of the order.
Yeah, it's one of the key things, isn't it? You're going to want to, on a day like today, make sure that things don't overheat. There's going to be a possibility of that happening. Riley Phillips at the moment is in 17th, so good solid start. I remember sitting with Andy McEwen, I can't remember which circuit we were at, probably Brands Hatch, and said, oh, they're not going to make it now because they're too far back. And they did.
Classic.
It's all about strategy, and they know exactly what they're doing in terms of the timing.
They're absolutely on it. And that's why they win championships. That's why they win so many races. But of course, it's not Riley in the car for them just yet. It's Christabel behind the wheel, because Riley's behind the wheel of the Team Summers car at the moment. It's all getting very confusing for us here in the conference box. Hopefully, you understand a little bit better than we do, though, sitting at home or sitting wherever you are. But yeah, it's all got a bit shaken up because of Gary Summers' teammate having to drop out like literally this morning. So clearly something happening. Hopefully, they're all okay and their situation all okay. But all the drivers scrambling together to try and make sure that Gary still gets a race, which is lovely to see. And I mean, the car at the moment, they're up in the top 5, so I think Gary should be pretty happy with that.
Red River Sport have dropped right back. It was 3 cars for the lead a lap or so ago, and now we've got this big gap developed, 6 seconds.
Wow.
Back to 3rd place. So Johnny Molam has dropped back into the company of Team Summers, 158, with now, according to the sheet that Jamie gave us, Gary Summers starting that one, but is it Riley Phillips starting it and then handing over later on? We've got one. We've got stint 1.
We've only got one,
and then nothing else.
That one's wrong as well, because he told me the only thing I know is Riley starting. So it is definitely Riley Phillips in the car.
To be fair, we do know that the driving order sheets that we get are subject to change, so that's not an issue. We're not a criticism.
They are supposed to tell Julian, the sort of race director and main steward, if they change that order, but often they don't.
It can happen late and not come through
exactly.
on the sheet for
Things
us.
could just happen and you have to change it, so it is what it is. But we'll keep you best up to date as best as possible. And again, as you just pointed out, outside our commentary box window, see data in yet again. Jamie told me they were in for that front and rear damage, which we could see on the cameras, but clearly finding a bit more of an issue as they're back in the pits yet again. We keep our eyes on this battle for 3rd place, though, and it has all reshuffled. Red River Sports still there in 3rd, but actually it's been a change to 4th place then. FF Corsa through on Team Summers, and I can tell you, of course, it is Miguel who's behind the wheel. He is a former Nissan GT Academy driver, is Miguel. So I think it's understandable why he's so quick out there.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job out there as the race leaders flash in front of us. As time for maybe Jamie will start to get some pit stop feedback. What he won't want to do at the moment is pester Matt Hogg while the car is being sorted out. But the race leaders now, actually, 7 seconds now. So Red River Sports drop back to 7 seconds down, with Vape Club still in front from Team Disruptive. And Disruptive here, if you're thinking strategy, with the fact that you've got Vlad Vasiliev in the car to do a couple of stints as well, Disruptive will be thinking to themselves they're in a good place. They'll be looking back, however, at the likes of Uvio Hoffman, who are now up to 6. So they're actually in that group that are 5 or 6 seconds down. They make progress here. There they are, the group busy chasing up. They make progress. We get a safety car. Bang, they're on the leaders.
Exactly that. But it couldn't have been a more perfect opening part of the race here for Team Disrupted. Like we say, going for a bit of money, a bit of cash money in their pocket at the end of this one, as it all gets a bit close to the barriers. So that might have been a bit of contact with the barriers there for the FF Corsa team. They made the move down at Tower to steal away third place from Red River Sport. Looks like just a glancing blow, though. It seems like they've still got all of the front splitter intact there on the 257, which is lovely to see. Sadly, they don't. Rare Vinyl have a lot of wheel rubbing there between their bodywork and the tyres, and that's only seemingly getting worse there for the 169. Like you mentioned, they've still got a bit of time here to wait before they can get that sorted. And when we mention get that sorted, that is the team members just ripping pieces off in trying to make sure it doesn't rub on the tyres. But he's got a bit of a wait before they can do that.
I'm wondering whether that will be mechanical failure flag, and you'll know this better than me as a driver. At what point does that become an issue because there's bodywork flapping? What you don't want is it flying off and hitting another car through the window, or spectators are a fair way back obviously these days, but you know it could still cause damage. But you're shaking your head and saying no, it's not an issue.
I've never seen anyone called in simply for bodywork. Usually you find it finds a way of ripping itself off before we can even get to that point. And then you also see it as, well, they've gone round for 3-4 laps now, and it's just sitting there not doing much. It should be fine to leave it. So I think they sort of leave it to work itself out when they're out there.
Have you ever seen the clip of Gordon Shedden with errant bodywork in his touring car at Snetterton? And we had these great big stacks on the exit of Russell Corner.
Yes.
And Shedden just, I'll get rid of that. And he just goes right up to what? Absolute Gordon Shedden, absolute legend. Absolute legend.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Great to see him winning again as well last time out at All Park.
Fantastic.
That was so good.
That just shows the experienced head on his shoulders to think like that as well. Think, this is ruining my race. Yeah. Let's just get rid of it. I'm just going to drive as close to the barrier as possible and chuck it off. And he did just that. So, fair play to Gordon. And maybe we'll see if the Rare Vinyl car decides the same. Who is it behind the wheel? It is Rob Croydon behind the wheel to start this one yet again. Over 15 minutes through this one already, then halfway towards the first pit window. Like we were saying, what a perfect start it's been for Team Disruptive. Still only half a second off the back of Bait Club. And I think they're doing exactly what they need to do here. Sitting in the slipstream, using that toe nicely to get better lap times, continuing to gap this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th place. And just making it easier for them when they come through to the first round of pit stops. Great stuff so far from the 248.
Yeah, battles for 4th and 5th now, isn't it? Because FF Corsa consolidating 3rd place, Red River Sport and Team Summers close up, and then the UVO Hoffman's car with another couple of seconds, 2 or 3 seconds down behind them to try and close up now. So Fabulous will want a safety car. That's what he's going to want now, whether we get one or not. And this is where probably need Andy to ping what's the earliest safety car we've had, how many have we had at Croft, and all that kind of stuff that we normally get into. And it is fascinating to go through those stats. I do that kind of thing on other formulae myself. I haven't on Fun Cup because Andy's done it all. I keep meaning to give him my Mazda stats actually to help him in terms of the BRSCC Mazda Championships as well. But yeah, I know he loves a good stat, as most of us commentators do. Do you like a good stat?
I love a good stat, but I never seem to be able to find them. I rely on much smarter people like Andy to get them sorted and get them correct. But yeah, so many stats with Fun Cup as well. Of course, with these long races, there's so many things to keep counting on. But honestly, to keep up to date with them, fair play to him. We saw Rare Vinyl TLR making more moves. That's battling with Axiometrics and GCI then. So that is them through, is it? Hold on, no, that is them losing a place, apologies. So just dropping outside of the top 10 then for them, as we see it below our commentary box window, the 104 finally being dragged back into the pit lane. So that's taken a little while there for them to get back to safety, and we'll see if they can get that electrical issue fixed and head back out throughout this race. The 214 of Seed Data, like we said, they had that front and rear damage. They went out, they then came back in again. That's because their tracking is out. I assume that'll be from the contact that's caused that bodywork damage. They were losing 3 seconds a lap with that tracking being wrong. So then they decided to put it straight into the box, get the tracking fixed, and then send it back out for a bit more testing, sadly now, as there'll be quite a few laps down.
That's all they could do now, but enjoy the rest, play for their track time, so might as well enjoy the rest of the race, which they will do. We're going to have a look at some replays from the opening part of our race. We are now 20 minutes or so in, it was a fantastic, very, very crowded start indeed. And it was Team Disruptive who got the best of the runs down into Clairvaux and were the early leaders. Amazing how the gap has opened up after just 20 minutes, but everybody behaving themselves fairly well. A little bit of rubbing. If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. They always say that, and that was the case on the opening laps. A couple of cars picking up a wee bit of damage as the team chasing the £10,000 bounty started to move clear. Demon Tweaks had a couple of issues, including that little off, but recovered from that as Uvia Hoffman started to try and claw their way back through the field as well. Early doors issues for XL EDF Motorsport. Jamie Day having problems. And that car taking a little while to recover. We do thank the rescue crews for doing that one, as we just get a quick look at Ted Bradbury making his way through and into the lead, but Team Disruptive were dislodged, but not disrupted, because they kept in touch with Ted Bradbury, regaining the lead, which Bradbury did again on the run out of the hairpin and reclaimed the lead, which he still holds at the moment and still in close proximity with his chaser from Disruptive. F, of course, have made their way through into third place. Watching the progress there of Uvio Hoffman's making their way up the order, now up into the top 6, so have had a very good run. And one would say, as we head towards pit stops, again, one of the best drill teams. One thing you can't do is time all of the stops, so it's difficult to know who is the quickest, but the body language of the Uvio Hoffman's car on track in race 1 and the combination of their pit stops marks them out as a very serious threat in this race.
Yeah, it is always the number 1 of Olympian GRD, and of course the 225 of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. They were always the ones that we were watching and that we were comparing ourselves against in terms of slick pit stops. Right. Not only for the drivers getting in and out, but also all of the team members putting the fuel in, making sure no one's touching the car, all the little bits and bobs that you only learn over doing this championship over many, many years, and they've worked it all out perfectly. And if you're within a couple of seconds of their time, you've had a pretty good pit stop, so that's what you've got to be keeping your eye on. Now, of course, like you say, we can't really time that during the race, but post-race you can find all that data and all the results.
To get your missus going down and doing that, get her a bib. You were talking about, you know, your wife making herself useful. She can do that one as Uvia Hoffman about to pick off another place. How many seasons did you guys race in? I know you're hoping to go back 2 seasons.
2 seasons, yeah. It was last year and the year before that we did. Honestly, Croft, we had a pretty poor round, to be honest. We just couldn't really work out why we were so slow. Now, later in the season, we found out.
Well, they say we. Was it all of you, or let's be specific here? Who was the slowest?
No, honestly, it was me again. It was the slowest. But we were all off of the pace of where we thought we would have been. But then after that big crash at Brands, we found that the chassis had been bent the entire time. So that didn't help with our braking, didn't help well that time. And hopefully, if we come back here next year, we'll be a bit more on the pace. But drivers still on the pace, certainly. Of Vape Club EDF Motorsport now broken clear of Team Disruptive. They're now 1.7 seconds back. So they've dropped out of slipstream range. And look at this, though. Uvio have carved their way through. We've been watching lap after lap after lap. Team Summers trying to get past Red River Sport. They haven't been able to do it, but Uvio get past on the first time of asking. Great moves for your race leaders earlier on. They're already up into the top 4.
Yeah, there is a confidence thing. It makes such a difference. I'm not saying they weren't confident coming into race 1 or over the last couple of rounds, but sometimes things just all knit together. And I think we, you know, at this stage, very early doors, but, you know, one would not be surprised if that 225 car doesn't make it through in the position when the checkered flag comes out after 3 hours. There's some good fighting going on, which he's making the most of at the moment. And that's the key, isn't it? About all these things knitting together, it can be opportunity as well. You can put your best efforts in, but if the opportunities don't come to you, you don't necessarily get it. So, up into 4th position for the first time in this race and across the line go Uvio Hoffmans. It's Vape Club EDF out front, Team Disruptive P2, FF Corsa in 3rd place, and Uvio Hoffmans with Fabulous Randaccio at the wheel. He's going to do 1, 3 and 5. It's very straightforward with Uvio Hoffmans. They alternate the drives, no double stints, know exactly what they're doing. Some of the other teams, you look at it and you think, well, there's a little bit of a shame. Darren Burke, for example, in Team Disruptive, John, is doing...
That Uvio don't drive off with this one ahead out in 4th place, and he can try and keep the Team Summers car in with a sniff here in the top 5. but it's taken the Team Summers car a while there to get through on the 200 Red River Sport, and that's what makes me think as well, of course, not only is there the experience of the drivers out there in the car, but of course that experience helps with making sure the setup is right and all things like that. Now in the number 1 Team Olympian GRD car, I would expect Riley to side on through relatively quickly there. It's taken him a good 5, 6, 7 laps to get past Red River Sport, and it really had to be a big dive. Now for me, is that just because the Team Summers car hasn't had the same learning time, the same time to get those setups perfect to really find the pace in that car as he would in his usual number 1?
I'm wondering in this heat, would you want the extra stints? I'm not sure Riley's going to be too bothered about that, because drivers just get in and the momentum kicks in, as it does for many of us in any form of life, to be honest. But this is a key thing for him now. He'll have been frustrated to have seen the UVA Hoffman's car go past, because what he can do is place this car in front of UVA Hoffman's, and that could help him later in the race when he's in the Team Olympian GRD machine a little bit later on. And they were talking to us about that, weren't they? Outside the toilets earlier on. Probably shouldn't have mentioned the outside the toilets bit.
Location.
Indeed, but that was one of the things that Simon Rudd was talking about.
Indeed, yeah, lots of chatter between the drivers. Of course, now they've raced for so long against each other, they all know all the little bits of info and where to work each other out and whatnot. And of course, lots of chattering and whatnot. Lots we probably can't live stream, but we'll keep those bits to ourselves. Right then, closing in towards the first pit stop of this race, or first pit stop window, I should say. I got distracted because it's a big dive bomb at the final corner. Team Summers down the inside of UVO. UVO getting the up and under on the exit. We have a watch of the battle in behind, headed up by Burt for P7, but up ahead, the battle for P4, they're still side by side heading down to the first couple of corners. Team Summers having to drop back, and there you see them on your screen, dropping back behind UVO. It was a good attempt there from Riley. I think, again, he's not fighting for the championship here, he's in a completely different car, but he wants to get involved with this battle with UVO, and again, there has to be, you'd like to think he'll be impartial racing for another team, but there has to be a bit of a thought. If I can hold UVO up here, it might help my team.
That's the thing, he's racing for himself here. It's not just for the car he's in, it's to maybe hold up the black and gold, you know, for later in the race. It could well help, but this is great. I mean, this pairing, of course, in the last round, you're in for a treat at Alton Park if it goes down to the wire as it did last year. Have you watched it and replayed that?
Oh, I was there.
Were you in the race?
Racing. Yeah.
No doubt you watch it back as well. What's your thoughts on live stream? Do you guys watch it?
Oh yeah.
On the day, or
crucial.
do you watch it on the day?
Yeah,
what's going on?
To have the live stream.
And do you watch it as well and make your wife sit down and watch it with you?
Oh, of course, yeah, multiple times
as well.
after the racing, yeah, of course. You've got to study things after the fact and learn moving into the next round. But during the race, it is so crucial because, of course, one team member has the headset on and can communicate with the driver. But really, when they go out of eyeshot for us, we don't know what's going on with them. We don't know what's happening in their race. So to be in the pits and having a live stream on, it is absolutely crucial. So it's fantastic to have Alpha Live bringing us these pictures. And I know all the drivers down the pit lane will be listening to us and watching the racing. Whether they're taking much notice of us is another story. But it's so needed throughout your race to know what's happening, and especially if you're another driver as well, to work out where you are in the order, who you're battling with, who you're not bothering battling with, and where it's looking as you look ahead in the race, where you want to be, not where you are now, where you want to be in an hour or two time. But we're closing in on that first pit window then. It will be 2.5 hours into the race when we get into that first pit window. So about a minute and 40 seconds still to go before the pit window open board comes out. Of course, you're going to see that green pit window open board. If you come in before that, it's not going to be registered as an official pit stop during this 3-hour endurance race. And again, at the end of the pit window, once you see that pit window close board, the big red board, over the start-finish gantry, you can see it once, but you must immediately come in on the next lap. If you go around again, that's it, you're going to get yourself a big penalty. Now that one coming into the pits, the 92, that is before the pit window opens, and that is not a scheduled stop then for the 92. 22 GT Racing comes straight into the garage, and looks as though issues yet again for the 92. They had issues in race number 1 earlier on. Seems to be continuing, sadly, that negative momentum for them here into race 2. But again, we keep our eyes on this battle between Uvio and Team Summers in their squabble for 4th place. Riley trying to be aggressive again. Looks at the inside of the line and gets it. Aggressive stuff from Riley Phillips. He'll try and hang it around the outside to get the inside line into the final corner. He just about keeps it there, but look at the chop from Uvio. Holds that inside line, says, get back behind me, mate. And Uvio hold on to 4th.
I've seen more defensive drives than that, to be fair, and I think Fabulous Randaccio wasn't overly defensive. You can gauge by how far a driver is over going into the hairpin, and he wasn't too far over, but it's worked for him now because we've got a little bit of a queue forming behind, including that Team Summers car has got some competition to deal with. As we have a quick look at Demon Tweaks 2, Graham Battle piloting that car in the opening stint. But yeah, this has brought the Uvio Hoffman's car a little bit of breathing space now.
Yeah, ever so slightly. It was a little bit muscle out of the final corner, and that's given them a little bit of room as Red River Sports snuck back through. So change to 5th place again between these 3 drivers, but these 3 have been the most exciting out there so far in terms of on-track action at the sharp end of the field. We briefly looked at the battle from 7th place back, headed up by the British Endurance Racing team, and that is a number of drivers right close in behind them. It's all the way down to PLR, or is it Rare? No, it is PLR in 12th place, so 7th down to 12th, 5 of them following in a train. But again, we're coming into that first pit window. Whether it stays with those 5 nose to tail, I highly doubt that at the end of the pit windows. Who does a better stop, who does a worse stop, and who is able to jump up the order in the pit lane. Well, sadly, the 104 won't be doing that. Some serious issues now for the 104 because they have that electrical issue earlier on. Not sure if that's a repeat of that yet again or whether it's a new issue for the 104. Either way, it's not been a rememberable day, sadly, for the XL team. They've been really good on pace. Drivers all working together really nicely. But sadly, as driver hops up and out, I think it might be game over for the 104.
It could well be. There aren't any DNFs, though, technically. There are points all the way down, aren't they? Just for sort of, not say just for entering, but for whatever effort you put in. It just means that you're going to get less points the further down the race order that we get. As into
Sherrodice.
Yeah, Sherrodice now. We could expect them to maybe start to climb up the order a little bit. So pitting from P7, and it's Teddy Wilson that will go in for the second stint. They've got a straightforward set of a sequence of drivers, Peter doing 1, 3 and 5, Peter Belshaw, Teddy Wilson doing 2, 4 and 6.
Very tight pit lane here at Croft that makes those pit stops really challenging as drivers, particularly at this end of the pit lane we're at, start to stack up. Number 1, Olympian GRD in the pits then. I've just seen Simon Rudd jump his way in. He'll be looking for a nice fast second stint at this one. I will say as well, not a single car that's come in the pit so far has taken a churn of fuel. So all looking to stay as close to the leader as possible and carry on through to the second pit stops, where then we'll see a couple of churns go in. Very nice slick stop, as you would expect from the 1 of Olympian GRD. They filter their way back out on circuit just behind the 557 of Signature RV.
So pit window well and truly open, and this shakes things up where we were quite settled in where the cars were in the early stages of the race. Things now open up. Still Vape Club EDF out front from Disruptive in P2, so interested to see how that is going to alter. Vlad Vasiliev coming in for the second stint. Sherrodice the leading car of the stoppers so far, the 251 car, about to Teddy Wilson quicker than Peter Belshaw normally. That's very close coming in.
That was so late going into the pitch to the 207. They might get a penalty for that one. They definitely went over the solid yellow line there to dive in. Although maybe it was because they got an issue, because they've gone straight into the garage. So a late move to the pits there for Demon Tweaks 2, straight into the garage. Again, might be another team with a race over. We thought it would be a race of attrition, this one, and it's turning out to be that. But here we look at that GCI car. They're getting a good stop in, as they look to have cleared the Burt car just before they came into the pits there. We'll see if they can continue to save on as they all head to the exit of the pits.
That was a quick stop as well for GCI, and going out into the car now is Craig Butterworth, who we saw having that super scrap at the end of the 1 hour race. And what's the theory behind, so going with Fun Cup, usually 1 day race, obviously Anglesey you go quite a long way to travel for the 2 races. But does anyone stay for the party tonight, or?
Yeah, quite a
do
few
we
people
all-
do, to be fair. There's quite a few that actually will just stay in the paddock, have a motorhome or something, and will stay around for the festivities. We always stayed summer off circuit, either at a hotel or an Airbnb or something, and had our own festivities. Of course, the amount of alcohol, depending on how well or badly we'd done. Each scale creating more alcohol, for my father particularly. But yeah, no. Loads of festivities. I think that's the main thing about the Fun Cup, is it is such a lovely paddock. Everyone's so welcoming when you first start, wanting to give you tips and tricks, because at the end of the day, they want more people involved in the battles at the front, because it makes it more exciting for them. So they want drivers to improve as quickly as possible, but not quite be faster than them. That's where they'll stop giving you advice. Once you start getting close, suddenly everyone goes, "Oh, okay, you're a real contender here now. I'm not going to keep telling you my tips and tricks." But yeah, a lovely paddock.
The cards get closer to the chest, don't they? As it goes on.
It was, we mentioned the 92 22 GT rating. They've got a misfire. That's why they pulled into the box. I'm sure Jamie will let us know what's happened to the Demon Tweaks 2 car as well. I want to give you an update as well on the 158, the Team Summers car. We've already said that Riley has been out in this first stint for Team Summers. Now, Gary Summers, he's got a day ahead of him. Stint 2 is Gary Summers. Stint 3 is Gary Summers. Stint 4 is Gary Summers. Stint 5, it's Gary Summers. Stint 6, Simon Rudd. So Gary is doing 2 to 5 there out in the car. My goodness, that is going to really challenge his fitness out there, especially in these temperatures. But fair play, Gary, for cracking on.
Stint 6, Simon Rudd.
Stint 6, yeah,
Right.
last stint of the race.
And he's got 5. They're going to have to manage that, because Simon's in stint 5 in his, so that's not as straightforward as
No,
it
they'll leave
could
Gary out
otherwise have
until
been.
Simon's done and ready to jump in, and then he'll hop straight in the car. We saw there the Summers car looking to the inside down at Sunny on Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport yet again, but again not able to quite make the move.
FF Corsa are coming in for their stop, so we will see the changeover for the 257 car. Miguel Fasca, who's done another super job, podium at the end of the first stint, and about to hand over to Ian Morris for stint 2. And Ian will have learned very much from the first go. There's another car coming into pit lane as well. So down comes Greenheath.
Yeah, after a slightly challenging start to this one, Greenheath have been doing really well, to be fair, throughout this worst part of the first stint. Of course, it was Gary Bate for the first stint in race 1. This time it's Paul Turner. They've alternated as well. So Paul with a really positive first stint to that one, and was battling up in with that secondary big battle pack there with Burt and Race Logic and PLR, Revine, all that jazz. But we'll see how they sort themselves out as the pit window comes to a close then. How long have we got until then? It will be with 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. So 3 more minutes of the pit window be open. We're still waiting for about 6, 7, 8 cars to peel in.
Uvio Hoffman's often leave it till the very end of a stint, I've noticed over the course of the races that I've been involved with, and it looks like they may well be late on parade on this one. Not late on parade, but later in terms of the session, as in comes the 97 car, Renan Racing, with Andre Renan about to hand over to Pierre. Pop down into their grid slots, and just about visible from the commentary position. You can see it on the stream nice now as you're going through. And again, very quickly out of and into the car. Mechanics doing the belts up. Not Uvio quick, but certainly quick anyway.
Exactly, yeah. How speedy can you do it in the pit lane is always the question. As there, the 200 Red River Sport comes in just ahead of them. So the 97 peels out of the pit lane then. But I have not seen a single team take on any fuel yet. So clearly this first window, they're all just trying to keep on the lead lap, get as close to the leader as possible, and hoping for that safety car to bring them all back together before that second pit stop. And if we do have a pit stop under safety car for stint 2, or end of stint 2, ready for stint 3, that'll make it very interesting, because of course you're all closing up, you're all going to be coming in the pits at a very similar time. If you put a churn in, you're going to be losing a load of time in a load of positions. But will you be able to get it to the third pit stop with that tank of fuel that you started the race on? That will make it very interesting. We'll see if that does happen, though. Surprisingly, and sadly, we've not seen a safety car yet today.
Why sadly?
Because it always makes it exciting.
We could still have it to come. We might go safety car free, but well, again, that will save Andy adding too much to his stats if we don't get a safety car, because we go how many laps in, how early was it, how many laps was the safety car out, and so on and so forth. which he can do. I think it gave him something to do in COVID, didn't it, sorting out all the stats as incomes 214 seat data. And Matt Hogg about to hand over to Mike Devlin for the second stint of our second race of the weekend. Still Vape Club with EDF Motorsports out front, and with, unsurprisingly, the fastest lap of the race, as they did in race number 1, a 1:36.851. They've got the gap up to 5 seconds now over Team Disruptive, and that's what Vlad Vasiliev will have to carry into the second stint. Disruptive in the pit lane now, so chasing that 10 grand bounty. I can tell you officially that if the bounty is still going next season, that Rob Boston is going to be chasing it. Having a serious look at Fun Cup is Rob Boston. He's running in the PBS Brakes Super Sports tomorrow.
Of course.
And he said, I fancy a go at this. And I said, can I mention it on? Yep, he said. And it wasn't just the bounty. He wants to have a go anyway, but I think he'll bring a number of good drivers with him. If the bounty doesn't go this year, that will be a good shout.
97 is off down at the first couple of corners. That looks as though they just come to a halt. As there you go, they do get it going again. So the 97 either with just a spin there down at the first couple of corners or a bit of an issue. Either way, they get it back going. But yeah, great to see more drivers wanting to join the fray here in the Fun Cup. They're always wanting more. The more the merrier in Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing. But like we say, we'll see him out tomorrow, and clearly he knows what he's talking about when it comes to endurance racing. We'll see him out for 2 hours of battling, I should say, tomorrow for that one. We've still got over 2 hours of battling to go in this one. But before we give you an update as to how they work themselves out as the pit window closes, let's hand it down to Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pit lane. Well, hopefully we can hear from Jamie in a couple of seconds. So we're just waiting for the signal to come in from Jamie down there in the pit lane here at the beautiful Croft circuit. But like we were saying,
he's in the cocktail lounge again, actually.
He got the call. He's like, oh no, I've actually got to come on camera. Oh dear. But yeah. Pit window's coming to a close, and you can see that board is out, and you can see the green side on the camera, which means that the drivers can see the red side on the other side of that board, meaning it's closed, so the drivers will have to peel in. It's exactly what Bert does on the number 98, same for the 210 of Race Logic. They both pit from the sharp end of the order. I think they'll be around about the bottom end of the top 10 once all is said and done. But here we see which strategy works. Oh, spin and contact at the final corner. That was a little half spin there from the FF Corsa car. Was it the 257?
That wasn't the greatest of laps for Pierre Renom. I don't know if he was involved in that one, but he was the Marlboro livery car that we saw off down at between Clairvaux and Hawthorne. I think he managed to escape that. I'm not sure if he was involved, but he's had a very interesting lap. Actually, it might have been the lap after for him, because we were having a little bit of a natter and waiting for Jamie to grab the interview. We've still got leaders to come in as well.
They are coming in now. 246 into the pits. Then your race leader makes their first stop of the race. So they certainly won't be taking any fuel for this one. Vlad, ready and waiting, jumps straight into the car. That was so unfortunate for the number 104. Honestly, XL EDF Motorsport cannot find any sort of luck here at Croft throughout this weekend. It was a little half spin for the FF Corsa team in ahead of them. And they were wrong place, wrong time, just went straight into the side of them. But it looks like they've got some serious damage. I think we might see a safety car here, which is a bit gutting because the window is just closing as now UVO and Team Summers both dive into the pits.
Well, I was looking at UVO Hoffman's coming out of the hairpin with the Demon Tweaks car pretty much in the wrong place for them to cut across, and Fabulous literally had to cut across the Demon Tweaks car to come in. Very nearly had an opportunity not to make it in, and he had to come in on that lap. So, you know, you keep your foot on the gas as much as you can. Obviously, what Fabulous isn't going to back off going into the hairpin to allow a car to go in front of him. So that was very, very close. Are we going to get... Yeah, we are going to get safety car.
We are definitely going to have a safety car here. I know exactly what Julian's doing. He's waiting for the pit window to finish, everyone to have done their stops and get back in their right order. Then the safety car is going to go out, because there's no way that car is moving on its own. And I can see the marshals ready with the safety car board in their hand, just waiting to put it out once pit stops are done. I think we only have the one to wait for, and I think they've just got it done and dusted. So I think we could see safety car relatively shortly.
Vlad Vasiliev won't be very happy with that one, because he is the lead stopper at the moment, with Uvio Hoffman showing second now on the timing screen, with Team Summers in third, Team Disruptive in fourth place. And we'll get a handle, we'll get a fix on where everybody is, just as the safety car comes out. We'll come to Jamie in a moment with the safety car thing, but what I want to get a handle on, John, is who is where on track before we go to Jamie, and just to get a figure of pre-safety car gaps. So we're looking for our leader, which is Vape Club, which is here, going across the start-finish line about now, and then we look back. Where's the UVO Hoffman's car? Actually a fair way back, showing in P2, just turning into the hairpin around about now. Actually, it's 248 car running in
I think
second.
they'll be in second place. Let's wait and see. Yep,
Yeah, it does update. Well done. But still a big gap. So Vlad Vasiliev hasn't come out of that too well. Let us now then turn our attentions to pit lane, because Jamie has been waiting patiently for me to fit him in. So let's go down to Jamie Peters-Ennis. Well, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. He got fed up waiting for me and he's disappeared back to the cocktail lounge. And we'll go. Jamie, I'm so sorry, mate, if you can hear me. Apologies for that. But we just wanted to grab a handle on the gaps when the safety car, because there was only one opportunity to clock that. Although I suppose we could have done it while he was talking in there, to be fair. So I've just shot myself in the foot. And I'll apologise again to JPE. And just come back when you're ready for us, mate.
Yeah, I promise we'll send it straight down to you next time, Jamie. Sorry about that, mate. But yeah, nearly 15 seconds was the gap there for Vape Club. But we saw when they pitted, it was only sort of just over 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds, something around that. They've gained over 5 seconds then in that first round of pit stops. And again, that just shows they were cool, calm and collected during those pit stops. They knew what they were doing and they've gained time because of it. Sadly, like we've said though, that all goes to nothing now, because they close back up into a single train from first down to last. It's going to be a straight fight for these new drivers in the car as well. You've got to think a lot of these drivers have either just come out of the pit lane or have come out and done maybe 2 or 3 laps. Now they're straight into a safety car and straight into an all-out fight, which is basically like another race start. A good baptism of fire here for a few drivers in their second race.
That's why you wanted a safety car.
Exactly that. I wanted it during the window though. Sadly, understandably, Julian waited for that window to be open. To be closed.
Go through again the ramifications of is it a longer stop required in the window if you come in?
No, so all it is he wants to keep it nice and fair for all of the drivers that are racing out there. Of course, some had already made that initial stop early on in the window, so they would have lost out big time if the safety car board had come out, because everyone's going a lot slower. Then they can make a much easier pit stop and save loads of time.
There's no penalty for stopping under the safety car?
No. You can stop as long as the pit window's open. Yeah, that's fine. You can, whatever's going on out of circuit, you can pit.
And the only reason I was coming on to that is tomorrow with our PBS Brake Supersport race, if you pit, there is pit windows in that as well, but if you pit during a safety car, you have to execute a longer stop.
Right.
And it changes by circuit. And apologies for, some people will know that, some people hopefully that are joining us tomorrow won't, and we'll go through it again tomorrow. Just a slight change, but it everything's slowed down now, and we get a breather and we can just look at who's where. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head, John. It's a complete restart. The race starts again. Not great for Vlad Vasiliev. Would have been, I don't know. Would it have been better for Ted Bradbury? Maybe not. But Vlad's capable in this car.
Yeah, he's done enough. He's done enough restarts in his time, has Vlad. But crucially for him as well, he'd be pretty happy. He's got the. He's got, which car is it in between? The Rare Vinyl TLR, the 169, is between our 2 leaders. And unless the safety car's really long, I don't think we will see them get sent around. So I think we are simply going to just see them sat where they are in second place on the road, but of course they're a lap down is the 169. And that will at least give our leaders something to be happy about there with this safety car period, that they do have a car in between themselves and second place. So they'll be hoping they can scamper off at this restart, and it will take second place on the standings of Team Disruptive. They'll be able to take a bit of time to find their way through, and Vape Club will hope they can break the toe in that time, but we'll wait and see.
They will. Well, Simon Rudd, of course, will be happy because gaps have closed up, and that's good for him. But the longer the safety car takes, the less time he has in terms of being able to execute his speed. I can tell you, looking out of the comms box window, that the recovery crew have reached the stricken car. I always want the Thunderbirds theme tune going at this stage. You must know Thunderbird. You are a youngster, but you know Thunderbirds.
Of course.
Always want that to be played at this point.
Yeah.
Come off.
They're doing a great job of it already, aren't they? Quickly getting to it. It looked as though, we saw that there was some contact between the two of them. To me, anyway, it looks as though the right rear is jutting out from its usual sitting position there. So I think there might have been a bit of a wallop there on the rear axle. Maybe it was on the other side, and it's just created it's caused that wallop to go all the way through and affect both sides of the car. But either way, it's been less than ideal for the 104. And like I said, they just cannot catch a break up here at Croft. And again, a race ending before it even really started, sadly, for the 104. And they'll be getting back into the pits as soon as possible. This might take a little bit of time here for the car to get off circuit. Might be a few laps under safety car. Let's run you through the full order after almost 1 hour of racing here at Croft for race number 2 of the day for our Fun Cup Endurance Championship. EDF Motorsports then leading the way on the 246. Team Destructive in second place. They're of course going for that cash money at the end of the race, so they won't be too happy. They created a nice gap over third place, and that's all gone to nothing as well. Third place is held though by your race winners in race 1 of UVA Hoppers Motorsport. Then it's Red River Sport and Team Summers who round out the top 5. Sherrodise UK, PLR Racing, FF Corsa, GCI Racing and BERT, the British Endurance Racing Team, round out the top 10. They're followed by Race Logic, your pole sitters there in 11th place. Then Green Heath, Team Olympian GRD, your current championship leaders there in 13th place. They're followed by Signature RV, Axiometrics, Team FFS, Demon Tweaks, Rare Vinyl TLR, Redham Racing, Seed Data, Demon Tweaks 2, and then 22 GT Racing has been in the pits for a number of laps now, and now the 104 of EDF Motorsport out of the race. Well, there you go then. Out of the 23 runners to start this one, we're already down to 21, and I feel like with this race of attrition that's already been, we might lose a few more by the end of 3 hours.
May very well happen. We're going to take a very quick breather, and for those of you watching on the stream, for those of you here around the circuit, it's a minute or so's respite from us. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
Welcome back everybody here at Croft for round 6 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've just completed our round of pit stops. We're currently under safety car for the recovery of the XL EDF car at the complex. But I've got Ted Bradbury here, who's jumped out of the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport 246 car. Ted, that was a nice stint with Darren. I mean, the aim, as you always do, is to try and break away and break that toe, and that's what you did.
Yeah, it was a good stint. I mean, started 9th, just tried to look after the car to begin with. Car's in one piece, all done, all great, car feels good. Yeah, extended that gap, looking after the tyre as well. It's always making sure I'm giving Vlad a good car and it's good for the end of the race. So yeah, just want to say a big thank you to all the team, EDF, my family, everyone. They're working so hard, the team at the moment, and it's clearly paying off with how fast the car is this weekend.
You've opted just to run without the rear window. You felt running with the two side windows off as well was actually going to cause you a bit more of a hindrance?
Yeah, I think it just makes a lot more sense, because if there's more air going in from the side, so it might get inside the car, and then there's a lot of air sitting around in the car, and it'll balloon it. So I think the back window is definitely the best option. That's the only thing we've tried, but I think that's definitely the best, and I trust the team's call.
Made the switch to Hankooks this year. Obviously last year we saw that epic battle you had with the MJ car last year. How are you finding the Hankooks around here? Because it's a really hot day. Obviously nobody knows what the tyre degradation is like out there, and we know Croft it's quite a hard circuit on tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the tyre's great, to be fair. I think the tyres are very strong. It's very grippy. It's a little bit grippier than the other tyre, but also it's a different kind of grip, to be fair. Like it's a weird way to describe it, but yeah, it's going well, and the tyre seems to be a bit better as well, so a bit faster, so yeah.
And we've got a special birthday within the team. I think he's run off though. Got little Harley, 3 years old today.
Yeah, Harley.
3 years old on Friday, I should say.
Harley, team manager, as we should say. Yeah, he's the biggest supporter in here, and he's a one to watch for the future, because he will be fast.
Yeah, I've heard he's faster than you already.
Oh, he is. I learned everything I know of him.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's Ted Bradbury from Vape Club with the EDF. We've got Lewis Thompson here from FFS. You love the interviews, mate. Bit of a quiet race one. Ended up down in the mid-pack. Is the car all right?
Yeah, car's all right. Everything's fine. It's just, we're just maybe not on the pace. Ted's flying. It's hard to keep up with people that are going that quick. You know what I mean? It's just tough.
And how are you coping with the heat?
Yeah, it's fine. It's warm, isn't it? Summer.
True. Old man is somewhere, isn't he? We're going to wish him happy birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Dad. Yeah, love you.
Yeah, obviously he was responsible for the grid draw earlier on.
Yeah, drew us 19th, so he's off the Christmas card list.
And thoughts for the rest of this race?
Yeah, I don't know. The safety car's come at a good time for us, really. It was about a minute. Obviously, Ted in that first stint was just gone. So we was about a minute behind them, and obviously the safety car's come at a good time for us, and yeah, we'll see what we can do now. I'm jumping in the car in a couple of minutes, so should be good.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Lewis. That's Lewis Thompson. As we go back to green flag, it's back to Richard John Neal and John Ratcliffe.
He very nearly said Andy there, didn't he?
So nearly.
He very nearly said, Richard. But we're just, what timing was that, Mr. Peter Dennis? That was like that James Burke space liftoff clip where he gets it just at the right time, because just as you hand it over, safety car peels in, we're racing again. Great timing.
Exactly that. They're squabbling for the lead already, slipping down to third place. There for EDF Motorsports with Vape Club, already losing the position at the first couple of corners. Now your lap driver has gone down the inside. So there you go, Rare Vinyl TLR gaining the lap back. And now it's the 248 of Team Disruptive looking to win £10,000. And they're into the race lead. Now crucially, they want to get past Rare Vinyl as soon as possible. That's exactly what they're going to do. Down at Tower. Through they go, down the inside, and now they'll look to make the gap as big as possible to themselves. And what is now second place of Vape Club, but UVO all over the back of them.
Yeah, this is panning out into a very, very interesting race indeed. It's what's key here for me though. So with Vlad Vasiliev out at the moment, we're very nearly into the next pit stop window as Uvio Hoffman about to make the move down the inside and having to rack up a little bit of grass and bounce over the curbs to do so. In fact, they don't do so, trying hard to go through. But I'll come back to the point I was making about Vlad Vasiliev. It's going to be a short stint for him in terms of racing, because the safety car ate into a fair amount of that. That won't do him any bad favours, particularly because presumably they'll go for an earlier change. Although having said that, when JPE was talking to Ted Bradbury, Ted didn't look as if he was going to be jumping into a car anytime soon now, as the Vape Club car comes under pressure from the UVO Hoffman's machine going down in towards Clairvaux. And so the battle is on for third place. Let's have a look and see whether, second place, third place on the road as we look, and because of the laps car, just to confuse absolutely everybody. So, again, very good timing from UVA Hoffmans.
Change of fourth place as well. They're at the first corner. That was Sheridan's UK through on Red River Sports, swapping for P4. Yeah, like you said, UVA Hoffman still all over the back of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. Well, Ted Bradbury better be getting ready. I mean, the pit window opens in 1 minute and 10 seconds now, so he basically lost almost all of this second stint as there's the move. Late down the inside, but again, just not quite able to get alongside at the apex, and UVA have to rethink that. Now, I know that that's Farkini who's in the car trying to find his way through to second place, because Fabulous Randaccio just threatened to punch me in the face in the toilets because he's so jealous of our nice air conditioning unit. So sorry, Fabulous, enjoy that lovely warm pit lane that's down there, but you won't have to enjoy it for too much longer because you'll be in the car in a few moments time as pit window 2 is about to
Just to
open.
clarify, threats of violence are not real, and we do all race with respect, just to put that in context.
But we're not racing, so they can threaten us all the way.
Oh, respect all the way through the paddock, to be absolutely fair,
of
just
course.
to put that. And he is joking, and just in case anyone was listening and thinking that was a serious thing, it's important to put the context around that.
Of course, and especially with me as well. I know all the drivers. I've raced against all of them. There's driver banter. Don't worry about it. He's not.
They basically all want to fun you.
Yeah, fair enough. I won't talk to the rest of them. Right, let's keep an eye on the actual drivers who are in this race, and still Farkini not able to find a way through. So, was there a mistake or an issue on that restart there for Vlad? Because he lost a lot of time through the first couple of corners and quickly lost those 2 places at the front of the order. Of course, there's only 1 actually on track, but you know what I'm getting at here with the lap driver as well. But now that he's into the flow of the stint, he's keeping UVA behind, he's doing good times. Vlad's really settled into it. So what happened at that start? We're not so sure. But there you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, pit window is open then for the second time in this 3-hour race.
It is, so we're going to see Disruptive will be handed over to Matt Topham, so it's going to be interesting to see Matt times after the double stint out front. We do get the change on Vape Club, and yeah, I just think that Farkini was waiting for the moment. He knows that this is not a sprint race, and where he couldn't quite get in. Mind you, having said that, he did clatter the grass on the curb, so what am I talking about? No, he did want the place, didn't he? But he still will wait for the appropriate time to go through, which he has done. Remember, he was a late starter in this one, so he'll probably get a little bit longer. And maybe once he's cleared these cars, get the chance to pull away as he goes past the Seed Data car, or going past that is the GCI car going through. Good stints this though for Sheridan, who got up into the top 6 in this one. They were 6 before the safety car and up into 4th place here. So that's been a very good stint for them, because I don't think they were in the top 6 when we went into the first half hour. So great progress for Teddy Wilson in this stint.
Teddy was so fast back at angle C, so not surprising to see that he is, again, super quick.
What's his background, John?
Oh, I couldn't possibly tell you that.
Oh, right, okay.
If you look back at the Angle C stream, Andy will tell you all about it. But yeah, a very accomplished racer in previous series. He's still really young. I think he's done a lot of karting as well. But there we go. End of the second stint then. Immediately in our Vape Club. So Ted Bradbury jumps straight back in the car to look to try and drag it back up to the sharp end once more. We've also got the 220 in. Another couple of drivers further down the pits, which I can't quite see out of the window. But all going to reshuffle up yet again. So 10 more minutes to wait until this window's done, and again we'll see what is the running order after the second round of stops. Now crucially, some drivers this time taking fuel. The 220 is chucking in at least a churn, potentially 2 there. They've been in the pits for quite some time. Vape Club, I think though, with that safety car, skipped the churn on this one and are waiting for the 3rd pit stop, and that'll probably be a double churn for them at pit stop number 3. We will wait and see. We'll try and keep our eyes firmly on the pit lane, but it is a little bit difficult from our vantage point up here, down more towards the final hairpin of the circuit. But since taking to the front then, Team Disruptive have been doing a good job. Nearly 4 seconds the gap between themselves and, it was Vape Club in behind. It's now UVO there in 2nd place overall. But brilliant stuff, all sorted by those drivers out there on circuit, and we'll see how this one shuffles up the order.
Haven't spoken much about PLR racing, but they've got into the top 6 in that second stint as well. With, let me see, it was Neil Plimmer taking over for that stint. Ben Pitchwell, again, straightforward, swapping sessions for those. No convoluted double stints or anything like that for us to worry about. So PLR looking pretty good here as well. And PLR, of course, running well in the Masters. And I've forgotten about the Masters to say, if you're on the overall podium, it doesn't count for the Masters podium per se or the Masters win. So Red River Sport at the moment are the leading master because they're off the podium. PLR second in the Masters and having a good run.
Indeed. Yeah, they're all squabbling down the main straight there. And like you say, they will still get full points in the championship in terms of Masters. Will Sherry-Eyes. It will just be the podium at the race itself. Won't be counted for them.
It makes it a bit more inclusive, doesn't it?
It's fantastic. It gave us a number of third places in Masters, so I was very happy about it.
So you've got some pots then.
Oh yeah, I've got a few pots.
Do you consider yourself a pot hunter?
I don't know if you enjoy the phrasing of that question, but yes, I am. But yeah, we got a couple. Well, I've got one at home. And that is for best crash of 2024, so I'll take that one. That was at the Leaving Do, or the Do at the end of the year last year. But my dad, of course, the runner of the team, the one who's putting the paychecks forward, he gets to keep the trophies. I think that's fair enough. That he keeps the trophies
that's
on
very
the
Formula One
mantelpiece.
of you.
Of course. I got a few of the champagne bottles though, which say the place on, so I'll take that one. The damage on the front of the 257 there, the FF Corsa car heading into the pits, and I think that'll be our driver who was in stint 1. Yes, it is. Miguel Fresca. They're heading out for his second stint at the race, third stint overall for the team. These drivers continuing to squabble. Look, on the last lap, Olympian GRD are through. They're past PLR and up into the top 5 they go then, and they're already right on the tail of Red River Sport. Down to the first couple of corners we go. Will this be the move opportunity here for Simon Rudd? He looks to the inside line. Is he enough alongside? Yes, he is. Through he goes on Red River Sport, and Red River Sport give him the space on that inside line. So to 5th on the last lap, and now up to 4th on this one for your championship leaders.
Simon Rudd, you would expect, will stay out a little bit longer. Stint 3 will be Chris Devell. And again, no disrespect to Chris, but Simon will probably get a little bit longer. And that might even be a reaction to the fact that we had that long safety car. So we didn't get too much Simon Rudd actual proper race time, shall we call it that. Known Simon a great long time. He was the Focus Cup champion back in the day. That's a very difficult championship to win. I think he had a go in Ginetta as well. Do I remember him on the Toka package in Ginetta as well? But great lad. Done a bit of esports co-commentary with me, and we want to have him back, so he did a good job. He was quite surprised when I told him that. He said, "You want me back, really?" I said, "Yes, really." Did a good job. Knows how to call a race. Really important to get a driver up with you to explain some of the finer points of it, which is why, well, you can do either. You can do the proper commentary bit or the secondary bit, which is good. Do you have trouble? Do you sort of? I guess you could do both, really. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter for me. Wherever there's a space, I'm happy to fill. So just chuck me in. Oh, I'll do all right. Pretty much the same with the racing, to be fair, as well. Just chuck me in, I'll be all right. Probably not the best, but
do you think you'll be back out this year racing at all, or
not this year for sure? Definitely no racing for us this year, but next year potentially. We'll see.
The great thing about Fun Cup for me is that the cars will hold their value as well, won't they? I mean, it's you know the formula, and I've made this point. I make no apology for saying it again. For someone maybe coming in and watching it for the first time or listening on the bank, the cars, the formula. Okay, we talked about new rubber earlier on, but nothing major changes on the car. So when you buy it, you're in it for a long time. You get a lot of value out of the car.
Exactly that, and you'll see with the numbering system on the cars as well, that is actually the chassis number of the car. So if you've got a higher number on the car, it is a newer car. But you'll see that there's numbers.
Apart from the number one.
Exactly that, apart from the number one, of course. The number one goes to your championship winner. But you see as well, loads of low numbers on some of the cars that have been racing for years involved in this championship, and still right there able to scrap. Is that a problem? Is that the wheel facing the wrong direction, 257, or was that just a trick of the light there on my screen? They look to be doing absolutely fine, so definitely just a trick of the light. I think what it was a bit of black bumper damage there on the front.
Fabulous was getting a bit sideways there,
Indeed,
John, wasn't he?
He was. So you heard the squealing there on your audio of the tyres underneath him, but doing a great job there in second place, trying to chase down the leaders as we continue to head through our second round of pit stops. Again, still just over 2 minutes of this second round of pit stops before we work out what the order has shaken up over these stops.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out. 158 car going out now into stint 3, no driver change. Gary Summers, it was Gary Summers, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, 2 to 5. 2 to 5 is Gary, so good luck out there, Gary.
Gary enjoying the summer weather, as indeed we are.
Well, his name is Summers, so you hope so.
It's wholly appropriate, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think we've got Craig Rayner in the in the Fords tomorrow, which is probably just as well for the people on the bank.
That is very true. That is very true. But yeah, we just seen the 251, then Sherrodise were in. Axiometrics now into the pits as well. They are getting at least one churn. The 251 definitely got a churn as well. Demon Tweaks not taking any fuel this time.
You used to get a voucher from Demon Tweaks if you got a picture of your car in Motorsport News or Autosport with the Demon Tweaks logo on. And I said when streaming started and TV coverage, well, this isn't TV, but when streaming coverage started, if you mention Demon Tweaks, do you get a voucher? So that could be helpful for Ratters Racing. How many?
I just sit here on the comp just saying Demon Tweaks, Demon Tweaks, Demon Tweaks, Demon Tweaks over and over again, and then suddenly I can afford to go racing next year. That'd be nice. Oh, is that Olympian slow? It is! Olympian is slow there through the S's.
What did I say to you when the cars were on the grid about the law of averages and bad luck? What did I say?
You did, and there we go then. Simon Rudd still behind the wheel of that car, but something has gone awry. I don't think we've seen anything on the cameras to cause it. We were a little bit, we were chatting about Demon Tweaks there for a few minutes. Sadly though, the number one, like you say, law of averages having an issue, and that looks to be something mechanically related there for Simon, as he tries to get it back going again. We'll see if he is able to either get it back going again or drag it back to the pit lane. And we'll see which one it ends up being. Either way, an issue for the number one, and that is going to scupper them throughout the rest of this race. No, still some serious issues. So clambering back to the pit lane then, our Team Olympian GRD. They've done a great couple of stints in this race so far, pressing on through the order. But sadly, it looks like their luck has run out.
The other thing that we now mention, of course, is dropped scores, and that will be a dropped score for them, which they have the luxury of, having had that fantastic run in the championship. Keeping out of everyone's way is Simon Rudd. We're looking out the comms box just to see him coming through the complex, and he will, I'm guessing, come into the pit lane. He's got the stop, which will be about scheduled now anyway. So comes in, does the championship leader, reigning champion car, GRD Elevator Systems.
He's getting sent into the box, he's getting sent into the garage. I don't think he's pulling up outside. Yeah, no, straight into the garage there for number one.
That's one for JPE, who is down there already, actually, microphone in hand. Won't stuff a mic under anyone at the moment, he'll get the lay of the land. I don't know GRD as a lift company, he used to work in and around that side of the lift industry a while ago, and I don't remember the GRD. I don't know where they are in terms of the
spin at the final corner as well. Sorry to cut you off. The 97 having a bit of a spin.
Renault had a couple of moments, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Just finding their feet out there. They get it back going again, though. Yeah, GRD, one of Simon Rudd's sponsors, the lift company. So he brought that over. They used to sponsor Axiometrics when Simon raced for them. Now they've been brought over to what was Team Olympian, now Olympian GRD, which I was reminded of by Simon, as I didn't say the GRD on commentary at Anglesey, and he told me off, so sorry about that, Simon. But we remember this time here at Croft to make sure we include the sponsors, because of course that really helps him to go racing. So close, wasn't it? The 557 of Signature RV, the 98 of Burt, and the 210 of Race Logic, all coming in nose to tail.
They were, so very nearly. Actually, we'll get this lot finished, then there'll be another pit stop window in 10 minutes' time anyway, and this is that midpoint of a Fun Cup race where you get the excitement of all that sorting itself out. Uvio Hoffmans are the race leaders, GCI Racing second, Signature RV third.
Sorry, they've just all come out the pits, who you're going through there. Uvio have just come out, GCI have just come out there in second place. And then, I think pitting earlier, we've just seen the drivers that are going for the prize. Team Disruptive, I think, have come through in third place, but I'll double check that.
They're still in with a shout of it, aren't they?
I think so.
Looking very good at the moment. Rob Boston's going to be having fingers crossed that they don't, because I think he wants to have a stab at the 10K.
Oh no, they're outside my window now, so I was getting them confused. There is the 248 behind Axiometrics. It was Sherrodise, who I was seeing outside the window, have had a good stop, and they've jumped up the order. I think it might have gone a little bit wrong.
Number one car's back out.
Ah, fantastic. Okay, so I don't think they've lost a lap there. I think they are still on the leading lap, so impressive. We wait to see. Hopefully Jamie can either let us know with a little interview or drop me a little message and see what the issue was there with the number one. But it seemed like something relatively, not catastrophic, because he was able to drive it back to the pits, but something that was really hampering his race pace. So we'll see. Hopefully they've been able to fix that all. But that was very, very quick.
It's got to be out of the chance of winning now, because at the moment still dropping down the order, 16th, 15th, 16th place. But again, they'll want to carry on. I mentioned drop scores. That will count for this. They'll be thinking about that now. They'll take that on the chin. But what they won't want to do is finish further down than they need to. So if they can climb up, it means that their drop score, if it needs to come into play for whatever reason later on in the season, they can carry that forward.
Indeed, yeah, they're not going to worry about that too much. We've got a battle for third coming down the pit straight now, though. Side by side between Sherrodise UK and Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. Of course, it's Ted Bradbury back behind the wheel of the Vape Club car. And let's see how they sort themselves out down into the first turn. Great exit on the up and under there at the hairpin for Vape Club. And back into the podium places they go. But I will say then, after 2 rounds of pit stops in a safety car, Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport have gone from last to first.
They have, and just seemingly with a lot of momentum. A little bit worried earlier on when we saw, was it Fabulous? I can't remember who was in the car at the time, but getting a little bit crossed up, and I wondered whether that was going to be the start of some issues for them. However, great news is, as requested, Jamie Petersen has done the business and found some news for us down in pit lane. So let's head down and have a quick word with Jamie. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I'm down with Simon Rudd now, who brought the #1 Olympian GRD car in. What happened?
I don't quite know, to be honest. I went into tower like normally, and then as I went to get back on the throttle, there was no drive, so I thought it might have been a drive shaft or something. Got through a couple of it. It's only got one mirror as well, so I was trying to stay out of the way of people. But yeah, then went through Jim Clark S's and stuff, and then it picked back up. I thought, oh, okay, right, let's get back to the pits. And then I had no brakes going into sunny in and sunny out, so I just had to try and pump it just to make sure we can get it back to the pit lane safely. So yeah, I don't quite know, to be honest.
Is it similar to what you had at Donington last year?
Potentially, that's what Riley's saying. It's similar things, you know, where something went and then we lost the brake. So yeah, frustrating, really, really frustrating, because the safety car brought us back into that. We were running really well. So yeah, disappointing.
Yeah, not ideal, but as we've seen all year, the pace has been there. On a separate note, you finally get to finish a race because you're going to be jumping in, helping out poor Gary, who's at the minute halfway through his quadruple stint.
Yeah, he looked knackered after 2 stints earlier, so I don't know what it'll be like after 4. But yeah, yeah, you know, we'll all give him a hand. It's just what it's all about. We want to make sure people are out there racing. It's one of those days for us, really.
All right, cheers, mate. Thanks. Back to the box.
Love you, Simon. Thanks very much, Jamie. Did you hear someone shouting out "Love you, Simon" in the background on that one? We love you, Simon.
We do as well in the
We
comments.
do. We love everyone. We love the whole grid.
Of course. That's very rare for Simon to not know what the issue is. They've all been in these cars for so long.
Yeah.
You can often know just through the feeding through your bum of, oh, that's this problem, or that thing's gone wrong. To not know, I think, is even more worrying for team #1 to think, well, we think we've fixed it, seems to be fine, but it could be an issue that somehow just comes back later on in the race. Well, we'll keep an eye on them. They're heading down into tower at the moment. And looks like we've got a spinner out there as well. As I can't see it on the screen. There it returns. It's Rare Vinyl TLR there on the 169, facing the wrong direction. Of course, they were our lap car on the safety car restart. They're still there in 17th place, but they've had a bit of an off. And looks like they might be coming to a halt. Can they get it back on circuit? Yes, they can. So no second safety car of the race just yet, anyway.
Rob Croydon at the wheel of that one. And we don't know whether it was incident maybe involving anyone else or just a momentary lapse of concentration perhaps as we watch GCI coming into the mix. So Uvio Hoffman still out front from Vape Club, the gap 5.769 seconds. Let's see whether Ted Bradbury can close down on the 225 car, which of course has fabulous Randaccio at the controls at the minute, the race leader. Either way, we are in for a fascinating run through to the end of this. So at the moment, Uvio Hoffman's Vape Club, GCI, Sherrodise, Red River Sport and Burt's. So what's happened to Disruptive? Because they were up there, weren't they?
Yeah, what has happened to them on that first round of pit stops? Down to 13th place from what seemed like a relatively guaranteed at the time anyway, top 3 finishing position. So clearly the first round of pit stops hasn't worked out for them. Now, I tried my best to keep up to date with how many churns people were taking on that second round of stops, and it was absolutely impossible from our vantage point up here to actually know what every single team has taken. I think I only saw maybe 1 or 2 trying to take double churns. maybe Disruptive were one of those. They've taken that hit, dropped down the order, hoping for another safety car to bring them back in, and then they're right on with it to take one less churn later on and gain all that time back in racing conditions. But whether that plays out, we'll wait and see. And either way, we do see them battling on screen, side by side, down in towards Sunny there with Axiometrics. They're going to lean on each other through the right hand. A great move there from Team Disruptive. Up to 12th place they go. So clearly not all lost there for the team 248. They're still looking to scamper back towards the podium places, but I think that's going to be easier said than done.
I wondered whether it was going to be all early doors to say the 10 grand's going to be safe for the minute, but when you see that drop, whether it's tactics or otherwise, you tend to think, yeah, it probably is safer. The 10K.
That's what Paul Rose will be hoping anyway.
Paul will be hoping that, sure.
We'll see. I don't want to call anything. It's Fun Cup. You never know what can happen during a Fun Cup race. It's the 104 XL Motorsport into the pits yet again for another unscheduled stop, and they're straight back into the garage once more. That is gutting for them. Like we say, just cannot get any luck out here today at the stunning Croft circuit. We continue to bask in the sunshine here up in the northeast of England and continue to be very excited by the racing going on out on the black stuff. These are still the 12th and 13th place cars of Disruptive and Axiometrics. Again, another car, Axiometrics, one that we haven't really spoken about too much today, really. They're usually up near the sharp end, battling well, but just a little bit off in this one so far, just outside of the top 10. But we have got quite a few drivers that I would pip as being up near the sharp end, so understandably so, I think, in this one so far.
Yeah, Greg Evans, the master of the team, undertaking the third stint before he hands over to Tom Greensall again for the second one, but having a good run. There we are, pit garage bound as well. Maybe a shot you haven't seen of the backs lifting off these cars, the clamshell back, lifting up so that the drivers and engineers can get the access inside. Do you guys, with Ratters Racing, do you prepare yourselves, or do you? Is there much mechanical knowledge in the back end?
Not really. Bit of racing knowledge, but mechanical, yeah, not so much.
So what do you do? Do you get engineers in that know, or do you?
Yeah, so we used Team Leos is the name of the race team. My dad always used to run with them in Caterhams.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic outfit. And yeah, my dad was able to just about convince Luke, who runs the team, to have a go with the Fun Cup. And once they joined in, they absolutely loved it, getting properly involved and stuck in. We used to run the Team Summers car as well, or Team Leos did as well. They were in the garage with us. But they've dropped out with us dropping out the championship for this year, but maybe we'll be able to coax them back in if we do decide to make a return next year. It's battle continuing on between Axiometrics and Team Disruptive, though. Back through, I've gone Axiometrics. That was an aggressive move down to the first couple of corners. Through Clervaux they go. Through the S's, they made it work. 103 back up to P12.
Yeah, nice little battle going on between them. Remember that chaser? Sorry to bang on about the 10 grand bounty, but it is a big story, and it's not going to help them particularly very much in terms of getting stuck in the battle, because they'd much rather be cracking on with getting down the road and getting closer to the cars in front to put themselves in a position where they might be able to challenge for that prize of £10,000 for the first time race winners in Fun Cup. I don't know how long that bounty's been out there, but they're really having to gun for it. Is it quite a few years now?
Yeah, it's a few years now, certainly since we joined. It was on the cards, but sadly, yeah, didn't ever quite happen for us. But some great battles continuing on out there. My goodness, that was aggressive. We've just seen a swap of position for P10, I believe that was. Yeah, Demon Tweets getting through on Race Logic. So a good race from Demon Tweets on the 249 so far, the highest up I've seen them in a little while for the 249. They're having a great race. Through they went on Race Logic, and in behind as well, like we were talking about, Axiometrics and Team Disruptive continuing to battle. They stay as they were, though. Axiometrics in 12th, Team Disruptive in 13th even. Well, Jamie's just answered your question. 8 years that the 10 grand has been on offer.
Good lad, well done, Jamie Peters-Ennis.
And still, no one's taken it after 8 years.
So how much interest should there be? So it should be a bigger prize now, Paul Roche. This was 10 grand plus 8 years interest. And interest rates have been pretty high up until recently.
I think if you ask that one, he might give you a certain hand gesture in response to that one. But drivers continuing to battle. Sadly, the 158 you see on your screens now with Gary Summers behind the wheel has just got themselves a stop go penalty. So Gary will be dropping down the order, sadly, which I don't think he's going to mind too much with his quadruple stint. He's going to be absolutely shattered by the time he hands it off.
Are we going to see though, Team Olympian GRD dicing with themselves in the Team Summers car before the end of the race.
There definitely won't be any dicing if there is.
Well, yeah, but
hey, use my toe for a bit and then I'll move over and let you through. I think that's more likely what we'll see.
for positions, I mean, where do you stand on that? They're going to gun for themselves, aren't they?
Of course they are. They're offering a helping hand, but either way,
Here's the lead, though. We haven't had a UVO moment for a bit.
Indeed, and that gap is closing, so neutrals rejoice. 4.7 seconds now, the gap between the 2.25 and the 2.46. Consistently lapping about 3 or 4 tenths a lap quicker is Ted Bradbury on the 2.46. Now, will he close in before that third pit window? Well, it's only in 6 minutes' time, so I distinctly doubt it. Of course, they'll then run through the window. That's going to be another further 6, 7, 8 minutes before both of them decide to dive into the pit lane. I think the gap will close, but not enough to think about any overtake to the lead just yet. But very much, we still can't call it for who's going to win this race once all is said and done. And don't forget GCI as well. They're very much an impressive team and have won many championships over the years, have GCI, so don't count them out there in third place. They didn't join us for the 2 rounds at Anglesey, sadly. They're the P4 overall at Alton, a P16 at Brands Hatch, so they can hold on to this P3. This will be their best result of the season, and it was back in 2022 where GCI won their championship here in the Fun Cup. And racing well out here at Croft today. They're only about 8.5 seconds off of UVO Hoffman, so gap between themselves and Vape Club in second, extending somewhat, but I think they are overall closing up ever so slightly to UVO in the lead. But yet again, it'll be all down to those pit stops and what drivers decide on in terms of their pit strategy as well with those fuel churns. UVO got a bit of a lifeline though. The 104 is back out of the pits, and UVO able to use their slipstream all the way down the front straight, trying to hold on to that gap ahead of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, and it seems to be helping a little bit anyway. They were only about a tenth slower than the chasing 2.46 on that last lap. Gap remains about 4.5 seconds between our leading 2 drivers.
Team on the move in this stint, getting up into my top 6, as we keep an eye on those at every half hour, is Burt, so the British Endurance Racing team with John Railton at the controls at the moment, and he will hand over to Angus Goff for the 4th session. They've had a very good run, John, up into P4, and this is where you start to really see the benefit of the endurance mentality coming through, because it's not where you are in the first stage, it's not where you are in the second stage, it's at the end of that 6 stint, isn't it, that really counts. And we're seeing some drivers really putting together some great runs at the moment. So UVO Hoffman's, Vape Club EDF, GCI in 3rd. GCI, as you say, I'd kind of missed that. That's an impressive run so far.
Yeah, they've been doing well in this race, haven't they? Like you were saying, though, Fun Cup's basically like a big game of chess. Like in chess, you're thinking 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. In this one, you're thinking 2, 3, 4 stints ahead. You want to think, where are we going to be when we end up out of all of this? Not where are we right now. You've got to be thinking further ahead and looking at how to sort out the race over the entirety of it. And of course, the drivers who have been in this championship for multiple years know how to do that perfectly.
So I'm going to ask you a question now. Are you a chess player, having said that?
A little bit. I mean,
good man.
I'm rubbish, but I know how to play it.
No, it doesn't matter if you play it. That's great. I enjoy a game of chess. Into pits.
Again, that's the 104.
Yeah.
So again, just having more issues, coming back in to try and sort them out. They'll go back into the garage once more.
Last and loving it, or last and not loving it.
Yeah, sadly. But UVO then lose the slipstream that they were using, and again, that's shown on the timings. They lost half a second on that last lap alone. Gap drops from over 4.5 seconds to 4 seconds now. We still have 3 minutes to go until the pit window opens. I mean, if Ted Bradbury continues on pace like this, he might catch them before they both go into the pits.
He could well do. That's what he kind of needs to do. But either way, setting himself up for a good last couple of stints is Ted Bradbury, or the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car. It'll be Vlad Vasiliev that goes into the 6th stint. So Ted will be back for stint number 5. They're just doing the straightforward run. Johnny Molam on a double stint at the moment, so he's in 5th place for Red River.
The rear end hanging out there, the 2.46 of Ted Bradbury, trying to carry as much speed as possible there through Sunny. It is one of the most committed corners I've ever raced down. that corner's ridiculous through sunny in and sunny out. You're coming at absolutely full chat down a very tight piece of tarmac where people are thinking about the moves on you as well, and you're trying to carry as much speed through as possible. It is certainly a hairy one at the best of times. Let's see how much that gap has closed yet again then, as Ted looks to try and get himself into the slipstream of your race leader, the 225 of Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. Across the line they go. What is that lap going to be? It's 3.4 seconds. Another half a second taken out of that gap by Ted Bradbury.
Yeah, he's running well. Ted yesterday, by the way, when I was chatting to him earlier on, was talking about saving cars and looking after it, and we said, yeah, that's okay. He was saving his car on the test day because it was a test day yesterday. So he said, I don't want to kill the car. He doesn't want to be a car killer today, so there will be an element of saving it as much as he can during today's race. But in testing, you've got to save it a little bit more if you know the pace is there. And that's what he was talking about in terms of looking after the car. You've got to look after it on test day.
No, exactly. And these cars, particularly if you're really smashing them over the curbs and things like that, things can go wrong pretty quickly. So on the test day, you just got to hang it back a little bit. But now, the second race of the day, once it's said and done, they've got another month or so to wait until another race. So let's just go for it. And Ted won't be holding anything back now at the moment as he tries to press on towards your race leader. Just spotting as well outside of the commentary box. Let's keep an eye on these two at the front. But I just want to note, Axiometrics and Team Disruptive continuing to battle over 12th place. Issue for Axiometrics is that they've got the Rare Vinyl team right in between them, and he's battling as if he's involved in this race. Now, who is it behind the wheel? Of course, it is Mr. Rob Croydon, who's there in the middle of those two. And Axiometrics have been actively defending on Rob to make sure he doesn't get through. That's losing them all time and dropping them further away from the top 10. Crucially, Team Disruptive, the second driver in that train for position, they're still trying to get up towards the top 3 to try and get some money in their pocket, but it's looking less likely as they're held up by the lap Rare Vinyl car.
It is. Is Rare Vinyl, is that like vinyl wrapping or records?
I believe it's wrapping.
Right, okay.
But I'm not 100% sure.
So it's a play on...
I think so, yeah.
On Rare Vinyl.
I think so. As there's more drivers getting ready to go. They're down in the pit lane. A little bit of a picture-in-picture.
Actually, that kind of... Sorry, I was going to say, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Because a record shop probably wouldn't be sponsoring a...
No.
They wouldn't have that sort of money.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Sadly not. Gap drops again between the two leaders. 2.8 seconds now it is. Was that 7/10 on the last lap? Yes, it was. Courtesy of a new fastest lap of the race from Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. A 1:36.752 has just been set by Ted Bradbury. And like I say, that was almost 3/4 of a second quicker than Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport on the last lap. Again, how is this strategy going to play out between our two leaders? We wait and watch with bated breath.
Ted Bradbury needs to be ahead to hand into the next stint, you know, in terms of the driver. We know that Vlad might not be up to the same speed as the Uvio Hoffmann's drivers, so the key place to be is in lead position. Even if there's a safety car, it's going to need to be able to get in front. But he's closing in, and as you rightly said a few laps ago, starting to close in on the draft. But we've got a stricken car there. The Demon Tweaks car is stricken. And will that bring out the safety car again?
Well, Uvio just comes straight in. Uvio first car into the pits. That is crucial on our strategy as we watch them. There they are on your screens, and again, look at churn. 2 churns. So yeah, Uvio double churning here on their second stop of the window. But yeah, like you say, once again, just as we go into a pit window, someone has an issue out there, and that is gutting for our Demon Tweaks team. They were up in the top 10, battling really well. Something has gone wrong then for our Demon Tweaks car as we watch this pit stop for your current race leader.
Yeah, great coverage from Alpha Live team down there in pit lane, showing you the full stop of our leaders and the driver change. Absolutely brilliant, and into the car and out onto circuit goes Farkini Diot, which I always say is, there's several other names you have to say very carefully in motorsport as well, but that's the one that you have to do.
Yeah, you have to have a bit of a gap between the first lane and the last lane, don't you, as he heads out of
there
the pit.
There was a Clio team owner I had to be very careful with as well a few years ago. I'll let you figure that one out for yourselves, but you can get caught out very easily. But that was a good stop, and lovely to see both churns going in. How the first one goes in, the second one's ready, so well drilled.
I can see the Demon Tweets car is stopped down just before the S's in the first sector of the circuit. He's parked it up on the grass on the inside of the track. Still yellow flags then all the way down through sector number 1. So not really an overtaking opportunity lost there, not too badly anyway. So it shouldn't scupper the racing too much for us enjoying the action, whether you're at the side of the circuit or watching from home. Thank you very much for joining us here on this beautiful English summer's day. Now I think crucially, if there is a safety car, it's going to be after the window anyway, so I don't think this will shuffle things up too much. GCI from second place on the road, of course third place really overall once all is said and done. They now head into the pits as well. Quite a lot of teams are putting 2 churns in on this, what is our third stop of the race.
On the inset on our screen you can see Team Olympian GRD have completed theirs. They've come in.
Safety car.
In 17th place. Yep, safety car.
This is huge. Safety car board, and some drivers have already made their stops.
Riley Phillips now going into the number 1 car, so we'll see what progress they can make from 17th. What will be their drop score? We know it's going to be a drop score at the moment as I think it's a Run Your Fleet safety car which comes out. We should give a shout out to Run Your Fleet and a big thanks to everything they do with the club.
Definitely, definitely. Now, Olympian were so lucky then. They got out just ahead of the safety car and they have kept themselves on the lead lap. See Data are the first to get in behind the safety car then. That was incredibly lucky for your championship leaders. If they had been 5-10 seconds behind where they did come out, they would have got stopped behind the safety car, they would have lost the lap, and that would be race absolutely done and dusted for team number 1.
Yeah, Olympian GRD, well, as I say, we know it's going to be a drop score, but it's just a question of what level of drop score is it going to be. Absolutely crucial for them. Demon Tweaks car, the one that is requiring the attention.
They've got into the pits then, your race leaders, the 246 heading into the pits. Of course, they weren't pre-stop for UVO. They were in second place. Now, this is going to be crucial. We saw UVO have 2 churns. It's only 1 for Vape Club with EDF, so you would assume they should come out of this in the race lead. But with drivers going more slowly around the circuit as well, with those safety car boards out, this is going to really reshuffle the order. So let's wait and see as they all make their stops where everyone ends up. You can see there UVO at the front of the train. How is this going to change things up? I just don't know. There through goes Olympian GRD as they start a new lap of this race. Vape Club about to exit the pit lane. Let's see what happens here. Has this scuppered Vape Club with EDF? Oh, honestly, I've even confused myself here as to who's going to be out in the front.
So, yeah, logically, they're going to catch up with the train because the safety car is where it is.
So do we then think that UVO are now going to be... well, I've confused myself. But UVO now going to be a lap down?
Well, basically, UVO... Oh, that's a good point.
So they're at the front of the train.
Yeah.
And Vape Club will be at the back of the train.
Yeah.
And Vape Club were leading when they just came into the pits then. They'll be exiting still ahead.
On that lap.
Will they be a lap? Oh, I've confused myself, honestly. Why am I even here? We'll wait and see, though, as they all head on round, how the live timing sorts itself out after all of this one, because I do believe all of our teams have now given us their third stop of the day. Just trying to check down. It looks as though we might be waiting for one from Signature RV and Team Disruptive, maybe still.
Renom haven't been in either, a little bit further back. Just to name check them. I want to leave them out of the proceedings.
Nope.
Safety car comes back around, lights ablaze, so...
See Data diving into
Data
the
coming
pits.
in. So UVO going
Signature
into stint 4 with Farkini at the wheel now. Yeah, so Vape Club have completed 54. When they come round at the end of the stint, they would have completed 55, won't they?
Indeed. I'm obviously still in the group chat with my dad and my brother, and the Fun Cup group chat. It's a beautiful shot of a Ryanair flight there as they come into land. Lovely. But they're all chatting about this as well with the laps. And I do think that Vape Club is shortly going to gain a lap here. You see,
yeah, they have. They've completed 55 now, as I just said, and Red River.
We'll see if there's a wave around at all. If Julian decides to wave through the lap cars, and they'll then wait for them to join the back of the train. I think this is what crucially we're waiting for here, to really go through the settled order after this third round of pit stops. but all very confusing for us in the box, so we'll try and guide you through as best as we can. But of course, Fun Cup, always an exciting championship to be involved in, and it certainly hasn't disappointed here. Of course, we were lacking safety cars in the first race earlier on, only 1 hour in length, so I think understandable, but they've definitely come back in full force here for race 2, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Absolutely. There's the Demon Tweaks car being pulled in, so won't be too much longer behind the safety car. And it kind of makes sense for Vape Club to be there, because if you think about it, Uvio Hoffman came in on a racing lap, not a safety car lap, and did their stint. Therefore, Vape Club came in on safety car conditions, which everything slowed down, so therefore they got out quicker, so therefore they are out front and with that lead.
Indeed. Well, at the moment, our timing is telling us that it'll be Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Burt, the British Endurance Racing Team, Red River Sports, your top 3, and then I think everyone else at the moment is a lap down. That starts off with
because of the safety car,
because of how the safety
stops,
car has worked out. Exactly that. So Signature RV might be leading up the following train a lap down, and then 5th place for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. So, like we say, absolutely crucial is the pit stop strategy, and it's not gone the way of your race winners in race 1 earlier on.
You never ever know when those safety cars are going to come, and the officials will try, as you said earlier on in the race, will try not to spoil things, but if a safety car has to go, it has to go at some point. Light's still on, so we're going to get another lap behind the safety car. And Farkini is going to be a little bit frustrated, I think, but they pitted early, and you pays your money, you take your choice, don't you?
Exactly that. You can see a couple of drivers now peeling in. So we are going to get a pit stop here from the 248. Now it's just about still in the window for Team Disruptive. They're going to drop all the way to the back of this safety car queue, though. And same for Team Summers as well. They dive into the pits now for their 3rd stint. But of course, Gary will be hopping out and hopping straight back in there into his very, very warm car. But let's wait and see then if we do see a wave around at all. Now, of course, we in the commentary box here and you on the live stream can't hear the race director, but the guys in the car can hear the race director. So we will obviously have chatter between the driver and the pit crew, but that will all be cut off with what for us was usually an incredibly loud noise, followed by Julian telling us what is happening. So it will all be explained to them during these rolling laps of what's going to happen, what's the procedure, what are we going to do to get this race back underway. The drivers will be in full knowledge directly from the race director as to what is going on. There is Gary hopping his way back into the car then, number 158 of Team Summers.
2 safety cars giving Gary Summers a little bit of a breather, a little bit of respite from the hot weather and the hot conditions in the race car here today. And these legs are certainly getting it so far, as we are now over the halfway point.
Yeah, he'll be counting
of this race.
Stars, won't he?
Yeah, he will. And of course, another significant thing here is that, as in the previous stint, we've now had a new stint with a fair chunk of safety car, which is great for the drivers to be able to cool down, but it may upset some of the strategies where you've got someone perceived to be a faster driver who's going to get longer in the car, may have longer in the car, but less racing time.
Yeah, exactly that. And actually, it's so much worse during safety car period than it is in full racing conditions. You get so much hotter as a driver because you've obviously not got the air coming in through the vents. So actually, you get so much hotter under safety car conditions. It's actually a lot worse. When you're out there racing, you've got that wind blowing over you, and also you're so focused on the job at hand, you don't really think about how hot you are. It's when you get into safety car conditions like this and you have to slow down, suddenly you think, oh, I'm a bit toasty in here, my goodness, someone get me an air conditioning unit in here. So the drivers will be sweating behind the wheel at the moment as they wait to get the race restarted. It's not going to be this time around, sadly. Safety car lights are still on, so the drivers will go around for at least one more lap. We can see the Demon Tweaks car just outside of our commentary box window within the confines of the paddock, so they're very much safe back into the pit lane now. Go the 249. Well, hopefully they can get themselves back out before race is done and dusted. The safety car will go round, I think, probably once more.
Yeah, it was nip and tuck there, John, to be honest. The gates that we have behind us that are sealed for safety were done just before the moment where it would have been okay to sign the safety car off and bring it back in. So we do have another lap of the safety car to go. Right, timing screen is sorting itself out now, and it's showing Uvio Hoffman's in 4th place, but still a lap down. So it's Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Burt in second place. Remember, they'd got up to 6 prior to the stops, prior to that safety car. Red River Sports, who were 3rd, 5th before they went into the stops and the safety car. UVO Hoffmans, who were the leaders, down into 4th place and showing a lap down by virtue of the safety car. GCI Racing in 5th position as the Demon Twigs car, you can see, getting pushed into the garages. GCI Racing in 5th, and Sherrodise in 6th from 4th before the stops. And I had a long moment earlier on when I was looking at Sherrodise, and instead of Teddy Wilson, I was going to say Teddy Sherrodise or Teddy Sheringham, if you remember the footballer, Terry Sheringham. Or are you a racing person and not a football person?
Yeah, very much so.
So football, the dark side for you, is it?
Yeah, no, I literally, I don't think I could tell you the teams in the Premier League. That is really how far my knowledge does not extend.
It happens that way in racing. You sometimes get someone who's not into the football. And I did a thing a couple of winters ago. I went and started following football again during the winter months. And some of my racing friends were saying, "What? That's the dark side. You can't go there."
Oh, they're getting waved through. UVO are getting waved through. This is massive for the race. As we expected, Julian Thomas, your race director, has waved them through. So that'll bring them all back onto the leading lap yet again. Oh, they thought they got that perfect, didn't
Does
they?
that mean we're going to get another safety car lap because they're going to be the best part of a lap down still?
Likely will, yes. We are probably going to get another one after this as well as the drivers get a wave through. They're waiting to pick up the leader, the 246 of Vape Club and EDF, who were right down at the back of that train. So it will take them a few minutes to, one, catch them back up, and then, of course, like you say, you've got to wait for all these drivers to try and chase down the back of the train as well. So it's at least going to be one more lap after this, maybe even 2, as we now close in towards the next pit window. It's only 15 minutes until the next window, my goodness.
You never quite know what's going to happen. So, yeah, there is the safety car, which will pick up the race leader.
I don't know why seed data aren't going past. They're the ones sat behind, and they're actually falling a bit off of the safety car now as they try and wave the 246 through. Now, RC data coming back into the pits. Maybe that's why they're trying to make it easier for everyone else. They're holding the inside line. They're letting people go past, but they're not going into the pit lane. Slightly odd. I don't know what is happening with the
now he's worked it
now
out.
he's finally gone right. Okay, now he's gone past the safety car and he carries on. What was going on there?
From the perspective, I can understand from the driver not wanting to go past if he wasn't sure about that position. So fully get that, fully respect that. You don't want to go somewhere where you shouldn't. So if he didn't understand, that's fine. But now he's got the clarity, he's through. And we get this, as you described on the original safety car, we get another restart, we get another start, which is with everybody lining up together with Vape Club, Burt, Red River Sport, UVO Hoffmans, but they've got to catch up.
Yes, we've got, like you mentioned, Vape Club, Burt and Red River Sport. They're all in a train there at the front of the safety car queue now. Then you've got the 557 of Signature RV, the 97 Fun Cup Marlborough sort of branded car. Then, is that Team Destructive or the other car which looks identical, Sherrodise? I think it might be Team Destructive, you know. And then
I think it's
Summers.
Sherrodise.
No, I think it's Disruptive. No, it definitely is.
They're a lap down though,
Team
aren't they?
Disruptive,
They're a lap down though.
So Team Disruptive and Team Summers, Signature RV, they've all been the drivers who have lost out in this one, and they've all lost a lap. They're right there behind the leaders, but they're a lap down. That is gutting for them. We'll talk a bit about that in a little bit. Let's hand down to Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pits.
Yeah, thanks, John. I'm down with Christian Rose, who's he's having another outing. This wasn't in the script this year. You've had 2 outings this year. Marcus obviously on his GT commitments. You've been drafted into support Signature RV. It's going all right so far today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'm doing what I can. I'm not quite Marcus, but we're having fun. Car's been great, team's been great. Those guys are having a good time. So yeah, first race we just sort of lost in the middle of nowhere really, but this race we come on really well. I think we've been up as high as 3rd or 4th. Cocked up a little bit with the safety car, but it is what it is.
And for this year, obviously Signature went for one of the newest cars out there, chassis I should say. Does it feel any different?
Honestly, for me, no. It feels like a really nice car to drive. But it's got a good setup on it. The team's done a good job overnight. It just feels like a good, fun car. So, yeah, enjoying driving it for sure.
And from a championship point of view, again, strong numbers this weekend. We understand more for Silverstone, more for Donington, more for Alton.
Yeah, it's looking really good. It's a shame the 2 Morpheus cars had to sort of drop out last minute, but, you know, absolutely hope to see them at Silverstone if we can. We've got another new team that just bought a car this week joining us, and some really, really good interest this weekend. So no, we're looking really strong. It's nice.
And final word, Gary Summers. I think he's going to be worn out, isn't he?
He's a brave man, yeah. Is it 4 stints he's doing, I think, in this weather? Honestly, fair play to the man. But more importantly, what I will say, he's really picked up his pace. Gary often is 7, 8, 9 seconds off the pace. This race, I think he's 3 or 3.5 seconds, and he's just transformed as a driver. It's superb to see.
Right, yeah, great stuff to see, and it just shows obviously other teams chipping in to help him out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a couple of the Olympian guys just jumping in where they can. Sadly, obviously, Gary's drivers had to disappear very last minute from the circuit, so the Olympian boys have been helping out, having a bit of fun in 2 cars this weekend, and I'm sure Gary's appreciated that.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot. That's Christian Rose down here from Signature RV. As I understand, the safety car should be coming in quite shortly, so I'll hand back to Richard John Neal, and I'll get it right this time, John Ratcliffe.
I think you got John. You got you right last time. It was nearly Andy Richard, wasn't it? Andy Richards.
So well, either way, lovely to hear from Jamie. Lovely to hear from Christian as well. Of course, yeah. Christian, son of Mr. Paul Rose, who runs the championship, and Christian was racing for quite some time up with some of our top boys in the championship, but of course he's taking a step back now, more of a behind-the-scenes role with Fun Cup rather than being out there on the black stuff, but he sort of turned that on its head over the last couple of races, getting drafted in to a couple of different teams, so good to see Christian back out there. He was always a very fast driver. Clearly continuing that on today here in the 557. Good to see Demon Tweaks 249 are out of the garage now. They're getting a bit of fuel on board and they'll rejoin the party. Of course, sadly for them, at the back of the train and a couple of laps down as well. But amazing to see the car that caused the safety car period is going to rejoin the back of the safety car train here before we go clean, I think.
It'd be nice to see him back out on track. And I'm wondering, Vlad Vasiliev must think, what's the French for déjà vu? Because he was leading the previous race. Sorry, not the previous, this race, the previous stint, and then the safety car came out, and he had to lead behind the safety car. Now he's got the same thing again.
Exactly. No, it is massive déjà vu for him, isn't it? Getting chucked straight back in again, straight back into a safety car restart, and this really sorts the men from the boys and the women from the girls as well out there on the black stuff. Let's see who keep their bottle.
That was very inclusive of you there. I've got to say that.
I do try my best. I'm not actually sure if we do have any female drivers in Fun Cup this season. I know we had one last year, but I'm not sure if we do for 2025. I'll have to double check my notes anyway. Let's see. The safety car lights are off as they come through back into our eye line here out of the commentary box window. And will we see Vape Club go into a race start? Yes, we will. Lights are off then, and we're about ready for, well, officially what will be our 3rd start in this race. We had our actual start and then 2 restarts in this one. And yet again, it'll be the 246 of Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, who take us to green flag racing conditions again. Of course, had that slight issue down at the first couple of corners at the first time of asking, and lost a couple of places. Let's see if he can hold on to it this time then. We go back to racing here in the 3-hour endurance race from Croft here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The 246 leads us across the line in the lead of this race, followed by Burt, Red River Sport, Uber Hoffers Motorsport, GCR Racing, Sherrodise UK, PLR, Greenheath, Axiometrics and Race Logic. Your top 10 will be there. There'll be any moves down into the first couple of corners. You can see the 248 of Team Disruptive trying to unlap themselves as quickly as possible. That's going to be easier said than done for them, as UVO also look to cut through the pack and re-chase down what they'll feel is their race lead.
Nice steady start, but the Burt car looking to try and shape up and maybe make a move as they head towards Tower for the first time on the safety car. And there's contact and they go around. Burt makes contact on the back end of Vlad Vasiliev's car, and the Burt car is out. Safety car may well breed another safety car here, but high drama in our 3-hour race on the restart. 2 cars making contact at Tower Corner. Goodness me, that was not what we expected to see. I got through the first few corners, so I was just saying what a calm restart that was. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, wow, that is a big changing point in the race then. Vape Club and EDF Motorsports were looking good to continue to lead this one, at least through to the next round of pit stops. But Burt aggressive in their attempt to overtake there. I was watching a few cars behind them. Sherrodise UK had the most amazing run out of the S's, and we're going about 4 wide down into that corner. Bit of debris out on the circuit though. Let's see if we need any yellow flags or any safety cars to pick that one up, or whether the marshals can hop out onto the circuit and grab it with their two hands. So either way, though, the Red River Sport team of 200 are into the lead. When we have a moment, I'd love to see that replay of the incident again, but I understand we're only on to lap 2 after the safety car restart, so maybe not immediately. Let's keep our eye on the action. Burt straight into the pits then. Look at the damage on the front right of that car. That is huge. The whole front right ripped unceremoniously from the rest of the car. And that is serious issues, not only for them, but for Vape Club as well. Now, we haven't seen them come back round.
They crossed the line in 5th position.
Oh, did they?
In
Apologies.
6th position, John. So that was loud, wasn't it?
Oh, the producer's been so loud in the ear today. My goodness. Right, let's have a look at this. Then down to the corner. No, it was just straight into the back. But
contact on the back end of Vlad Vasiliev's
so
car.
close, spinning back over the circuit there for the 246 as well. Nearly went straight into the side of Red River Sport again. They were totally out of control. So it wouldn't have been their fault. But yeah, Burt just mistaking their braking point there, I guess. Vape Club aren't going to be braking super early into there, and Burt just straight into the back of them.
Yeah, that'll be some camaraderie chat about that, I feel sure, a little bit later on. So it's Red River Sports who are now out front. Johnny Molam. You'd always have a little punt on Johnny Molam getting to the front, wouldn't you, from where he restarted this one. And it didn't come the way we thought it was going to come, to be perfectly honest, for Red River Sport. But Uvio Hoffman's now, from the big scare of finding themselves flipping heck, we thought they were a lap down, and they're back in P2. Wow. So they're back in the game. GCI still very much in the mix as well, and so consistent. Craig Butterworth is in P3 with Sherrodice UK in 4th. Burtworth showing in 5th, but obviously pitting with that damage, they're going to be out of it. So 5th will be Vape Club EDF to try and get back in. But Vlad Vasiliev having issues on that first restart, and then even bigger issues on the second one.
Wow, I'm so amazed that Vape Club have kept themselves in with a shout at this one. One, considering the impact on their car, that they've not had a serious problem with the machine itself. And secondly, getting it back out from the grass that quickly to hang on to a top 5 or now top 6 spot is mightily impressive. So fair play to Vlad Vasiliev. He wouldn't have been expecting that one either. Suddenly someone straight in the back of you. And I will say as well, they got very lucky not to collide with the 200, the Red River Sport, as they re-entered the circuit there. Nothing they could do about it. They were fully locked up over the grass, trying to keep it stopped, or trying to get it stopped. They couldn't quite do it. There is your Vape Club car with Vlad behind the wheel. And it looks as though they've come out that pretty unscathed. Not even any gashes in the back of the bodywork. They've been pretty lucky there, have Vape Club. And I mean, we very rarely see penalties here in the Fun Cup, but that might be one coming the way of Burt there, because in a battle for the lead, they've made a mistake, gone straight into the back of them. Of course, they didn't mean to do that, but it's really shuffled up this race.
Yeah, we can say they're lucky, but you still don't know what effects there are of that, as the Axiometrics 103 car looks to try and get on course as well. So Axiometrics running in 7th place, Race Logic in 8th, Greenheath 9th, and FFS up into the top 10. Change of place here.
Yep, they're continuing to shuffle there through the final corner. The 557 at the head of this train isn't battling for position, but the two in behind most certainly are. Sherrodice UK and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport go side by side as they start a new lap of this race. Down to the first corner, be Sherrodice on the outside. They'll have to be bold to try and hang this one round there, and they can't quite do it. Smashing the inside curb there go Uvio. They hold on to second place, but now we've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th all in a train, all being held up by the 557 Signature RV as well. I say being held up. They're going to be very close on pace, but they are on a different lap to these three battling. So Uvio will just be hoping that they get out of the race pretty swiftly. They might not have to wait, though. They go to the outside. They've got to be careful, though. That opens up the move on the inside to the cars in behind on exit. They'll try and hang it round the outside of Signature RV, and it looks like they'll do just that. Good move there from Uvio. I say that, though. They're still side by side on the exit.
They are. Farkini knows he's got the measure of the run through into the Jim Clark S's. Move is clear, but also for Teddy Sherrodice as well, who's coming through.
Indeed, yeah. Trying to make it round the outside there. Does the Sherrodice car? He does, and now it's GCI getting held up. They'll go for the bold move down the inside. Door closes there from Signature RV. And thank goodness GCI gave themselves enough of a buffer there to back out of that one. They stay in 4th place overall, but look at the time. From that one singular move, they've lost to the 2 ahead.
And look at the clock as well. We're coming down to around about an hour to go, so we're very nearly into the next window as these guys continue. And it's Teddy Sherrodice makes the move, goes through. Now, what are you going to do if you're Farkini? Are you going to do what you did in the first race? Remember the strategy from the first place. They were quite happy to be at the back of the quartet because they knew after the pit stops, which they were so well drilled at, that they would come through in the lead and have the pace over the remaining parts of the race to go through and claim their first victory for a while, which they did. So the fact that we've got Teddy up front at the moment might not be a huge issue. Sure, you want to have that space if you can, and Farkini looks like he's trying to take the battle to him, so we focus on GCI trying to close up behind, but I don't think this is a huge issue at the moment for Uvio, just dropping down into that third place. He's still in with a shout. Come their pit strategy, we know how quick they are at getting drivers in and out, and the well-drilled fuel stop that we saw, albeit at perhaps very slightly the wrong time with the safety car, but they weren't to know that that safety car was going to come. If they'd have done what they usually do, because they're normally, for me, and this is purely me, I might get their strategy wrong over most of the time, but when I'm here, they tend to be late stoppers.
It was always hang it to the end of the window in case there's a safety car.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's been different here today. Not many top cars have been doing that, waiting to the end of the window, so I don't know why that choice is here today. Maybe something to do with the weather, but either way, it didn't work out for that time for Uvio. As you mentioned, usually wants to hang it out as late as possible. And for that exact reason, they didn't do it this time, and it's bitten them. It really has bitten them. But as you say, they're not going to be too worried sitting there in third place. They know the driver ahead in the Sherrodise UK car is monstrously fast. And they're not going to mind sitting back, using the slipstream, and keeping a nice gap to Red River Sport in the lead of this race, which they really are not far away from. I was just going to mention at the end of the last lap, GCI and Signature RV probably not the best of friends anymore, as we saw Signature RV defending on GCI down to the first corner. They really had to send it, did the 111 to make the move, and they finally done the last lap, and they stay in the tow of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport there. Down into the first couple of corners, they go once more. And like you were mentioning, only just over 35 seconds till the next pit window.
Yeah, it's going to be open soon, and this is going to change the complexion of the race again. I'm guessing that the Sherrodise car will stay out a little bit longer, as you say, in case there are any other safety cars, but also to maximise Teddy Wilson's turn at the wheel of that car. But out front, Red River Sport were fifth coming into this current stint when the last pit window opened, and that again just illustrates how things could change so very, very quickly in Fun Cup endurance racing. May well happen again. We've still got a third of the race to go. Farkini trying to close down on Teddy Wilson at the moment, definitely keeping him in his sights. Might try and force a mistake. Great shot as they're going through Sunny, really having to hang on to the cars around there. You see the body language of the cars. You see why the drivers love these machines so much as well. Is it a good machine to learn to race in as well as to be a seasoned racer in?
Oh, it's absolutely epic. It really rewards you when you drive correctly, but it does. It is relatively kind to you as well when you're not maybe driving it quite as well. But the car itself loves to be on the absolute edge. It loves to be squirming around underneath you, and that's how you can find that extra pace, because of course they're not the fastest cars in the world, so you're really looking to try and carry speed through the corners. That'll what will get you that extra lap time and put you above the rest. Kind of similar to a kart in some ways, and that's why I said earlier, a lot of karters jumping over to this championship do enjoy the transition. And a perfect one to make that transition over into proper car racing. But Uvio, after getting overtaken by Sherrodise then, dropping off ever so slightly off of the back of the Sherrodise car. It's now about 3/4 of a second, and GCI have closed the gap up to them to just less than half a second now. So all continuing to reshuffle here near the sharp end. Look who is closing in though. It is the number one of Team Olympian GRD. Their issue is though that they are of course still a lap down in this one, our Olympian. So we said that they would have to have one day where things go wrong, and it looks like today is the day, sadly, for your championship leaders. Of course, having those issues earlier on in the race, just about getting them sorted. That's a bit of an issue, though, for one of our drivers. Who is that? The 257, that is, the FF Corsa car, down in 15th at the moment. It's made a bit of contact with someone else, or someone has maybe made a bit of contact with them, as it's the rear of the car that's rubbing on the rear left tyre. That bodywork is really rubbing on it, and sadly for them, that's unlikely to fly off. So they'll either have to come in a bit early in this pit window. Luckily they are in the window, so they can just use it during their normal stop. But they're not careful. If they carry on with that bit of bodywork rubbing on the wheel that heavily, that wheel could go bang in a few moments' time. So we'll keep a watchful eye I could even already smell.
I was going to say,
smell.
Yeah, that's coming into the box here, isn't it?
Straight away through, once again, our lovely air conditioning unit.
And contact between two cars going into the hairpin. Yeah.
Greenheath are off at the final couple of corners. Who was that with? Was that with Vape Club? I think it might have been Vape Club, or maybe we've got a bit of front left damage on the 210, the Race Logic car. So Vape Club come into the pits. They were batting in with Race Logic and Greenheath. Greenheath get themselves going. Will they dive straight into the pits? No, they do decide to carry on, but less than ideal. A little bit unlucky. It seemed as though it was three drivers converging on the same piece of tarmac there. Vape Club, Greenheath came out the worst.
Vape Club back out, and yeah, that was
straight in the pits.
Yeah.
Our driver with the rubbing bodywork on the wheel. I think smart decision there from FF Corsa. Apologies about the language. You might have just heard on the live stream. Drivers and mechanics reacting to their current situations in the race. And I think the one we heard there wasn't quite so positive. There's a move being made there. Olympian GRD through on GCI, at least on circuit. Of course, they're trying to get those laps back as best as possible. Doing everything they can, but not going to be easy for the number one to get a good amount of points from this one. And of course, we then again have to talk about the drop rounds. This will be another one slightly off colour. Luckily for them, I think they have enough wins to lead on, even if things do go awry in the final part of the season.
Yeah, it's not going to be a big problem for them. Interesting, not confrontation going on, but interesting point coming up with Riley Phillips closing in on Farkini at the moment. Obviously the two championship protagonists from last season about to possibly engage in a little bit of on-track fun as they go down into Clairvaux. There is our reigning champion. So it went right to the wire the last few laps last season, and let's see whether Riley can pull that lap back on the second place car, or should I say third place car, isn't it, at the moment? So Riley right with him now, getting the tow as they go up the straight, looks up the inside, and I've got a feeling there that Farkini just left the door open. He knows that car's a lap down, or was a lap down, so no problem to let him through, and he knows it's a fast car that he can. Having said that, he's fighting back. Indeed. So I thought he'd gifted him the place, left a nice gap on the inside. What's nice is the respect they're showing each other on track at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. No point in properly battling. I mean, I say that, they're going side by side there through the S's. Either way, trying not to lose the time, I think is a crucial one there for UVO. They don't want to make it super easy for number one. It's their closest championship rival. But either way, they'll want to make sure they're not losing too much time and letting the 200 Rev of a Sport and Sherrodise UK pulled out a further gap. Because you'll know, with this next pit stop coming up, it's more time there to try and gain back in a very slick pit stop. We'll know that UVO will be properly on it. They'll be the time to beat along with the number one of Olympian GRD. How will the rest compare? This is going to be crucial to watch and see. Well, Sherrodise, after getting clear of UVO, have been closing that gap lap on lap to your race leader, the 200 Red River Sport, and they are all over them out of the final corner. They've got a great slingshot down towards the first couple of corners. Will it be enough for Sherrodise to get alongside and get this race lead? Into the braking zone we go. Change with the lead of the race then. Sherrodise are through.
Yeah, but you've got Riley Phillips coming up into the mix as well. Unlaps himself on the second place car. Can he get that completed? Is he going to be able to unlap himself before they get into the penultimate stop of this race? This is key moment going on. You saw his head going down, Riley Phillips, as they go down the straight. Trying to close in now on Teddy Wilson in the Sherrodise car, the race leader. And he's through. He's unlapped himself. The championship leaders have unlapped themselves now. Great driving from Riley Phillips. And I think good mature driving from the guys behind. Are they going to try and fight back? They are, is the answer, because every car that they can put behind them will count. But Riley Phillips has got that car back onto the lead lap. What a splendid, splendid effort from the Team Olympian GRD driver.
Indeed. So let's wait and see how they continue on. Of course, like you mentioned, they've unlapped themselves. It's still very much Sherrodise in the lead of this race. But amazing to see how much more confident Riley is behind the wheel of the one versus the 158 of Team Summers. How he can just go for those moves. He knows exactly what the car's going to do underneath him. Super confident getting those done.
Yeah, you're right about that. I wonder if there's an element of the driver just maybe looking after the other car, not his car, or whether they whether Gary would have told him to just go for it. But even so, when it's someone else's equipment, you're probably going to be a little bit more respectful and have it in the back of your mind that car needs to go home in one bit.
That's true. There's definitely a bit of that as the 200 drives straight into the pits then. As soon as they lose the lead, Red River Sport diving into pit lane. I will say as well, when we saw the back of the Team Olympian GRD car, every now and then, upon throttle application here into the final couple of sections of corners, there's a little puff of smoke out the exhaust. So one to watch there for number one. Maybe it'll come to nothing. I mean, when I saw that puff of smoke, he then immediately went for an overtake. So clearly it's not hampering his speed at the moment. Just keep an eye on them. Of course, we saw them have issues earlier on. Will there be more to come here in the last 50 minutes of this race? 200 gets the stop done. That seemed decently fast, but now we wait and see how it compares to Sherrod's UK, UVA Hoppers Motorsport and GCI Racing.
Didn't get the opportunity to wax lyrical about what a great job Johnny Molam did on his double stint. Got it into the lead and held the lead for most of that, just losing out in literally the last lap of that stint for him. But he's brought the car into the stop in second position and handed over to Bonamy Grimes, who goes back in now. Let's have a quick look and see how that's going to pan out. Yeah, Johnny did stints 3 and 4. Bonamy Grimes doing 2 and 5, and then Johnny Molam would be back in for the final stint. So with Bonamy and Johnny, two drivers you wouldn't discount from a win as well, in terms of what we've got coming up. Two good, strong drivers for the last two stints.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely ones to watch there. This is going to be a really exciting final hour of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere, whether you're here at the circuit or watching at home. Don't turn this off. This is going to be a grandstand finish. We see there in your picture-in-picture, poor Gary Summers getting out from his third stint, getting ready to jump back in again for his fourth and final stint of the race. Good luck, sir, on your final outing here at Croft. 251 are into the pit. Sherrod's UK pit from the lead of the race. So UVA Hoppers Motorsport and GCI will carry on through. Who we are watching for is the 200 of Red River Sport. They're coming in to the final hairpin now, all slidey through the complex. They're trying to carry as much speed through as humanly possible and hold on to this race lead. But a 251 of Sherrod's already down at the end of the pit lane. They are going to grab the race lead away, or are they? It's obviously fast out the final corner for the 200, a little bit slower out the pit lane for the 251. Now, they do stay ahead there down into the first couple of corners, but given there's a new driver on board, it might just take them a few corners to get into this, and the 200 could close back up.
That should be safe, that gap, to be honest.
I think so.
Yeah, race
leader. Make it
exciting. Oh, you don't have to. Did I just extinguish all your good work? Your family going to be pinging horrible things at me.
Not at all. They would never. They would never. We love you. We love you in the Cogs Rock, sir. But here now we watch for the other two. So we've seen how that one's worked out. The one that pitted slightly earlier, losing a bit of time, was the 200. So the 251 hops ahead now. How will these stops be for the 225 of UVA Hoffmans and the 111 of GCI? They're nose to tail, as you see on your camera, on your screens at the moment. Now, crucially as well, are they going to dive in together? Because the safety car, the pit window close board is out. They head round the final corner. No, they'll both continue on for one more lap then. Both of them leaving out as long as possible.
Yeah, once bitten, twice shy, isn't it? Particularly for UVA Hoffmans, and they don't want another safety car. Neither do we, I don't think, at the moment. Maybe for the last. Maybe for the last
yourself,
stop.
Mate.
Maybe for the last stop. They won't thank us for that. 169 car in for their stop. Rare Vinyl, and that will be going into stint 5 now. Is going to be Rob Croydon taking over from Joe Wiggin. I'd be interested to hear from Joe. I haven't had a chance to catch up with Joe. I don't know if his dad's here as well, actually, this weekend. Always good to catch up with the pair of them, but I'm sure has enjoyed it. Will hopefully be a precursor to more outings as the Vape Club car goes past us. The 246 currently showing down in 8th place. So we are now waiting for UVA Hoffmans and GCI, the present race leaders, to come around and do their penultimate stop of the race. The Demon Tweaks car that caused the safety car earlier on comes in for its stop. Oh, it's been a long lap waiting for the leaders to come through.
You got scared by the downshifts there, didn't you?
I did.
They're
You had
so
a quick look
loud.
around to see what was going
When the
on.
Fun
yeah.
Cup cars come in the pit lane and go on the pit limiter, they are so loud. Some of them more than others. Some of them will really pop and bang as they go down the pit lane. Others a little bit more calm. I guess that's all set up and whatnot with the engine, and of course, they're all very similar cars, but there are going to be slight differences in terms of little bits like that.
Here come the leaders.
Indeed, here's the 248 in, of course, looking to try and get the 10K. It's looking less and less likely, sadly, as this race continues on. But number 1, Team Olympian GRD into the pits now as well. And here come your 2 leaders then. Nose to tail between our 2 leaders. And while they battle in the pits, let's hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, we've got the leaders in now. They'll be doing a dry stop. Fabulous gets in, Farkini gets out. But I got Johnny Molam down here, who had a great stint in the Red River Sport Car, sporting a little bit of splitter damage. You had a bit of an argument with the tyre stack, we understand.
Yeah, it's totally my fault. I was, in fact, I made 2 rookie mistakes. I was going with the lead group because I think it was Ted who's awesomely quick this weekend, so I was just hanging on to the first 2 in 3rd place and just made a small error around wide. Got back on but lost the toe, and I was about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of Riley at that point in the 158, I think it is. So he caught me up, and then we had a good dice, me, him and Uvio, but I then misjudged going through the Clark right behind someone, and I misjudged the tyre stack, and I clipped the tyre stack, which I clipped it, but it was enough to take the splitter off. So my fault. The car's got a bit too much understeer now, but we're still, I mean, we led that pretty much that entire stint then, yeah, really enjoying it, and see if Bond can carry on the good work.
As we know with these cars, losing the splitter can hurt you. As you said, you mentioned the understeer. Where is it hurting you the most?
Actually, probably turn 2, that long right, and then through the chicane. Everywhere else, you can kind of, in the fast stuff, you can kind of change your driving style a little bit, get around it. And I'll be honest with you, this was self-inflicted, but I'm used to driving that car without a splitter. So to be honest, I'd feel uncomfortable if it had one on it.
Silverstone next round. One of your favourite circuits, and it was one where you thoroughly enjoyed racing a Fun Cup car. It'll be nice to go back, won't it?
Yeah, it'd be really good to go back. We actually had a really good race there last year, and I'm just enjoying it, and it's great. And it's unfortunately Gareth Williams is in Australia on holiday, so Bonamy Grimes has stepped in for him, doing a sterling job. Yeah. So clues in the name, we're having fun, but it would be nice to get sort of a top 5, top 6 result overall, and it was nice to get told we were P1. Unfortunately, they can't hear me on the radio, I can only hear them, so it's probably good for them, but not so good for me, but we're having a great time.
Fantastic, thanks a lot, Johnny. That's Johnny Molam from the Red River Sport down here in the pit lane, and the hand back to the commentary box with John Ratcliffe and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much. You know, I like to say on a lot of these things, you know, stay with us, you won't miss a thing, but you did.
Oh my goodness, we've just
There's
missed
so much
the
going
best
on.
battle on the race so
We've got to get.
far.
I know we've got to get the news from pit lane as well, so we understand that. But that's what Fun Cup's all about, isn't it?
There was too much going on there. It was great to hear from the drivers, but Uvio came out the pits alongside Sherrodice. Sherrodice dove down the inside into the first corner, got the place. Uvio were able to hold it in behind them through the S's, and then again went for a send down the inside themselves into Tower Bend, retook the place, retake the lead, and now they're looking to scamper off our Uvio. So we've got Uvio in the lead, Sherrodice in second, GCI in third, and sadly, the gentleman we were just chatting to down there, they're the biggest losers in this one. The 200 Red River Sport dropped from the first position down to 4th place. So Uvio are winners in race number 1 earlier on, started from the back, and once again are leading this race.
So is it a double win? Is that followed by a double in the bar, is it, afterwards? is that the way it works?
That's what I'm hoping for anyway. I'll be straight down to their pit box after this.
Fascinating finishing prospect. They've just done a sterling job, haven't they, so far? This is what I say. The more I look at Fun Cup, I mean, John, you've obviously been in it and properly in it. I only get the occasional, 2 or 3 looks a season, so I'm very much the interloper. But the more I see, the more I get enthralled by it. Yeah. It's absolutely fascinating, whether it's working with yourself, giving me a great insight, or Andy who loves it for different reasons, from different angles. Yeah, just, and I implore anyone watching this, come and have a go, come and be a part of it.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a shame. I think the cars look awesome, but a lot of people will see it and just be like, what is going on with those? Sorry, we're too wide on the screen. I'll come back to that point. Through goes the 246 on the 200 then. Swap for fourth place. Pressing on well then is Ted Bradbury in this second to last stint of the race. But yeah, as I was saying, you look at the car and you go, they're racing Volkswagen Beetles. What's going on there? Well, they got that weird wing and whatnot. You have to explain to them, look, it's not a VW Beetle. The only part on the car from a VW Beetle is the windscreen wiper motor. There's a fact for you.
Oh, wow.
So it really is its own car. They just happen to choose for it to look like a Beetle. They race so well. They're not very powerful and not very aerodynamic. So it means once you're in the tow, it's great racing. It's all nip and tuck, and you'll find that a 3-hour endurance racing Fun Cup will be more exciting than a lot of 15 or 20-minute sprints in other categories. Fun Cup is just fantastic. Now, I can understand when you're outside of the knowledge, you don't really know what's going on. You're a bit like, what is happening? I can't follow this. This is way too long. But once you know what's going on, and hopefully we can assist with that, you find this championship one of the most exciting in the UK, if not the world, and it's an honour to be up in the Comstocks yet again for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And what a race it's been so far in this one. 40 minutes left to go, and the top 5 are within 9 seconds of each other.
They are absolutely cracking racing so far. And how's it going to wind up? What have we got left on the clock? 42 minutes, so we're sort of racing towards our final stop. And you kind of get to, I always get to the end of Fun Cup and think, where did that go? What a shame that. So we've got more great racing for you tomorrow, of course, here at Croft, if you want to join us on the stream again from around about 1 o'clock. But more of that and on. Sadly, not Fun Cup racing tomorrow, but a little bit more endurance racing for you as well. But yeah, Uvio Hoffman, strategy-wise, have executed things very well indeed so far. Sherrodice is going to be interesting, isn't it? Because it is going to be Teddy Wilson in for the last shift. So I think I'm right in saying Teddy has been quicker than Peter Belshaw. Yeah, historically, and again, not necessarily massively making Peter a slow driver. That's not what I'm saying, but if they've got that fastest driver in, there's a danger zone, isn't there, for Uvio Hoffman's going into that last stint if they stay 1 and 2 where they are at the moment.
Exactly. It's not quick driver and slow driver. It's quick driver and supersonically quick driver. So that's the difference there for Teddy Wilson. He has just been flying. He was amazing to watch out at Anglesey. It's always what I say about watching Riley Phillips. It's just beautiful to watch him race. He's just so good. I'm like, wow, I wish I could be as fast as you. And it's the same for Teddy. Just watching him is a beautiful thing to watch. Him guide that Fun Cup car around the circuit and just get lap times out of it that I just seem impossible to myself.
Do any of them do coaching? I mean, have you had any driver coaching? Or
I've not personally. I get some free coaching from my brother because he's usually about on leader's pace, so that always helps me. But yeah, I know a lot of them do offer coaching, and you will see drivers, like we said with Ted Bradbury, jumping between teams. So he's gone from the Morpheus Motorsport outfit over to Vape Club for this year, and that was again because Vlad has been getting so much better and pressing on, but he knows someone like Ted is going to help him just speed up that learning process as well, being in the same garage as him, getting to look at all of his data and learn from him race on race. That will just speed up his process as well.
And that mirrors what goes on in the GT world, isn't it, in terms of having, I think they call them silver and gold drivers or whatever they call them now, but you can have a gentleman driver who comes in and then a young thruster, for want of a better phrase, to come in and try and teach them. Mind you, a lot of old thrusters around now who know plenty of tricks as well.
That is true. Yeah, that is indeed true. You can definitely count Peter Ratcliffe into that category. Let's see.
Well, an old thruster.
He is. He is. He's going to be so angry with me with that. I'm sorry, Dad. Right then, we are only, what is it now? Just under 10 minutes away from the last pit window of the season. Oh, not the season, sorry, of this race here today.
That's a little bit
premature. Oh my goodness, I got way too excited. I'm just looking on my phone. The guys down in the pitch, Jamie sent me a nice little photo. Ready for, we've got a seat ready with Gary the Legend on it, ready for Gary Summers to come in after his 4th consecutive stint in this race. Hopefully they've got a super soaker with them as well. I think Gary will be hoping that as well. Get him cooled down as quickly as possible. But here we continue to watch the drivers at the front then. This is the battle for second place. Well, Uvio have extended the gap over Sherrodice by almost 5 seconds now as they come across the line to start lap number 79 of this race. They are now 5 seconds behind, and this is the opportunity for GCI Racing to side on by into second. Have they got the overlap enough? Not quite. Tries to hang it around the outside to Sherrodice, and they will. bold manoeuvre there to keep it round the outside into turn 1. They do hold on to second place. Again, this is all going to play into the hand of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport as these two and what will soon become 3 cars battle now as Vape Club with EDF Motorsports continue to close in. Also, that will give more opportunity for UVO to extend that gap out front and continue to try to take home 2 race wins here today. Down the inside goes GCI Racing at Tower Bend. This time the Sherrodis again look to hang it around the outside, but it'd be more challenging than that one. They get shuffled to the exit curve, they lose that momentum, and I do think lose second place. They're trying to hold the inside here into the S's, and they do! Side by side through the S's, and they cut back in front. What a move from Sherrodis UK, and they retake the place. What racing between these two, and look at Vape Club down the inside into Sunny. Immediately they see the opportunity and they go for it. Well, one place changes, but it's not the one we thought. Vape Club move their way up into the podium places once more, courtesy of your very quick driver out there in the Vape Club, of course, Mr. Ted Bradbury. Out for, oh no, I tell a lie. Do I tell a lie? Yes, no, I do tell a lie. It's instant 5 for Ted,
yeah,
so
Ted.
he moves his way through, up into P3, and now all over the back of Sherrodis UK and down the inside of Sherrodis. Late on the brakes there from the 246. I think it was a bit of a wide moment there from Sherrodis. They outbroke themselves. They dropped down to 3rd and now potentially 4th as GCI go side by side. But in the space of only a few corners, Vape Club jump up from 4th to 2nd, and that gap now over 7 seconds to UVO.
Yeah, big gap. We know that they're not going to squander it. It might be a little bit of churn strategy going on, or thinking about that. Not sure how many they've had. We'll come back to John for that in a minute. But consider this, over the remaining 30 minutes, the drivers coming in for the last stint, the lead car, Farkini, who is on equal pace with Fabulous. We've got Teddy Sherrodis.
Oh, big off into the barriers to the 97. Big hit out of the window. They've just gone straight on. That must have been a mechanical failure there for the 97. That's a massive off. You can see it on your screens now.
Hope that all is okay. I've seen a couple of drivers go in there and suffer. A Focus Cup one a few years ago comes to mind. Well, we hope all is well with Andre Renom. Yeah, and almost befitting with the rate. The only change, safety car towards the end of the stint. And the only difference this time is that we haven't got Vlad Vasiliev getting into a lead car. He's going to be potentially coming into P3. So that has kind of changed around. Marshals, as ever, thank you, Marshals, for running over to the scene to sort things out. Our great appreciation for wherever you are marshalling on the circuit. But the Run Your Fleet safety car is out very quickly indeed. And that gap, you were talking about gaps, 7 seconds. Gone, nada.
Poof, it goes, and the gap immediately to 0 once again. Couldn't really wait with that one. That was a big off there.
Together. And also, we need to consider who is going to be in each of those cars in the final stint. So let's have a look at that as they stand. Farkini in the UVO Hoffman car. Teddy Sherrodis, Teddy Wilson, I'm going to have to stop calling him that because I'll be going to Teddy Sheringham, will be quick. So we've got a battle for first and second very, very shortly. Craig Butterworth, who we've seen drive superbly over the course of the day, will take over the 3rd place car. Vlad Vasiliev will find himself in the 4th place car. Johnny Molam in 5th. We can't discount Johnny at all. And Neil Plimmer in the top 6 as well, if I've read the timing screen correctly, is in P6.
Wow.
So pick your winners out of those 6.
There are some serious drivers there. We've only looked at the top 6.
Well, exactly. And you know, if I did any more, I'd be writing all day. But it's just to give me a little bit of focus as we head on to the last segment of the race.
This is going to be very, very exciting. I think we're going to have our work cut out for us to keep up with everything that's about to happen out there on circuit as we see the JCB exiting the end of the paddock here as we look to try and get that 97 car back to safety. I do believe the driver has already hopped out and been taken away in the medical car, just obviously for checks. That was quite a big thump into the barrier, so I'll just double check that he is all okay before he gets let back into the general public. As the drivers head on round then, JCB just waits for the track to become clear before they head on through to grab that number 97. And now we do wait to see whether the wave around is done. Now I assume if there will be a wave around, it'll be after that 97 car is all sorted. Once it's back into safety, then the drivers will be allowed to go back round.
Yeah, because you don't want them speeding around.
You don't want them speeding around chasing the safety car while we've still got personnel on circuit. So I think that would be the smart thing. But we're going to lose a lot of time doing that. And we're only 3 minutes away from the window now. So will we see pit stops before the wave around? There's all so much still of possibilities that could happen here.
Yep, so telehandler vehicle and rescue crews going. As John mentioned, I haven't seen the driver out and okay, but I understand he is. Thumbs up, John, on that one. Marshall's walking away from the scene. Thanks to our medics as well who look after everybody. There was an incident at, if you get injured or ill in a racetrack, it's kind of the best place to do it because of the medical stuff. My missus got taken ill once at Mallory Park, and they looked after her. You know, if she'd had to go to A&E, would have been hours, but she was looked after. Absolutely wonderful medical crew. And I know last week, Wayne Eason, who runs a couple of the trucks in the British Truck Championship, had an incident in his paddock with an urn full of boiling water going over him, which is scary, over his leg. He was looked after by the crew, and I know Wayne would want me to thank the medical. He's already done it, to be fair, but for me to say thank you as well to what they do. And it's not just the drivers, it's the support people and everyone else that can get the best out of it. We're under safety car here, so probably going to use the opportunity to take a quick break, but we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
You rejoin us at the absolute key time because we've got pit window is open and loads of cars coming in.
Indeed, this is the battle between UVO and Olympian. You've got to watch the number 1 and the number 225. If Olympian can get out ahead, they put themselves in the opportunity to get waved around by the safety car after all of this. If they get out behind UVO, that is race done for your championship leader. They won't be able to come back on to lead that. They won't be able to get further up the order. Great quick stop there from UVO. They come out and it is going to be ahead. Yes, it is. Ahead of Olympian. Olympian come out just behind them. And the crucial moment has happened for your championship leaders. They're going to drop a lap on your race leader.
Well, how about that? I tell you what, very well covered there. Nice camera angle to grab as much as what we could in pit lane. It's where you want the Formula One with 300 cameras in the pit lanes, isn't it? Which we clearly can't afford. But super job by everybody at Alpha once again, as ever. And UVO have been, I was going to say pitch perfect, but we're not talking about Ben pitch. We're talking about pitch perfect the other way for UVO in terms of their stops so far today. Have done so well, and that one was timed superbly too.
Yeah, absolute perfection from them. Very impressive. I was going to say, before I spotted that UVO left the box, it was a really good pit stop from Vape Club as well. They did it really nicely there. I think they have held on to second place overall in all of that. No, they haven't. That's the 251. So Sherrodice have jumped them in the pits. They are only just behind the 251. So I think what that was a let the car go and hope, and they've dived out ahead of Vape Club. Hopefully no stopping, but of course it's a little bit more challenging. Like you mentioned, again, I'll compare it to Formula One. It's so obvious in a Formula One pit lane when someone has to brake and slow down. When it's that busy down there, it's very difficult for our rule enforcers to keep an eye on everything down there. But of course, they're all doing their best job to make sure everything is fair as possible out there on the black stuff.
So I had the Vape Club car down in 4th coming in. So they made up. Were they second when they came in?
I think they were second.
So
they just made it on the last couple of laps.
They just made a couple of places.
Yeah.
Right.
They just got past Sherrodice and GCI over those last couple of laps. And they were leading that little
sorry, yeah, I'm getting confused with Sherrodice. So Sherrodice are now down in their 3rd.
Yeah, so they had dropped down to 4th, I think, before the pits. They're back up to 2nd now. They've got out ahead of Vape Club now. So Sherrodice in 2nd, then behind UVO. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports in 3rd. And then we try and spot GCI and Red River Sport. And of course, the likes of PLR and things now, they've been totally brought back into the fray. So we can have, like you mentioned, a lot of top drivers here, a lot of top teams battling it out.
I've got to say, probably one of the closest last half hours upcoming that I've seen in Fun Cup. We normally have, we can have a couple of cars involved, but just that many at the moment, and probably because of the safety cars we've had as much as anything else, as a couple of other cars now taking their moment to come in and grab their stops.
Indeed, this would have been one of the teams such as C-Data who are out of the running in this one. There's no need to pit when the pit lane is that busy. Your only opportunity is for issues. You might as well come in the next one, have a nice chilled stop. And then for Team Summers, of course, he couldn't pit on that lap because it's the third driver of the Team Olympian, Simon Rudd, who's jumping in for them on the final stint, whereas he had to just jump out on the Olympian car to get Riley in for the final stint, and now wait a lap, and now he jumps back into Gary Summers' car as well.
Yeah, very dependent on that. Was the Summers car, so that is done. A quick glance out of the back of the commentary box, and we'll have a look and see that the Renom car is now low loaded. It's been high-abbed and we'll be clear in a minute or so. I reckon we might have possibly maybe one more lap of safety car after this one, because we've got to get it through the gate, close the gate, and get the circuit signed off as live again, ready to go.
And will we see the lap drivers wave through as well? This will be interesting. I think crucially for that, Olympian are right behind Uvio. If Olympian think, we've ruined our race now by getting back out ahead of us, let's battle. Let's see if that happens.
I mean, Olympian are still in 11th place. So they're a lap down, but 11th after the relative nightmare that they've had over the course of this one, have done very well. Good recovery.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. I mean, you expect a good recovery from a team such as Olympian GRD. But yeah, they've not had the easiest of days, had they? Like you mentioned, your luck's got to run out at some point. It's Croft for team number one. And there is Gary Summers.
Yeah, it was a laugh.
Chilling in the pits. We said he was going to be warm after that stint. Well, 4 stints in a row for Gary. And he gets a round of applause there in the pit lane. Well done, sir.
As he
gets lots of water.
I love the way they framed that shop. It did actually look like he was on a throne, didn't it? You know, it was King Gary.
Yeah, someone get that man a crown. What a few stints there from Gary Summers.
There will be one now at the do, won't there? I guess at the end of the year there'll be a
longest stint. That'll definitely go to Gary.
And a crown for it as well.
4 in a row, my goodness. So yeah, what is that? About 2 hours there in the car.
Yeah, that's hard going on one of the warmest days of the year as well.
Ridiculous.
And that's not a moan about the weather, by the way. I love the hot weather. There's too much in the media about, it's the hottest day of the year and all that nonsense. Just get out and enjoy it. That's my...
Says the man sat in the air-conditioned commentary box.
Oh, I'd be out enjoying it in the garden if I wasn't in here.
No, you can go out there for instance.
I'll be quite happy. My missus said to me today, she said, are you in your green? I said, yeah. It said it's fine. It's great. I love it. Love the weather. You know.
It's seeming
we're told not to enjoy it these days, which is... I don't think that's on.
It's seeming to become more frequent, isn't it, nowadays in the UK, courtesy of global warming. Thank you very much.
I don't know.
But
I don't know.
Yeah, warm anyway. Certainly warm out there on circuit, right? Then Demon Tweaks pulls into the pits. So now we do have the race leader, the driver following the safety car. You've got the lap down Olympian GRD in behind them. Then the second place of Sherrodice, third place of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. Fourth now looks to be PLR, and fifth of GCI Racing. And the rest of the drivers following in behind. So a couple of teams have really benefited from that safety car period and how that's all played out. Greenheath, definitely one of those. We saw them battling just outside of the top 10. And we saw them obviously spun down in the final complex only a few laps before that safety car came out. They've done very well to jump back up into the top 10. I do think, according to our timing screens anyway, they are in 6th place once all has been said and done. But yeah, what is that then? So the top 10 are all on the leading lap. The rest of the, I was going to say 13 cars out there, but there's not 13 anymore, is there, of course? I think the rest of the 9 or 10 drivers who are still out there on the black stuff, all at least one lap down and out of running order, really, in terms of proper racing action. Lights are still on top of the safety car, but you can see the 252 of Uvio weaving side to side there, getting some tyre temperature back in, some brake temperature back into that car as well, as I think he's thinking that those lights on the car are going to go out once they head down the back straight, or very not so straight, through the S's section of down in towards Sunny. And he waits for those lights to go off. And crucially, Olympian and none of the lap cars wave through at all here. Like you mentioned, this is going to be one of the most exciting 20 minutes of the season upcoming here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. This is a straight scrap for the win here in the 3-hour endurance race here from Croft in 2025. Now, who's going to make it to the 4? I have no idea. Sadly, though, just to mention before we do go back to green flag racing conditions, the team that we're going for the 10,000 are one of the teams that are a lap down now, sadly for them. So I think that's dream over.
But the Rose family celebrates.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
And for 2 reasons. One, the money's safe, but B, it continues to prove how hard this is.
It does. It does. Yeah. People, so many drivers from different championships look at it and go, that thing looks easy. Go on, let's jump in and get an easy 10 grand.
Before I looked at it and saw people doing it, I had this mad idea. Do you know what? Yeah, we could bring a couple of people out of Janetta Junior, first senior race. And then when we had, was it Charlie Hart that had a go at doing it? I suddenly realised, actually, it ain't as easy as it looks.
Even Charlie Hart and Jake Hill could only get within 5 seconds
that was it.
of the race win.
I mean, what a pairing. What a pairing those two are.
Pairing.
Yeah, absolutely
ridiculous.
incredible.
If they can't win the 10 grand, then no one can.
I love it. In some ways, I don't want anybody ever to win it. But equally, if someone does, what a menu. I'll tell you what, Rob Boston is one. He is going to be one serious guy going for it. The flaw in his approach. He was talking to me about a three driver, and I think, oh, hello, into pit lane comes the number 1 car.
Oh, okay. Olympian have made another stop. This is slightly odd. They're taking it in. It's going into the garage. Olympian have decided they're not going to finish this race, whether that is a technical issue. I think even the driver there was a bit confused there. They've gone straight into the garage, so Olympian GRD will not be finishing this race. We can already see Jamie down there with his microphones. Hopefully we'll get a bit of an idea as to why that has happened. And look, door closed. Door closed. I've never seen that before. Olympian GRD closing the door. There were no cameras in there.
That's very F1 as well, isn't it?
There you go.
It's not strop, but it's no.
Stay away from
as
us.
the French say. No. Going back to the Rob Boston thing, 3 drivers means 3 elements to it. So there's not saying more to go wrong, but there's if you've got 2 elements, you know what you're doing with those 2, and a third one just adds another variance potentially to it. So I reckon that if it does go, it'll be a 2-car team. A two-driver team, rather.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that happening.
But what do I know?
My counter-argument would be with 3 drivers, they're each doing 2 stints, and thus you're going to be a lot less tired, particularly for that second of your stints later on in the race.
You're all athletes these days,
It is true. It is true. I mean, I was in the car last year, mate, and look at me, I'm no athlete, so you don't need to be chiseled with a 6-pack, but it certainly helps if you're out there on the black stuff, particularly in weather like this, where you're losing a lot of water weight and getting nice and sweaty out there. But looks as though, the light's still on the safety car. We will see if they go out down through the S's this time. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised there with Olympian GRD. Not usually ones to just pack it in and go, well, we're not finishing now. Don't like this.
Probably a reason.
Must be an issue with the car,
Jamie will
surely.
be banging on the garage door now, banging the garage door down to
Let
get
me
the interview.
Like the worst Fun Cup horror movie ever.
How long have we got left? We haven't got long left. It's going to be 15 minutes, which is about what we had for the Audi TT race earlier on. Remember, we've got 2 of those for you tomorrow as well. See whether Jordan Stilp can add another brace of wins. He was so pleased to get that second one off his back, wasn't he, for sure, earlier on, but we'll come back to that a little bit later on. Lights are out on the safety car. We are about to go. Fun Cup Endurance Championship Racing. Round 6 off the championship, about to get underway again. And the safety car is away, and it is Farkini Diot who leads the tribe around. He's going to have to be. He's got Teddy Cheradise behind him as well, so we've got a little bit of a race coming up here. Let's see. Farkini will, I guess, lead them. No overtaking until they get down and past the line for the first time on the restart, and it is Farkini that leads them. Keep your eyes on Teddy Wilson though in P2, who is already harrying him as they go down into Clervaux for the first time. A little bit of a change behind us. GCI make a move up the inside. He has, but he's going to keep it going. Oh,
my goodness. Serious stuff there on the race start. That was aggressive.
Craig Butterworth wanted to try and make up that position. He's still on, though. Fair play, and he's got time to do something.
He did make the place as well.
Oh, did he? So gravel on the outside, is that unfair advantage if he makes the place?
Who knows?
Here comes the battle for the lead, though. Up to Tower, sorry.
That's all right.
To cut across.
I was just going to say much smarter people than us will decide on that, so we'll just focus on the racing. But yeah, it was a perfect restart from Uvio. They went for it before the complex, got straight on the power, but Cheradise are all over the back of them.
Yeah, Teddy Wilson here, gunning for his first win in it, and it's the youngster versus the slightly more experienced, shall we say, to put it politely. Uvio pairing, and he's all over the back of him. This is just going to be a matter of time, isn't it, before he attempts the move. Didn't quite manage to get it done there. He's having his first proper look at the back end of the black and gold classic Lotus livery of the Uvio Hoffman's car. Let's see whether he can make the move. Coming up towards us for the first time of asking. Where's the move going to come?
Oh, this is the most exciting end to a race, certainly of this season, and certainly a little while as well here. Cheradise continue all over the back of Uvio as they head on to another lap of this race. And again, changing it behind. GCI making up another spot at the final corner. Up into 3rd place they go. Shuffles Vape Club down into P4, and they'll be looking to mount the charge here to watch the top 2. Here might be the move. Aggressive late defence there from Uvio. And Uvio have had plenty of years of experience defending race leads. They're going to be getting their elbows out and doing everything they can to keep Cheradise UK behind. Now, crucially, if Uvio and Cheradise start properly battling, feeling GCI will get back involved. So will Bait Club, so will PLR. They'll all be battling here for their own position, but they'll have it in the back of their mind. They've got to keep focused on these top two and what they're doing.
He's got it.
He got the run, though.
Yeah, he has.
Yes.
Yeah, he drew level going into the straight and then go past. He got a little bit of damage on the back end of the UVO Hoffman car. Where has that come from? I don't recall that, John, before the start.
No, it wasn't.
Restart.
No, there's been a bit of contact. Now, whether that's between those two or between UVO and the barrier down at the first couple of corners, maybe. We won't possibly speculate, but that's definitely going to be losing them time, losing them speed down towards Sunny. If UVO want that lead back, they're going to need to do it immediately, or Sheridai's might scamper off it.
So yeah, it's now we've got the scenario, which is not an unhealthy one, to be perfectly honest, with Farkini Diop is the chaser. Oh, he went through the gravel, so we're hearing that was through the gravel at turn 1.
We did see a bit of dust being kicked up. I thought that was more of a flirt with the gravel, but clearly a bit more than that, and that's what set up the move.
Are we going to see, as a chaser, is that going to fire up Farkini? Because remember, the dynamic changes if you're the hunter rather than the hunted. Craig Butterworth still there. Next up, Neil Plymmer comes through into 4th place, but runs a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin there, and he's getting stuck in with Vlad Vasiliev on his inside, looking to try and hold on. He's going to be on the outside run as they come down to Clervaux. They clear the pit lane and exit and come down, but you've got to say, Teddy Wilson looking comfortable in this lead. They're starting to put a little bit of a gap as Neil Plymmer consolidates 4th place now.
Indeed, what a send it was into the final corner from Neil. Great move, aggressive down the inside, and up to 4th place he goes then, with only just over 10 minutes of this race left to go. Look who's been brought back into the fray as well. Greenheath right up involved. Red River Sport have rejoined it as well there. This is fantastic. See so many drivers rejoining the battles. Now there's loads of battles further back as well, but we don't have enough cameras or enough eyes to keep you up to date with everything that's going on. But this is all rather exciting as the top 3 are now scampering away. Crucially, GCI have cleared off from this battle. What was for 3rd place is now for 4th, and GCI have their eyes locked on to the back of the 2 leaders. Now, crucially, will UVO be able to hold on to Sheridai's, or will Sheridai's drive off, and then it's UVO versus GCI for 2nd place?
GCI on course for their best finish of the year so far. It's only their 4th race of the year. Went with us on Anglesey a while ago, so great to see them back up at the sharp end of things, and it really does augur well for the remaining half of the season. Silverstone next up, Donington Park, doubleheader at Alton Park, similar to this meeting that we have. And now Greenheath getting stuck in. Vlad Vasiliev has just been under pressure after every safety car, hasn't he? Bless him.
He has. It's always been scrappy for him, but it's getting lots of experience out there in properly high-pressure conditions. He's doing a great job, is Vlad. I've just been told by Jamie, we said Olympian are not the type of team, or Olympian GRD, sorry, are not the type of team to just park it up. Nope, they had an oil cooler split there on the rolling round laps, and that's why they parked it up. Oh no, Red River Sport are into the pits, so they got a penalty. Is that at the penalty? Yes, it is. So Red River Sport with a stop-go penalty. That is gutting for them. Coming in from about, I think that was 5th or 6th place it was. They were involved in that squabble. They're getting a penalty, and that's going to drop them out of contention here.
Yeah, massive shame. You might remember a while ago, 30 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, we were saying that they were in that top 6 and in with a shout with Johnny Molam at the wheel for the final section, with a chance of taking the win, but that has now gone. Big shame for him.
Well, they were in the lead for a lot of this race, weren't they?
They were. Great session for Johnny Molam earlier on to get the car into the lead, but it's Sheridai's leading. We're not focusing on that at the moment as we look at PLR racing. Neil Plymmer sharing with Ben Pitch. And Team Greenheath getting stuck in, so Vlad Vasiliev, he's done some, I've got to say, Vlad has given us some good defending over the course of the day, and rue every place that's lost. But you can see here he's still very much in the mix and challenging, still in the mix for the race lead potentially is Farkini, because he's not really been lost. The gap was half a second at the end of the last lap, and he's still in the mix. So too is Craig Butterworth in 3rd place, not that far away.
Indeed, not far away at all. He's trying to continue to close that gap, and he has closed it. Just by a couple of tenths on that last lap, so he still finds himself just less than a second behind UVO in 2nd, and UVO just less than half a second behind your race leaders at the moment. These 3 are still chopping and changing in behind, and their squabble for 4th place. PLR, Vape Club and Green Heath here in this battle. And a big shout out as well to Team FFS in 7th place. They're leading up the next battle pack, which is from them down to some ridiculous position. A good few drivers in behind. Now, there are loads of drivers in that train, but a lot of them are a lap or 2 or 3 laps down in this one. So again, this is probably a slightly easier battle to contend with, because at least you know the drivers around you are all for position. When you're in that battle pack further back, you also need loads of communications through your ear of who you're actually needing to worry about around you and who you can let go, and it's not for position.
That is absolutely right. Yeah, you don't know necessarily who it is you're dicing with. Race leaders, come back to this battle we're looking at on screen at the moment, but just comparing the times of the race leaders as, again, Neil Plymouth coming under a bit of pressure. In terms of best laps over the 3 hours, which don't really come into play that much now, Sheridai's 2/10 quicker than UVO Hoffman's, but on the last lap, 1:37.6 for Sheridai's, a 1:37.5 for the chasing car. It's about where the car is at this moment in time. Despite that gravel moment, the UVO Hoffman's car still performing well as we continue to watch Neil Plymouth in the PLR racing car. This is the battle for 4th place. Vlad Vasiliev still under pressure from the 14 car, the Greenheath car being driven by Gary Bate now for the final session. And as ever, as you've said many a time, job to know where to look.
It's tough. I'm trying to watch those leaders. It was a great run out the final corner for UVO, but not quite enough overspeed to make the move on Sheridai's. But UVO very much in with a shout here of the race lead. Their rear left damage is flapping around massively in the wind, but I think will get ripped off unceremoniously in not too long. But their front left was the key one I was watching as their front splitter has folded underneath. Now, I think enough has ripped off where it's not going to go under the wheel, because that's obviously where the issue arises. If it goes under that wheel, suddenly you have no steering, and suddenly it becomes a bit difficult to control. Looks as though UVO are okay. They've just about avoided that. Enough has ripped off where it shouldn't get stuck, but the car not looking its imperfection, is it, in the last few minutes of this one?
It looks like it's been in 4 hours of racing, to be perfectly honest, today, and that's what it's all about. But as you've said, very, very close to the race leader, and it doesn't get hugely closer than that. And I suspect that Farkini here, look at that lovely tight line through there. He really is on it, and he's just working out now whether he's going to need to drop back and gain a momentum move and close up, but he's really closing up even more now as they come up towards the complex once again. This is what a learning opportunity this is for Teddy Wilson out front. So Teddy looking for his first win. Be used to pressure in other forms of racing for sure. But I tell you what, and Craig Butterworth's coming up as well now, isn't he? Craig Butterworth, and this will change the dynamic as well. So the UVO Hoffman's car, the black and gold, going for gold and wanting to relegate the silver car into the silver position here at Croft Circus to go down into Clervaux once again. Slightly wider line from the chasing car might give them a little bit more speed to carry through the first couple of corners. Into Hawthorne they go now. They'll pedal their way up towards the chicane, clear the chicane, but it's still the 251 car at the moment soaking up the pressure. 5 minutes 16 on the clock remaining. Are we going to see Craig Butterworth manage to join them as well? Now, is Craig Butterworth closing because A, he's quicker, or B, are the leaders maybe engaging in a little bit of mind play, and does that start to slow you up? Is that where they are?
Yeah, Sheridai's definitely feeling the pressure out there. There was that little mistake through Sunny on the last lap, which just let UVO close up right onto their rear bumper. And I think now Sheridai's having to really think about this in the last couple of minutes of this race, and they're placing their car ever so slightly off of the optimum line to try and hold off the UVO car and make sure, hey, look, you're not going to get the overtake done here. Don't bother going for it. That slight movement off of the ideal racing line, I think, is what is allowing GCI here to start to close the gap. Now, crucially as well, our leader, the Sheridai's UK car, is the only car in this three-car train for the lead who has everything intact. All of his splitters, his rear wing, everything is totally intact. So he is in the best place, not only there being out in the lead, but also with how that car is holding up to take this race win. But we've seen the UVO car get their elbows out in the past. Same for GCI. It could still very much all change. UVO just need to try and get within striking distance and then lick the stamp and send it.
I'm not sure you'd want to do that anymore. Don't lick stamps anymore. See, that's an expression from my age. But see whether he can get the postmark as well. He's definitely trying, isn't he? The Farkini having a very, very good look indeed at the moment. And yeah, that car has weathered everything that's been thrown at it so far over the course of the hour-long sprint race we had earlier on. and this 3-hour race, and we are now very nearly 3 minutes remaining, so just 2 laps or so remaining, and time and perhaps options running out for Farkini. There is nothing he would like better than to make it 2 wins on the bounce. You can hear the bodywork scraping on the track as they go around Tower, but it is not putting him off.
No, doing absolutely fine there. He's driven many a race with some broken bodywork. He'll be absolutely fine. But you saw again Teddy Wilson holding that slightly mid-line into Tower, just making sure that UVO couldn't find a way through. They'll try and dip up and under here, but won't be able to get the turn in due to that broken front splitter. And yet again, UVO having to sit in behind, and GCI ever so slightly, lap on lap, continuing to close in, but those laps are falling by the wayside. And we've only got a couple more minutes left to go in this one. Still all to play for, but Sherrodice UK driving the perfect race at the moment, keeping the 2 in behind him, but that pressure is going to continue to mount, and pressure makes diamonds, as they say. Will it be Teddy, who's a diamond out here today, winning the race in the 3-hour, or will he crack under that pressure? Not too long to wait and find out.
Very nearly 3 hours of racing done. Where else?
Greenleaf are off behind our commentary box. Greenleaf have gone slightly wide. They lost a bit of time and maybe 1 or 2 places, but all seems okay for the 14.
That's good. I was just going to ask the question, probably rhetorically, where else in racing are you going to see a 3-hour race come to the conclusion with 3 cars, you know, which you could virtually throw a blanket over? It's that's the way this has panned out. Teddy Wilson, though, is out front. What a great job Teddy has done. What a great job as well Peter Belshaw has done in the other sessions. We have to say the same again for UVO Hoffmans, with fabulous Randaccio providing able car sharing as well, with Farkini Diot in this one as well. Craig Butterworth's had a super run as well. He's in that 3rd place car, the treble 1, having shared with Ian Wood. They've done a super job, and in 3rd, so let's not understate what they've done. But closing stages, and I haven't yet seen anything which is going to see Farkini go through, but we go back to Alton Park last year, and we know how determined Farkini can be.
We do indeed. Let's wait and see if he can go for a move. Now, the only thing I'm thinking as well is driver behind the wheel, Farkini, will have been told that Olympian GRD are out of the race. They pull into the pits, that's it. Maybe there might be a thought of the championship here for UVO and think, well, they've scored nothing here really for today, or very little. We've got to win, and now potentially a 2nd place. Maybe it's not quite worth that crazy move and both of us going out of the race. Maybe if it opens up, if the opportunity's there, I'll go for it. But if it isn't, I'll sit back and we'll take P2 and be happy with that. That's the only thing that might scupper this one. Just as I say that, though, he's got a great exit, hasn't he, out the final corner? A lovely exit. He goes side by side, shuffles Sherrodice to the grass. We'll be side by side down to the 1st corner. Sherrodice on the inside, UVO on the outside. Who will have the bottle into the 1st braking zone of the circuit? Will it be UVO or will it be Sherrodice? They look side by side, but UVO will have to slot back in once more.
Teddy Wilson read and handled that situation superbly. He realised there was a gap. He realised that the UVO Hoffman car was coming up the inside, but he knew if he held the outside line coming out of that, that would give him the run and the line, importantly, down into Clervaux, which he hung on to. I did wonder, coming into the penultimate lap, whether we were going to see the UVO Hoffman car dive down the inside into the hairpin on that penultimate occasion. He didn't do it. The dynamic has changed now, and we've got the 3rd place car very much in the mix as well. So this is all going off, isn't it, with Gary in the mix as well. The Craig Butterworth, beg your pardon, in 3rd place getting stuck in. I'll tell you what, I still think that Farkini might well make the move and have a go on that run in. Did he have his nose in front as he ran across the line, though?
Not quite, I don't think. There was just 1.5 tenths in it. Sherrodice was still just about ahead. Now, crucially, have they seen the last lap board? We're struggling to see it here from the comms box. The time has hit 0 now, but did they see it on the last time around? We're not 100% sure. I think this might be the last couple of turns here. UVO still hounding the back of Sherrodice, but not able to get through.
He's having a go. Well, I thought he was going to go to the inside. He's being forced to the outside run here. So he's just totally thrown my one out the window. He might go for the cut back on the inside, but we've got Craig Butterworth coming back up in the mix as well. And he's going to grab P2. So the battle is on for 2nd position rather than the lead. And it's Sherrodice that take the 1st win. Congratulations to Sheridai's. Uvio Hoffman's just clear second position with a great defence superbly over Craig Butterworth, who went for P2. That didn't go the way we thought it was going to go. Craig Butterworth went for P2, couldn't quite get him. What a fantastic end to the race.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done to Sheridai's UK. What a race from that team. But particularly there, what a final stint from Teddy Wilson. He did not crack under the pressure. He held true, he held honest, and he held on to the win there. I think we both saw what Uvio were trying there into the final corner. Get that inside line, get the up and under, but GCI saw them go wide and went, all right, then I'll have a shot a second, let off the brakes, went down the inside, and it was 200ths of a second between Uvio and GCI across the line there. Uvio just holding on to P2. But what an end to the race that was. 3 hours of Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing, and it comes down to 5.5 tenths of a second between our top three.
Absolutely mega stuff. Well done to Neil Plimmer, who comes home in 4th position and will be top rookie. Top rookie? What am I talking about? We don't have rookies. Top master with Greenheath 2nd in the Masters. And then 3rd master will be Axiometrics, the 103 car, with Greg Evans, the master in that one. But Sheridai's UK, absolutely superb. And what an addition to this championship Teddy Wilson has been. Andy will probably relive it. He'll probably redo my bit of the commentary as well and overlay it for future reference, I suspect. But he'll enjoy watching that one back, as I think everybody will here, as our race leaders and indeed I think the whole field will take the plaudits of the race fans and marshals here at Croft.
Exactly that. It's going to be a big round of applause down the pit lane then for Teddy Wilson and the Sheridai's UK crew. What a race victory then here in the second race of the weekend at Croft. Here are your full final results then. Like I said, only just over 5.5 cents between your top three. Sheridai's UK, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, and GCI Racing, those in the top 3 positions. PLR Racing and Greenheath there round out the top 5, followed by Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Team FFS, Axiometrics, Race Logic, Red River Sport, they're your top 10. They were followed by Rare Vinyl TLR, then Team Disruptive, Signature RV, and FF Corsa there in the top 14. Behind them, just outside of the top 14, 15th place will be Team Summers, then Seed Data in 16th, Demon Tweaks and Demon Tweaks 2, nose to tail there in 17th and 18th, followed by Team Olympian GRD, Renham Racing, Burt, 22 GT Racing, and XL EDF Motorsport rounding out the 23 car order. I think that race was a lot of what could have been for a lot of teams out there. We had so many race leaders during that one, and again, like we said, some issues for a lot of teams. I think that was a bit of a race of attrition as we expected there amongst a lot of our drivers. Team Olympian GRD, they're down in 19th, having lots of issues. Burt getting involved in that restart incident. Team Summers with the quadruple stint for Gary Summers. FF Corsa, again, slightly missing out on this one. And Team Disruptive, the ones that were going for the prize money, not getting it this time. If you want to try it for yourself, hit up the guys at Fun Cup, and they'll be more than happy to take some of your cash with you trying to take some of theirs. Right then, let's go back down to Jamie for the final time today. Jamie Peters-Ennis, down to you.
Thanks, John. I've got Sean Cooper with me, team boss from Track Focus that run the Sheridai's car. That's nice to be back on the winner's spot, mate.
Yes, I think we've deserved that. It's been quite a while now. The last few races have been really close, but yeah, team did a mega job and they drove really well. Really
yeah, you came back this year with a multi-car attack. Obviously, you want to get back on the podium, and you've achieved that sort of throughout this year. It's looking good for the second half now.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Marcus and I, we don't really do things by half. So, coming back, we want to be on the podium. We expect to be winning. That's where we're aiming to be. And yeah, everyone's putting in an awful lot of hard work. So yeah, really pleased.
Do you secretly wish you were out there?
Of course I do.
Well done, mate. Thanks a lot. That's Sean Cooper from Track Focus. We are going to be live streaming the podium, which will be a little bit later on. But for now, from down here in the pit lane, I'll hand over to Richard John Neal and John Ratcliffe, who will take you through some of the highlights.
Thanks very much indeed, Jamie. Yeah, we've probably got a little bit of housekeeping that we can do. I don't know how long it's going to take Jamie and everyone to get the podium set up, but a big thank you to the thank yous as ever. First of all, Alpha Life for doing a super job for us on the production. Marshals, medics, all the crew from BRSCC keeping the honours. Okay, so we're not going to be live streaming the podium, we're just hearing, so I shall make the thank yous a lot quicker then in that case. In fact, I'll probably finish with them, but an absolute pleasure to be working with John Ratcliffe today. John, thanks for your company which I thoroughly enjoyed. Mega job, mate. Look forward to doing it all again tomorrow, when we will see, from around about 1 o'clock, if you join us, Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship Trophy Shield. Call it what you will. Modified Ford Series, 2 races from the Modified Fords. Looking forward to that. And the PBS Brakes Super Sport Endurance Cup, which has a 2-hour race to look forward to. And that will take us up to 6 o'clock and close with play tomorrow. John, you've enjoyed it as well, I guess, today. I certainly have. Look forward to your company tomorrow.
It's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't it? And again, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship proving why they're one of the most exciting championships in the UK. Like I say, it's always fun to drive in it, but it's a close second to be the one shouting about it in the commentary box with yourself, sir. And that was just amazing. Amazing stuff. And I can't wait for the rest of the rounds, the rest of the season, of course, as it all comes to a close later on at Alton Park. I'll be back on comms for that one, and I'm super excited. But like you say, we're going to do it all again tomorrow. A few different classes, a few of the same classes that we've seen today, and it's sure to be very exciting. So make sure you pop it in your notes or in your alarms for tomorrow. Around lunchtime tomorrow, we'll be back live again for plenty more racing action here from Croft. But like you say, sir, it's been an honour joining you in the commentary box for this one. It's been great.
Honour was all mine, mate. Thanks very much, and thanks everyone again for watching. Be nice to each other this evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.